Chapter 1060. A demonic god appeared between the heaven and earth. It was as if he could reach the celestial court and trample the underworld. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled as he looked up. His powerful aura was suffocating. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and his eyes were deep. He swallowed the half-saint in one gulp, shocking the world into silence. Ah! The half-saint roared and struggled in the demonic god's stomach, wanting to fight his way out. He was shocked, angry, fearful, and terrified. He opened his mouth and spat out an iron dagger axe, slashing down with all his might. At the same time he opened his domain. The radiance of the half-saint rushed up, wanting to cut open the danger zone and come out. However, reality was cruel. His phenomenon domain was completely restrained and was completely useless. Once the human saint body's phenomenon appeared, almost all other phenomena would lose their effectiveness. Only the iron dagger axe moved, wanting to pierce the demonic god's stomach. However, what awaited him was a giant millstone that crushed towards him. At the demonic god's stomach, where the sea of reincarnation was, the sea of bitterness and the wheel of life merged, turning into a world millstone plate that crushed the iron dagger axe into powder. The half-saint screamed as his hair stood on end. At this moment, he felt a special source of power. Through this demonic god's phenomenon, he knew who Yi Fan was. However, he couldn't shout at all. Even his divine sense was suppressed. The world millstone plate fell down. He was filled with unwillingness and fear as his flesh and blood turned into mud. The divine sense of this ancient race half-saint was full of fear. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. His primordial spirit was extinguished and completely dissipated. With a light sound, the fiend god that towered between the heavens and the earth also exploded, completely disappearing without a trace. This place became deathly silent. A half-saint died just like that. He was swallowed in one gulp and died a violent death. At the place where the demonic god disappeared, a large mist of blood drifted. Only this was left. Let's see which of you dares to take another step. Yi Fan's true body shouted. These words reverberated in the sky like a thunderclap, causing pain in everyone's ears. Many people swayed and almost fell down on the spot. The expressions of the half-sages who had planned to interfere with the battle and help the heavenly prince turned extremely ugly. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. One of their companions had died just like that. At this moment, they were in a dilemma. They had already made a decision, and many people were watching from the side. However, the tragic scene before them made their hair stand on end. Taking a step forward could mean death. If he didn't do anything, he would lose face and feel aggrieved. The others didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They felt that this mysterious human cultivator was too domineering. A single roar had actually suppressed several half-saints. He had the air of a sovereign overlooking the world. Those who cross the line will die. Yi Fan's true body shouted. He was on the battlefield and couldn't split himself. He could only do everything he could to unleash a domineering strike like this to intimidate the enemy. In the end, the faces of those half-sages turned pale. Not a single one of them took another step forward. All of them were petrified and didn't dare to move rashly. To them, staying alive was the most important thing. A gust of wind rose in the great wastelands. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. No one said anything and everything became quiet. They were all shaken. This was especially the case for those ancient race experts who whispered that they couldn't let Yi Fan live. They felt a wave of fear. At this moment, they clearly felt a gaze sweep over them. It was as if blades were scraping at their bones. The battle was still ongoing. The heavenly prince witnessed everything, and his Dao heart became even more unstable. He was swept by the monkey's rod, shattering the divine gold crown on his head. The immortal hairpin was even more so turned into powder. His black hair immediately scattered down. His heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He brandished the undying heaven blade. Blade radiance rushed into the heavens as he resisted with all his might. On the other side, the fire Qilan's expression became much colder. He stared at Yi Fan's true body and Dao body. He raised his battle prowess by another level and blocked their path, not giving them a chance to attack again. Yi Fan didn't attack again either. According to the current situation, he only needed to block the 3 of them for an hour, and then the sacred prince would definitely win. It was because the Heavenly Prince's Tao heart wasn't stable, so his defeat was only a matter of time. The metal rod in the monkey's hands released woo-woo sounds. Every time it descended, there would be black cracks extending in all directions. Dazzling sparks erupted as it clashed with the undying heaven blade. Many people were looking forward to this battle. They were all overwhelmed with emotions. Even during the Radiant's ancient era, no one had ever seen a battle between emperors. The battle between their strongest heirs was undoubtedly a type of comparison. Pooh! The Heavenly Prince's mind was uneasy. He took another strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he felt fear. He was scared that he would be defeated. He had never fallen into such a bitter battle before. He didn't feel any fear even when he fought against the young undying Heavenly Emperor. It was because he knew that his father's Tao marks wouldn't truly kill him. He could fight to his heart's content and not worry like now. What kind of person was the Sacred Prince? He had wandered back and forth between life and death for so many years. He grew up in great battles and fought against the Heavenly Prince's Tao protector for so many years. His experience was abundant. His gaze turned into tangible torches as he became even more powerful. He attacked boldly and pressed forward step by step, making the Heavenly Prince more and more uneasy. There were several close calls and he coughed out blood from time to time under the black metal rod's divine might. In reality, the Heavenly Prince's constitution was indeed unprecedented and incomparable. The divine abilities he cultivated were also world-shattering. There was nothing to say about his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seriously injure the monkey. However, at this moment, he lacked a type of imposing manner. He didn't have the true indomitable will to press forward without fear of life or death. He didn't have the will to take down the enemy with him. After fighting to this point, the monkey's body was also covered in scars, to the extent where it might even be a bit more serious. He didn't have the immortal treasure or the Tao comprehension tea. He completely relied on himself to reach this step. Even if he had an uncle, he didn't care about him at all. He left him to fend for himself and fought for the world on his own. He sat on Mount Meru and didn't come out, as if he had forgotten about him. However, his fighting spirit was even more resolute than iron. He fought until the Heavenly Prince was terrified and his Tao heart completely lost balance. At this moment, the Heavenly Prince began to retreat step by step, narrowly escaping death. Monkey, don't force me. At worst, I'll just cripple half my cultivation and use immortal treasures to destroy your soul bone. You don't have these things, so there's no way you can contend against me. The Heavenly Prince said coldly. The Sacred Prince's movements were bold, and he became more and more composed. His eyes were filled with confidence, and he pressed forward step by step, almost suppressing him. He said, "Apart from what your father left you, what do you have? Today, I will definitely kill you." Dang! The jet black metal rod smashed down. Sparks flew in all directions, and the undying heavenly blade trembled continuously. The Heavenly Prince's arms became numb. He felt uneasy and became more and more passive. Hong! The Heavenly Prince's fist smashed out, striking towards the Heavenly Prince's head. The fist aura was incomparably domineering, carrying with it endless great Tao trajectories as it covered everything in front of it. The Heavenly Prince roared angrily. He retreated while blocking. He was in a sorry state, and anyone could see that he was going to lose. In the distance, many famous ancient race figures saw everything clearly. They all looked at each other in dismay, and then some of them couldn't help but sigh lightly. The Heavenly Prince's bloodline and foundation can be said to be number one under the heavens. In reality, his cultivation seems to be a level higher than the Heavenly Prince's, but he is going to lose. The ancient Heavenly Prince left behind some exceptional immortal treasures, and they indeed helped the Heavenly Prince become stronger, allowing him to surpass the older generation and become unstoppable. However, it is precisely because of this that he lacked the tempering he should have, lacking a type of tenacity. The Heavenly Prince's foundation isn't inferior to others. He climbed up step by step, his foundation sturdy, and his temperament far surpasses the Heavenly Prince in the same cultivation realm. He will definitely win this battle. The Heavenly Prince's blade swept out, at the same time hacking towards the monkey with his palm. The Heavenly Prince used the metal rod to block the heavenly blade, ignoring that palm and sending a fist smashing towards the heavenly prince's head. Battle energy and blood energy drowned out the eastern wastelands. The heavenly prince was alarmed and furious. The other party was like a fugitive, exchanging lives with him. He didn't want to die like this. He retreated in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, using exceptional secret techniques to defend himself. The heavenly prince naturally didn't want to perish together with the enemy. This was completely a psychological attack. After seeing through the heavenly prince's temperament, he became more and more valiant. Pooh! The metal rod swept downwards, smashing into the heavenly prince's shoulder. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, making his body stagger. His bones continuously released cracking sounds, and cracks appeared, almost breaking apart. Ah! The heavenly prince cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled, and he activated all types of wondrous techniques. It was as if he had gone mad as he fought the monkey. On the other side, Yi Fan felt extremely strained. Huang Shudao, Hualin and the others increased the intensity of their attacks. It was because Hua Qizi and the other two were invited out, obtaining great benefits. They couldn't just watch as the heavenly prince died. Yi Fan felt extreme danger. First, the bloodline power within their bodies became stronger, and second, they might have some great killing weapons on them. He had a bit of friendship with Hualin, before, but now, it was definitely useless even if he brought it out. Before the true core benefits, what did those things in the past count for? Since you are heading south, there is no way we will watch as the heavenly prince falls. If we dare stop you, we will let you die in vain. Huaqizi spoke, his expression cold and ruthless. At this point, if he still didn't go all out, the heavenly prince might die. It would be too late then. Talk after you get past me, Yi Fan said coldly. I don't want to fight pointlessly. I'll just directly kill you, Huaqizi said coldly. A terrifying aura seeped out from his body, shooting straight at Yi Fan. The power of an emperor weapon. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had always been worried about this great killing weapon, and now, it actually became real. He had a type of hidden worry a long time ago. If these people brought the ancient emperor weapon south, then it would be a gargantuan problem. That was why he always felt restraining fear. Yi Fan activated the army symbol, and shook the immortal cauldron in his body. In the past, it was already difficult to activate the 2 pieces of green copper. Now he still couldn't take the initiative to use it, but he could use it for defense. Sensing a strand of emperors might shooting over, a layer of brilliance appeared on the surface of his body, blocking this murderous aura and preventing it from entering his body. What? Huaqizi's expression changed for the first time. This kind of situation meant that the other party definitely had an emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could they stop his might? Huaqizi's body shook and erupted with a dazzling multicolored light. All of it shot towards Yi Fan, as if an archaic emperor was descending and reappearing in the world. A giant blue qilin appeared in the sky, emitting endless light. Its divine might was vast and majestic, and its aura could devour mountains and rivers. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. The ancient prince was heading south, and the degree of terror far exceeded normal people's imaginations. If Huang Shudao also came with an ancient emperor weapon, then it would be even more difficult. However, since the battle had already reached this stage, and the sacred prince had the upper hand and was about to kill the heavenly prince, he couldn't retreat no matter what. He had to stop these 3. Chapter 1061. In the present world, only extreme Dao Emperor weapons could threaten the Green Cauldron. Even holy artifacts were useless, unable to activate it. At this moment, it was floating up and down within Yi Fan's body, while flowing with immortal light and resplendent auspicious radiance. It formed a barrier of light on the surface of Yi Fan's body, and it obstructed the terrifying killing intent. The fire qilin's head of blue hair fluttered about, as if a true blue qilin had come to life. It roared proudly between heaven and earth, releasing a great roar that made everything around it tremble. Open! The fire qilin roared loudly. A fist smashed forward, carrying traces of the great Tao. It was as if the 9 layers of heavens were cleaving down, surrounding Yi Fan below. The blue blood in his body boiled, and the ancient imperial weapon became one with him. He punched out, aiming for Yi Fan's head. This kind of attack was unimaginable. Bang! Yi Fan brandished his fists, and a brilliant light bloomed between his palms and fingers. An extremely strong and powerful fist aura whizzed out, wrapped in a layer of brilliance. The green cauldron automatically protected itself, resisting the might of the archaic emperor. Lightning radiance shot in all directions between the two's fists and fingers. Kacha sounds rang out, streaks of blue lightning and immortal radiance tearing apart the void together. This place was terrifying beyond compare, turning into a giant black hole. The entire sky disappeared, turning into a black abyss. It was destroyed beyond recognition, exploding inch by inch, turning into a land of nothingness. The dimensional space devoured everything. Yi Fan and Fire Qilin both backed up, looking at each other in disbelief. They both felt like there was something wrong with the other party's emperor weapon, that it might not be real. Boom. Qilin had slaughtered her way here. She was afraid that something might happen to her brother, so she used the trump card she had brought to the south this time. However, she still couldn't kill this great enemy. This was enough to make her worry. The blue light annihilated the heaven and earth, and a large amount of chaotic energy filled the air. The power of Qilin-er's brush was so strong that it made one's bones and body tremble. Bang! Yi Fan and her slender jade-like hand collided head-on. All kinds of patterns of the great path spread out, causing his body to shake violently. If it wasn't for the celestial light overflowing from the green cauldron covering his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Another ancient imperial weapon. He revealed a look of disbelief. How was this possible? Could it be that the Fire Qilin cave had two ancient imperial weapons? This was a bit unrealistic. Qilin also revealed a strange expression. Her water blue long hair scattered about, her eyes bright and white. She also discovered that this person's body wasn't a true emperor weapon. It was a bit strange. Could it be that it's the same as ours? Fire Qilin's expression was indifferent as he turned around to look at his younger sister, and he had a rough answer in his heart. Boom. The two of them attacked again, attacking murderously. The sky dome of this place completely exploded, becoming an expanse of primal chaos, isolated from the outside world. Yi Fan's fist continued to collide with their palms and fingers. Tens of thousands of traces of the Great Path appeared, clashing head-on with this pair of invincible siblings. The might of the ancient emperors was oppressive, almost suffocating. It's not a real ancient imperial weapon. It's an imitation of a forbidden weapon. In the end, Yi Fan finally figured it out. This was a type of heaven-defying ability that required rare divine materials to construct. However, it could only be used a few times before it would self-destruct. Whoosh! After the final strike, they separated. Qilin and Huiqizi were bewildered. They were sure that Yi Fan didn't possess a true monarch weapon, but they didn't know what it was. Pop! Suddenly, a light sound rang out from the distance. The time limit for Yi Fan's Dao body was up. It turned into a strand of clear air, and disappeared into the sky dome. Huang Shudao immediately lost his opponent. He was stunned, and then his eyes became deep. His body was hidden within the traces of the Dao, difficult to see clearly. The world returned to peace. The chaotic energy dissipated, and the world stabilized. Several people confronted each other, reappearing in the sky dome. No one said anything. Just now, they used the power of the extreme Dao, but it was all released through their fists and fingers. They didn't truly activate the immortal artifact, so the power they displayed was less than a 10,000th of it. It didn't spread in all directions, or else even their own arms wouldn't be able to endure the powerful fluctuations. Moreover, they fought into the primal chaos, so the sharp spiritual senses of the spectators couldn't detect them. As a result, even though some people felt a momentary palpitation, they didn't know that they had used the ancient imperial weapon. The Dao body is declining. Is the true body still far from dying? A few ancient race legends muttered in the distance. They believed that the situation was about to be reversed. Yi Fan frowned. The situation wasn't looking good. After the Dao body disappeared, there was no way it could immediately reappear. They had to wait for a long period of time. Do you really want to fight to see who is stronger and who is weaker? From start to finish, we didn't come here for a life and death battle. Huolin's eyes swirled about. The three of them all obtained tremendous benefits, and that was why they agreed to head south. There was no way they would truly fight to the death for the Heavenly Prince. They had always been a bit perfunctory. Yi Fan naturally knew that the other battlefield was a true life and death battle. The Sacred Prince and Heavenly Prince had long been seriously injured. Each time it was a confrontation of the Great Tao, and one of them would definitely fall. Meanwhile, not a single one of them was injured on this battlefield. He understood clearly what kind of situation this was. We've already reached this step. If you still don't move out of the way, don't force me to kill you. The Fire Qilin said coldly. Come and give it a try. If you can't get past me, then there's no harm in killing you. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness, revealing his killing intent. The other battlefield had already reached a crucial moment. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to obstruct or interrupt them. After paying so much, if he still couldn't kill the Heavenly Prince, then that would be too sullen. Roar! The Fire Qilin released a great roar. His head of blue hair stood on end, and he was completely angered. The heavens and earth immediately collapsed as he slaughtered his way over. He's going all out. The ancient prince on this side is also going all out. The ancient race and human race great sects famous figures were all alarmed. Hong. Yi Fan was fearless. His right hand forcefully shook, and 6 strands of fist intent smashed forward. The boundless heavens exploded, and his black aura scattered. He faced the Fire Qilin head-on, wishing to smash him into a bloody paste with a single fist. Not good. Huolin's expression was shaken. Fearing that something unexpected would happen to her older brother, she also attacked over. Her snow-white jade-like fingers shattered the sky, imprinting towards Yi Fan's temple. On the other side, Huang Shudao turned around and directly rushed towards the Sacred Prince. He couldn't just watch as the Heavenly Prince was beaten to death. There was no time to waste. None of you should even think about leaving. If you can't get past me, then everything will be for naught. Yi Fan released true flames and used extreme speed to continuously clash with Huolin and the Fire Qilin. His flesh tore apart the void to stop Huang Shudao, and then they exchanged over 100 blows. Everyone gasped. This person was truly powerful, and his speed was inconceivably fast. Now the 3 ancient princes were angered. Yet he still dared to act like this and actually stopped them. It could be said that he was unfathomably deep. Since you want to die, then I'll help you. The Fire Qilin said coldly. He raised his hand and used the 9 Qilin forms. This type of secret technique merged with his body technique, and its power was boundless. This was the first time he used it since the start of the battle. You think I'm scared of you? Yi Fan was fearless. He opened his mouth and roared, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. Not only did he face him alone, he also swept through Huolin and Huang Shudao. Joining forces to fight someone like you is disrespectful to both of us. I do want to spar with you alone to verify my Tao. But not today. I can't let the Imperial Prince die, Huang Shudao said calmly. That's right. Then let's fight. If I'm not careful, I might slaughter 1 or 2 of you, Yi Fan replied. Arrogant. Even Huolin's beautiful face revealed killing intent. Hong. A great battle of life and death began. However, a shocking change happened at this moment. The Black Emperor and the others used the Great Formation to trap the Half-Saints and the 8 Divine Generals. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now an external force interfered. It was actually a human expert who slaughtered his way over on a golden ancient war chariot. His battle intent surged and rumbled as he crushed through the heavens. He charged straight into the Great Formation. A majestic figure stood on the war chariot. His black hair scattered behind him, and his gaze was like cold lightning. His entire body surged with blood energy as he shot into the sky like a heavenly emperor. Around him, 9 true dragons coiled about. 9 immortal phoenixes flapped their wings and soared into the sky. 9 white tigers roared at the moon. Their brilliance covered the sun, making him look like a heavenly emperor descending into the world. Wang Tung, it's actually him. After so many years, he has been defeated again and again. He hasn't appeared in the world for 10 years. I didn't expect him to kill his way out today. He was once a peerless prodigy of heaven, known as the North Arch. He was respected as one of the strongest youths of the human race. However, ever since he was defeated by Yi Fan, he couldn't recover. No one expected him to come out today and break the formation with the Celestial Tharch war chariot. He tore a corner of the formation and turned the situation around. It's actually this bastard who messed things up. The Black Emperor was furious. He had used up all the formation platforms in the City of True Virtue and all the divine materials he had accumulated over the years. In this place, he could only use ordinary materials to carve a formation. It was barely able to resist the 8 divine generals, but it would collapse after a long time. He thought he could still hold on for a while, but he didn't expect the North Arch to come. The last ant hole appeared and broke the great formation. In everyone's eyes, the North Arch was like a hot knife through butter. He tore a corner of the killing formation and barged into the battlefield. The 8 divine generals rushed out like a flood. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the heavens. Even though the 8 divine generals had suffered heavy casualties and many of them had fallen in the Black Emperor's great formation, none of the half-saints died. They all rushed out. How hateful! The sacred prince almost killed the heavenly prince. Yi Tong's eyes were red as he clenched his fists. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The 8 divine generals all rushed out. This was a huge disaster. They attacked towards the heavenly prince, and there were many who went to kill Yi Fan. Use the goddess furnace to suppress it. Don't let a single person get close to the sacred prince. The Black Emperor shouted. Li Tian and Yan Ishi activated the goddess furnace. It enveloped the heaven and earth and released boundless saint might. However, some of the half-saints also had it. They used it to resist in the formation just now. Hong! Bloodlight overflowed into the heavens. This place was boiling as the battle reached its climax. It was a scene of chaos. There was killing intent everywhere, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Wang Ting laughed coldly. He was actually not much weaker than the ancient prince. It was unknown just how much bitterness he had suffered during these years. Today he completely erupted. After attacking the Black Emperor and the others, he drove the golden ancient war chariot straight towards the sacred prince. You dare! Yi Fan was furious. At this moment, he shot out 2 black arrows one after another. They tore through the sky and killed the half-saints and 8 divine generals. They even more so stopped the unstoppable Wang Tong. You aren't the only one with a divine artifact. The Fire Qilin laughed coldly. Right now they weren't in a hurry anymore. It was fine even if they didn't save the heavenly prince. The 8 divine generals were definitely an unstoppable flood. He took out a Heavenart halberd. It was also a divine artifact and blocked Yi Fan's path. A terrifying aura shook heaven and earth. Yi Fan had no choice but to call back a black arrow to protect himself. Then he even more so brought out that stone core. His true body entered and used it as battle armor to slaughter in all directions. This place completely exploded like boiling water. Several divine artifacts appeared at the same time, all of them reviving. This was a devastating disaster. Mountains collapsed, seas dried up, the earth cracked, and the heavens exploded. It was impossible for anything to exist. The 8 divine generals suffered heavy losses. 30% of them died in the chaotic battle. However, those half-saints were too powerful. They had already slaughtered their way to the heavenly prince's side, and dealt a heavy blow to the sacred prince. Ho! Yi Fan's roar shook mountains and rivers. He didn't care about the 3 ancient princes' obstruction. His hair stood up in anger as he frantically slaughtered his way forward. All types of blood splashed everywhere. The ancient race fell row after row. His entire body was dyed red. No matter who comes, I must kill the heavenly prince today. Those who stand in my way must die. Yi Fan shouted. He transmitted his unshakable will. He hated Wang Tong to the extreme for helping the ancient race. Chapter 1062. Yi Fan was mad with hatred. His eyes were frightening, and his hair stood up in anger. At the crucial moment, all his efforts were wasted. The North Arch actually came at this time, and messed up the situation. They were all humans, but Wang Tong did not come to help. He came for revenge. He drove the war chariot straight into the Black Emperor's formation, and helped the 8 generals. He turned the situation around, which made Dongfang Yi and the others want to chop him into pieces. PFFF. Yi Fan shook his arm and waved his dark golden spear, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. The heads of the ancient race flew up in front of him. The sharp spear tip was like the edge of a knife. It was bright and dazzling, and it slashed through many throats. Countless heads flew into the air, and fresh blood dyed the sky red. Yi Fan did his best to kill the enemies. He fought in all directions against the 8 generals. Everywhere he went, the wind howled and blood rained down. At this moment everything changed. The 3 ancient princes started to block him, and he was no longer the one blocking them and not letting him rush over to help. Kill. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes were red from killing. He shouted out the word swastika, in the form of a Dao shout. It turned into a violent wave that swept through the sky like a flood. This was a great killing technique that attacked everyone indiscriminately. As it swept through the heaven and earth, Dao patterns spread out, and corpses flew into the sky one after another. Pfff. Yi Fan roared into the sky. His Dao voice rose to a new and terrifying height. The 8 generals that were rushing over fell densely and then exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. In all directions there were corpses of the 8 generals. They fell like crops being harvested and then collapsed. The sky was filled with broken limbs, broken bones, and blood. This was a blood-stained world. It was an extremely tragic scene. Yi Fan went crazy and used all his methods to rush forward because the monkey in the distance was in a bad situation. The sacred prince had been fighting for so long that his blood chi was almost used up. He was in danger. He was surrounded by the heavenly prince and a few half-saints. Wang Teng was also driving the golden war chariot forward. He could die at any time. The sacred prince had been in a life-and-death battle earlier, and it was different from the battle between Yi Fan and Huang Shudao's group of 3. Up to this point, his combat strength had been almost completely exhausted, and he was practically dried up. The 8 godly generals, a few half-saints, Wang Teng, and the invincible Prince Tian attacked together. Even a true descendant of a god would find it hard to resist. On the other side of the battlefield, the Black Emperor and the others were in a dangerous situation as well, because a few half-saints amongst the spectators were finally unable to restrain themselves and had charged over. Goddess Furnace, kill him! Raging flames swept about, overflowing into the heavens. The fiery light burned half the sky red, causing many ancient races to feel resentment. The Goddess Furnace was a rare treasure among divine artifacts. It was a weapon forged by Emperor Hengyu for the founder of the Path of Human Desires, the Great Sage. Its destructive power was great. Clang! The lid of the furnace made a loud noise, and it almost sucked in a semi-sage expert. His entire body was covered in flames, and he was almost burnt to a crisp. Ah! The battle was bitter, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. There were many ancient race figures who had joined the battle, and they were all very powerful characters. Hong. Dongfangyi took action. The wolf-tooth club in his hand swept through the sky, causing the void to collapse. Unfortunately, another semi-sage also brought a broken divine artifact to resist, and the battle became even more bitter. Yi Fan's heart was filled with flames, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately kill his way over. However, the 3 ancient princes used all kinds of methods to hinder him. Even though he had killed many ancient race experts, he still couldn't rush over quickly. In the end, he released a clear roar, and his phenomenon appeared, traversing the 9 heavens. This was a complicated phenomenon that was entangled together. It was difficult to see clearly, but its power was enough to split the sky. The 8 godly generals suffered countless casualties, and those who were swept by it all turned into pieces of bone and blood. Even the 3 ancient princes were blasted away, unable to stop it. Yi Fan broke free from the 3's pursuit. A dark golden spear hung above his head, and his left hand held the black arrow. His right hand formed the 6-path reincarnation fist as he weaved through the world, slaughtering his way towards the most intense area. Pooh! The black arrow in his hand slashed forward, piercing through a semi-sage in the sky. With a pu sound, he turned into a bloody mist. The great battle had reached this point, and human lives were worth less than grass. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was everywhere. Yi Fan had gone crazy from killing. He was worried that something bad would happen to the sacred prince. Wang Teng, hand over your life. He was invincible, and all those who obstructed him along the way were turned into a bloody paste. The energy in his heart turned into a heavenly blade that rushed out from his mouth. The snow-white blade radiance swept through the army. If Wang Tung hadn't arrived and used the divine artifact to break the Black Emperor's great formation, the situation wouldn't have been reversed like this. The sacred prince would most likely have already been beheaded. Now the battle situation was completely reversed. The 8 godly generals rushed out like a breached dam, and several semi-sages were freed. The sacred prince who had the upper hand immediately fell into a desperate situation. Yi Fan's killing intent surged. There was a wave of anger in his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately cut down the culprit, Wang Tung. As a human, he actually changed sides at this time and helped the ancient race, changing everything on the battlefield. This made him feel great hatred. It was precisely because of this that the ancient race spectating the battle became restless. Several semi-sages took action, and the current situation was grim to the extreme. There were countless corpses under Yi Fan's feet. He simply didn't know how many people he had killed while charging through the army. Everywhere he passed, blood spurted out and countless corpses were left. Even the 3 ancient princes couldn't stop me. Who among you dares to act rashly? After this battle, I'll kill anyone who makes a move even if they escape to the 9 heavens beyond. The monkey was in danger. Yi Fan roared in anger, and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook the world. It was incomparably terrifying and intimidated the ancient race. However, he was very calm in his heart. A manifestation manifested. Gods and devils stood tall, sweeping out in all directions. The sky was filled with blood and shattered bones, but he didn't stop his enemies. This roar of his did indeed stun many people. At the very least, there were very few ancient race spectators who stepped out. They were all incomparably fearful. When they saw how unrivaled he was like a young devil king, everywhere he passed by, a rain of blood would fall, and no one could stop him. All of a sudden, a supreme killing intent appeared behind Yi Fan's back. If this sword pierced through his immortal foundation, even if he had the saint body of a human, he would still die a miserable death. Yi Fan abruptly turned and a black arrow arced through the air. A crisp ding sound rang out, resounding through the 9 heavens. In this bloody battle, someone wielded a secret treasure and clashed head-on with him. When he was about to arrive, that person blocked his path, cutting off his connection with the sacred prince. You are also a human. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Although this person had the appearance of an ancient race expert, when he operated a mysterious art, the offensive Dao force he displayed contained the characteristics of the human race. In addition, this was a powerful human who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His strength was even a level or 2 higher than Wang Tung. His obstruction caused Yi Fan's gaze to turn even colder. His battle chi surged as he unleashed his strongest attack. Boom! That person was blasted flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was strange, but his life wasn't in danger. The killing light in the depths of his eyes vanished as he retreated. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to chase after him. He directly rushed towards the sacred prince's location. He attacked like lightning, slaughtering his way through the world. Blood and bones were everywhere. He stepped on the corpses of many ancient race experts as he advanced, finally arriving here. His words just now also angered the fire Qilin. He coldly said from afar, "You said that even the 3 ancient princes couldn't stop you. Today, I will fight you alone." On the other side, the sacred prince had gone all out and was seriously injured. Several half-saints, Wang Tung, who was driving the ancient golden chariot, and the sacred prince, who possessed the world's #1 bloodline power, were attacking together. He was fighting with his life on the line. His physical condition wasn't optimistic at all. The sacred prince looked at Yi Fan and said, "Maybe it's time to leave. You guys go first. I can kill the sacred prince," Yi Fan said in a low voice. Then he swept his gaze over Wang Tung and another person who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His eyes were frightening. His anger towards these 2 people surpassed his hatred towards the sacred prince. The human race. At the crucial moment, the human race's experts actually interfered. 2 great experts came at once. Normally, they wouldn't come out, but they arrived at this time. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the many spectators. Many people from the great sects of the southern domain didn't come out. Seeing his gaze, many people lowered their heads. As for Daoist Li and the others, they were already hiding somewhere. But the difference was that the ancient race would send people out from time to time, forming a sharp contrast. In the distance, Li Heishui and Li Tian couldn't help but curse. Only 2 people from the human race attacked them. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze. This couldn't be blamed on the southern domain sects. If they weren't half-saints, they would also be courting death. They indeed had their own difficulties. This was how the world was. Everyone was in danger. Even if I'm the only one left, I will kill you. Yi Fan stared at the sacred prince. His eyes were frighteningly bright, shooting out rays of light. The few half-saints couldn't help but take a few steps back. The sacred prince was already seriously injured. Facing such a powerful will and killing intent, his heart palpitated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. It's impossible for him to come to this world. Today, all of you will die. A tiger wouldn't fall even if it died. With his status, even if he was afraid, he had to speak with force. 1/5 of the ancient race were friendly to the human race. After seeing the human race's development for so many years, they were moved. Another 1/5 of them were neutral, while the remaining 3/5 were very hostile. Now Yi Fan had intimidated a portion of the spectators, but there were still some who wanted to go down and attack them. Boom! The fire Qilin arrived and hacked down with his halberd. This was a saint artifact. The snow-white halberd blade was as large as a door. Tens of thousands of Dao marks hung down as it suppressed Yi Fan. Clang! Yi Fan held the black arrow in his left hand and faced the dazzling halberd blade. His right hand formed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and punched toward the fire Qilin's forehead. Kill them all for me. The sacred prince shouted coldly. The 8 generals roared in unison. Their roars shattered countless main peaks. The entire desolate land was about to collapse and become a wasteland. In the Ji clan, an ordinary-looking man frowned after hearing the news. He stood up and walked out. Are you going to attack? A living fossil asked. Yes. The man's words were simple and forceful. The few living fossils didn't object and couldn't say much. The outside world might not know this person's identity, but they knew that no one could control his will. This usually quiet and ordinary young man suddenly stopped and turned around. The Void Emperor has never been weaker than anyone in his life. He pacified the darkness chaos, suppressed Undying Mountain, and fought against the gods of the outer realms. He never retreated. My Ji clan fears no one, be it the past or the present. There are some things, you can rest assured. In the desolate battlefield, do you see? They don't dare to attack at all, but my people are increasing. The sacred prince laughed coldly and swept his gaze over the human spectators. He then mocked Yi Fan. Many of the spectators in the southern region lowered their heads. Even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, I will take your head today. Yi Fan's gaze was sharp as he looked at the sacred prince. He even broke the fire Qilin's halberd. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. An ancient race half-saint was smashed into pieces by a palm. Blood spurted out into the sky. Who is it? The 8 generals were instantly thrown into chaos. An ordinary-looking man who wouldn't be noticed in a sea of people appeared. He killed a half-saint with his bare hands and directly rushed to the sacred prince's side. His void technique had reached the acme of perfection and was impossible to defend against. With a paw sound, the sacred prince's palm collided with the latter, causing the latter to cough out blood and retreat. Chapter 1063. A man of medium height, ordinary appearance, and taciturn suddenly appeared on the battlefield. From killing an ancient race half-sage bare-handedly to forcing the heavenly prince back while coughing out blood, his speed was so fast that it made everyone's eyes blur. He walked in the void as if there was nothing in this world that could stop him. He quickly released a second attack towards the heavenly prince, leaving no one able to react in time. The heavenly prince hurriedly faced the enemy. His body staggered back several dozen zhang. His face was snow-white as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of character was this? He was as fast as lightning, yet he could actually injure the heavenly prince. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. In the great wastelands, everyone was in an uproar. This person's sudden appearance could be said to be a divine soldier descending from the heavens, injuring even the heavenly prince. His battle prowess was terrifying to the extreme. Previously, the heavenly prince and the sacred prince's great battle had indeed left him seriously injured. Most of his battle strength had been consumed, and he was no longer as ferocious as before. However, he still wasn't someone an ordinary person could injure. In this era where saints didn't appear, even under these circumstances, the only ones who could seriously injure him were imperial princes. Apart from them, no one else could do it. Imperial prince. He is an imperial prince of the human race, or else he wouldn't be able to injure the heavenly prince in the slightest. Another human imperial prince has appeared. The direction of this battle is truly unexpected. It is becoming more and more terrifying, and the people involved are becoming more and more complicated. Everyone had long viewed Yi Fan as an imperial prince because he had enough battle strength. Meanwhile, at this moment, the young man with an ordinary appearance was also placed in this category. Pooh. The heavenly prince was actually blasted flying, almost hacked to death on the spot. That taciturn male's killing moves were completed in one go. His battle strength shocked everyone as he continuously released heavy blows. An imperial prince's style. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. This type of powerful attack left even the heavenly prince speechless. He continuously retreated, unable to utter a single word. Many parts of his body split open, and blood splashed into the heavens. You dare! The 8 divine generals finally reacted. A half-sage took action, rushing forward to stop him. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, but that everything happened too quickly. Heaven and earth rumbled. The silent young man struck out with the great steel-breaking hand, and a void steel appeared. The half-sage's body cracked under the pressure, and bloody wounds appeared all over his body. His body almost exploded on the spot. This half-saint was very powerful and had rich combat experience. He used all the strength in his body to retreat, leaving behind a long trail of blood. He flipped over countless times and almost fell into a ditch. Everyone was shocked. This ordinary-looking young man, that didn't seem to be outstanding, had directly sent a half-saint tumbling over 10 times with a single steel-smashing palm. Such strength couldn't help but cause a chill to run down one's spine. While everyone was still reeling in shock, he followed after the celestial prince. The void was unobstructed, and everything in the world was a passageway. With a single step, he appeared right next to the celestial prince. Pooh! The heavenly prince was shocked as well. He quickly retaliated, but his cultivation and magical power were mostly exhausted. He was sent flying by this person again, coughing out divine blood. Well done! Kill this damned prince! In the distance, Dongfang Yi shouted loudly. After fighting alone until now, there was finally a stunning human who took action. Moreover, it was so powerful, causing his blood to boil uncontrollably. Kill! The 8 divine generals were shocked and furious at the same time. This was truly a sudden arrival that caught them off guard. He actually closed in on the celestial prince and continuously injured him. They surged forward like a flood. It's him. That person named GZ. In the distance, a human cultivator finally recognized the identity of the young man in the battlefield. They were all stunned. The rising star of the G family. What kind of joke is this? This is clearly an imperial prince. A sect master said with a trembling voice. GZ from the G family, he's the son of the Void Emperor? Several old cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and then they were overwhelmed with shock. One could figure out the true meaning from the name. To classify such a character as a rising star of the younger generation was simply ridiculous and laughable. He was born in a chaotic era, and was sealed within the divine origin. Now that he reappeared in the world, he was a peerless hero that could compete with the archaic emperor's heirs. How can Purple Marquis and Li Qingzhou be mentioned on the same level as him? I remember now. I saw him more than 10 years ago. He has appeared in the world for many years, but he was too low-key and never took action. A living fossil suddenly woke up. A famous human imperial prince descended here, and began a massacre in the chaotic situation. He flattened a large group of ancient races and pressed forward step by step to suppress and kill the celestial prince. Void divine technique. You are someone from the Ji family? You better think carefully to make me your enemy like this. Be careful of the great calamity that will befall your family. The celestial prince retreated while shouting, "The void lineage is never weaker than others, so why would I fear your threat? The southern region is not a place for you to behave atrociously." Jizi spoke calmly. His attacks became even more vicious, as if he was going to explode the celestial prince. Everyone was stupefied. The human imperial prince was unstoppable. The pitiful celestial prince was covered in injuries, and was almost killed by the sacred prince. Now a silent expert came and sent him flying. Pooh! The celestial prince's body was covered in injuries, and his bones were about to break. He was actually suppressed by GZ and suffered heavy injuries again and again. This is great. Beat the dog prince to death. Kill him until he explodes. Even Yan Ishi, a distinguished and elegant character, couldn't help but roar out. There were many human spectators in the great wastelands, but not a single one of them lent a helping hand. Such a stunning GZ jumped out from the crowd, making everyone feel moved. As expected of the imperial prince's style, this was what everyone was thinking. Even if the ancient race experts were hostile towards him, they couldn't say any insulting words. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Several half-saints moved together, and the 8 divine generals attacked frantically to resist GZ. If they didn't separate the two in the middle of the battle, the celestial prince would be in danger, and might die here. The human imperial prince was unrivaled. This was something many people could see. He was suppressing the wounded celestial prince, and could kill him in the void at any time. At this moment, all eyes were on him. Everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to blink. They stared at the battlefield nervously, afraid of missing a single moment of the battle. Even though GZ's appearance was ordinary and he was a man of few words, at this moment, he made people feel as if his brilliance had pierced through the 9 heavens. He was a true and low-key person who could stand out at the crucial moment. The void divine technique had reached perfection in his hands. The 4 seas of the world were beneath his feet. With another heavy strike, the celestial prince tumbled backwards. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his hair was disheveled. The 8 divine generals and half-saints attacked together, but they couldn't stop him. They couldn't break through the great void technique. He was everywhere. Hong. At the crucial moment, Huang Shudao appeared. The cry of a phoenix split the sky as he struck out with his arm. It was as if an immortal phoenix was going against the heavens and earth as he blocked GZ. At this critical moment, it was still the ancient prince who could display his divine might. He was powerful and domineering. The 8 divine generals couldn't do anything. Huang Shudao replaced them to block GZ. At this moment, he wasn't as conservative as before. If he continued to act half-heartedly, the celestial prince would really be killed. He did everything he could to fight against GZ. What a pity, he was only 1 step away. Even Yi Fan felt that it was a pity. We can't continue like this. The sacred prince frowned because Hualin was also waiting for an opportunity to attack. He swung his black iron rod as he spoke to Yi Fan. You guys retreat first. I need some time to kill the celestial prince. Yi Fan said. The sacred prince shook his head and said, I can kill him, and no one can do anything to me. But you can't do anything to him. Otherwise, there will be great trouble. A divine rainbow rushed up. Yi Fan used the Ji clan's Great Void technique to transfer the divine liquid from the immortal ascension pawn to the monkey. It instantly raised his spirit by a large amount and swept away his dispirited state. Good, then let's kill him today. The sacred prince's eyes lit up. His aura could devour mountains and rivers, causing the half-saints to retreat in fear. Wang Tung stood on the golden chariot and retreated very far away. He didn't move forward because he felt that this place was very dangerous when GZ appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the other mysterious human expert was also hiding in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. Boom! Yi Fan's battle with the fire Qilin spread the flames of war to the celestial prince. He directly killed his way over. The ancient prince couldn't stop him either, so he forcefully advanced. Finally, Hualin also made her move. Every strand of her blue hair could collapse the sky. Her delicate face was very cold, and her watery eyes were filled with killing intent as she suppressed Yi Fan. In this world, there was a legend that if the siblings from the fire-chilling cave worked together, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1, they could sweep through the world. After Yi Fan's eyes turned red from killing, he was still fearless even when facing this pair of unrivaled siblings. He used his stone fist to forcefully take on the fire-chillant's halberd. Roar! Yi Fan let out a clear roar. His right hand, which contained the true meaning of 6 paths of reincarnation, struck out an earth-shattering strike that almost pressed down on the peerless beauty Hualin's body. He strode forward with indomitable courage. He alone led the entire battlefield towards the Celestial Prince. He swept through the 8 divine generals, and occasionally exchanged a few blows with half-saints. The battle blood in his body was boiling. However, there was one thing that was not good. Among the ancient race spectators, a few terrifyingly powerful half-saints had entered the battlefield. They were incomparably swift and fierce. This was a frightening battle prowess. Moreover, the army of the 8 divine generals was endless and had submerged this place. The Celestial Prince had just recovered a bit of his vitality, but he fell into a bitter battle again. Yi Tong and the others were also in danger. Not only were there half-saints attacking, but there was also the sneak attack of Wang Teng and another mysterious human expert. The battle between Ji Zi and Huang Shudao was a true battle of the pinnacle. The son of an ancient monarch against the son of an immemorial emperor. It was a shocking scene that dazzled the eyes of the spectators. The Celestial Prince's style was world-shaking. Meanwhile, Huang Shudao was also so powerful that it made people tremble. He shattered the Dao marks and wore a 5-colored metal armor. Phoenix feathers soared up one after another, drowning the heaven and earth in multicolored light. The army of the 8 divine generals stabilized. Several powerful half-saints protected the Celestial Prince in the middle. No one could get close. He took out a bottle of divine liquid and poured it into his mouth. His joints crackled as he recovered his vitality. The Celestial Prince's lips curled into a cold smile. Moreover, his laughter became louder and louder. His words were incomparably cold as he said, "At this point, all of you are powerless to reverse the situation." Just now, his Dao heart was unstable, and he was almost beaten to death by the Celestial Prince's iron rod. Then he was almost killed by Ji Zi. At this moment, the troops had gathered around him. The Celestial Prince had completely calmed down. His eyes were awe-inspiring as he made up his mind to eliminate these great enemies. Yi Fan frowned. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not good. He was being held up by the siblings from the fire-chilling cave. After the two of them merged, their battle prowess soared beyond imagination. "You guys go and kill the Celestial Prince. I'll stop everyone else." Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Ji Zi and the Celestial Prince. He roared angrily and activated his phenomenon. It swept across 3,000 worlds and fought against the 9 heavens. Blurry and indistinct phenomena rushed up one after another. They were terrifying to the extreme and swept Huang Shudao over. The 8 divine generals and several half-saints who were trapping the monkey were dragged over, gathering all the great enemies to his side. Everyone was astonished. How powerful was this battle prowess? He had to fight against so many ancient princes while enduring the attacks of the 8 divine generals and half-saints. Moreover, he had to face the attacks of Wang Teng and the mysterious human experts. It was simply heaven-defying. Boom! With everyone attacking together, no matter how powerful the various phenomena were, Yi Fan couldn't endure it. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. He's courting death. No one can create such a legend. 3 ancient princes are attacking together. 2 human experts who aren't much weaker than him are attacking from the side, and there are also several half-saints and 8 divine generals. Even if he's the reincarnation of a god, he'll still die in battle. An ancient race expert sneered. Yi Tong was anxious. He knew that his master had fallen into a desperate situation and might die. Together with Li Tian and the others, he activated the goddess furnace to block the 8 divine generals to prevent more people from rushing over. Kill! The Celestial Prince roared. After breaking free, His entire body ignited and climbed back to its peak. His golden hair shone resplendently as he attacked the celestial prince. However, there were also experts overseeing this side. The most powerful half-saints were gathered here. Moreover, the celestial prince was worthy of having the world's #1 bloodline physique. At this moment, he had almost recovered to his peak. The celestial prince sneered cruelly and said, "That person will die without a doubt. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. Bring it on. I'll wipe you all out." What he said was the truth. Yi Fan was in extreme danger. He was being attacked by an army of 1,000. Even if several of his phenomenons were unparalleled in this world, there was still the danger of dying. Blood continuously surged up, but he forcefully swallowed it down. His body could be torn apart by the numerous experts at any time, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Let me." GZ suddenly retreated. He didn't say much. He wanted to block these people in place of Yi Fan. Not only had he cultivated the Void Divine technique to perfection, but he had also created a step of his own, dragging everyone into the boundless void. Yi Fan didn't tarry. GZ was suitable for group battles. He could temporarily make everyone fall into the swamp-like void and banish them. However, he was also using his life to block, so he didn't have any time to hesitate. "Those who block me will die." Yi Fan brandished his fists. His body had entered the Saint Gradestone core, relying on it to protect his body. He was unstoppable, smashing a half-saint into pieces with a single punch. Lustrous white bone fragments flew in all directions, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. He charged and killed in the midst of the army of 1,000 men and horses. His killing intent was boiling. This was the first time he risked his life like this after returning. He had to kill the celestial prince no matter what, or else there wouldn't be another chance in the future. First, there was the celestial prince, and then there was Yi Fan. They rushed over together, and the most powerful half-saint was killed. The celestial prince's face was snow-white as he gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. Broken limbs, broken bones, and flesh flew everywhere. He was like an unstoppable god of death as he rushed toward the celestial prince. The 8 divine generals didn't fear death. They rushed over in an unending stream, forming a long wall. However, they couldn't stop Yi Fan. Flesh and blood flew everywhere in front of him. He used corpses to build a path in the sky, and many corpses of the ancient race collapsed under his feet. Is he really going to kill the celestial prince? Someone among the spectators asked. He might really succeed, but there will most likely be a huge storm. It's best for us to hide far away. Another person said with a trembling voice, "Fighting against me will bring you boundless disaster. Not to mention that you can't kill me. Even if you succeed, there might not be anyone in the human race who will praise you." The celestial prince gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. His gaze was terrifying as he raised it high up. "I've already made up my mind. Today, I will definitely kill you. So what if the entire world becomes my enemy? I will sweep through the 9 heavens and carve out a path for myself." Yi Fan roared, shaking the ancient race experts in front of him until they trembled. Many of them directly exploded, turning into lumps of bloody mist. Chapter 1064. Bright red bloodstains, jade white bone fragments, and shattered weapons streaked through the air, and they drew out a horrifying scene. The battlefield had always been cruel. Bloodstained heads flew up one after another. The unwillingness and despair in their eyes couldn't be described with words. Lives were lost one after another. Human lives were cheaper than grass, and the path of blood and bones was best illustrated on the battlefield. This was a great era rarely seen since the ancient times. Tens of thousands of races came out at the same time, shaking the heaven and earth. The rise of any race or person could not be calm. From the start of the battle until now, even Yi Fan was injured. The lack of golden blood energy didn't mean that he wasn't fighting with his life on the line. He did everything he could and used all kinds of wondrous techniques to transform them into Dao marks. Along the way, blood and bones flew everywhere. At this point, the field's eyes were already red. He was bathed in a rain of blood as he advanced. Yi Fan believed that there were definitely people who suspected that he had returned. Even if the 6 Dao reincarnation fist and all kinds of phenomena were secretly fused and didn't truly appear, they would still be able to see a thing or two. He didn't reveal his true body in order to avoid attracting more people from the ancient races. The battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range back then made him world-shaking, but it also made some ancient races hate him to the bone. Ong! Yi Fan's fist struck out, and the 8 divine generals exploded in large numbers. Evil energy engulfed everything as unwillingness and roars shook the heavens. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. His true body entered the stone core, which was equivalent to wearing a holy robe. It blocked the magical treasures and weapons that filled the sky. Everywhere he passed, mountains of corpses and bones fell continuously. Even so, Yi Fan had long since been injured. There were half-saints with terrifying attacks that pierced through the void and injured him. It was unknown how many people Yi Fan had killed. The battlefield was just this cruel. If one wanted to win in the end, their heart had to be as firm as steel. Without pity and sympathy, a single soft-hearted move would result in death. The heavenly prince was terrified. The person in front of him didn't fear death and rushed over like a demonic god. That kind of mountain-devouring aura almost suffocated him. All of you attack. Kill him. The heavenly prince shouted. The 8 divine generals were not afraid of death. 70 to 80% of them died in this battle, but the survivors were still charging forward, especially the half-saints who attacked with sacred weapons. 2 black arrows hovered in the air, protecting Yi Fan's head. He wielded the dark golden spear with both hands, sweeping away thousands of enemies. Deho's blood rained down and countless severed limbs fell. At this point, it was impossible for Yi Fan to retreat. Even though he was surrounded and heavily injured, he still charged forward. Finally, he encountered a powerful half-saint. This half-saint carried a strange shield and smashed it at him. Holy chi swirled around it, and it was even heavier than a mountain. Crack. Even though Yi Fan's blood energy wasn't as vigorous as before, he still stirred up. 2 torch-like beams of light shot out from his eyes. The spear in his hand stabbed forward with all its might, and with the fusion of his images, he released his most powerful attack. The ancient shield shattered. Ah! A loud cry resounded through the sky. The sharp tip of the spear pierced into his chest, and the half-saint's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were filled with despair. On the other side, the heavenly prince was also fighting with his life on the line. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, slaughtering in all directions. His iron rod broke the bones and tendons of the 8 divine generals. He pressed forward with large strides. Even though his body wasn't in a good state, he still had the pent-up anger in his heart. His aura was like a mountain, and the heavenly prince in the distance couldn't help but retreat. There's no more time. Yi Fan muttered to himself. There wasn't a single second to be wasted. GZ was using his life to block. He banished Huang Shudao, Huolin and the others into the boundless void. Those people could come back at any time and make his body explode. At this moment, Yi Fan's phenomenon appeared once again. Every single one of them was extremely blurry, but their power was extremely great, domineering to the extreme. Many of the 8 divine generals were killed until not even their corpses were left. They slaughtered out a vast expanse of heaven and earth, and a blank space appeared in front of them. Kill. Battle cries shook the sky. The army didn't fear death and rushed over. Rise! Yi Fan shouted loudly. His image activated, and the heavenly prince was flung out. He passed through the void, and was transported to the heavenly prince's side. Heavenly prince, what can you do to me? I've almost recovered after drinking the divine elixir. Watch how I kill you this time. The heavenly prince was also ruthless. This was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't help but go crazy. Clang! The snow-white undying heaven blade and the jet-black cudgel clashed against each other. The sound of metal reverberated in all directions, almost causing the souls of many spectators to leave their bodies. The 2 ancient princes had begun their peerless battle for supremacy. Yi Fan activated his image and used the travel formula. He was fast to the extreme, and even time seemed to have stopped. He tore through the void and rapidly closed in. However, at this time, the 8 divine generals were everywhere. Several half-saints were doing their utmost to obstruct him. Although the travel formula could travel to every corner of the world with extreme speed, there were just too many people. No matter where he appeared, it would be a battle. Several half-saints threw caution to the wind and wrapped their spirits around his body. This was a battle technique that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. Boom. In the distance, the void collapsed as Huang Shudao escaped. He turned into an immortal phoenix and shattered the dome of heaven. Ji Zifen's face was flushed red, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained serious injuries. Finally, someone had escaped from his secret technique world. At the same time, the other two worlds shattered. The Fire Qilin and Hualin also rushed out one after another, killing their way out of the swamp. Haha! The Heavenly Prince laughed coldly with surging killing intent. At this moment he was full of confidence as he shouted, "Nothing can be changed. You guys are powerless and will all die here." Ji Zifen's figure became unsteady. He coughed out blood and retreated. Even more people broke free. Huang Shudao and the other two ancient princes chased after Yi Fan. "Heavenly Prince, today, I will cut off your head first, and then I will sacrifice them to the heavens. Not a single one of you will be able to leave alive." The Heavenly Prince revealed a cruel smile. The snow-white heaven blade slashed out horizontally and vertically, splitting the heaven and earth into dozens of halves. The universe collapsed, and the blade radiance was matchless. The Heavenly Prince was full of confidence, and he displayed all of his true strength. It actually became incomparably terrifying. Honglonglong. Wang Tung drove the golden ancient war chariot through the sky. The golden sword in his hand slashed at Yi Fan, and the dazzling sword radiance illuminated eternity. Dang! Yi Fan turned around and shattered the sword radiance with a single spear strike. The dark golden spear swept through the heaven and earth, drawing out an immortal divine radiance. Wang Tung spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body swayed and almost fell off the golden ancient war chariot. He hurriedly retreated several hundred zhang away. Chi! A streak of snake-like radiance shot over, stabbing towards the back of Yi Fan's head. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, the power terrifying. He moved to the side, his attack missing. That human expert of unknown identity disappeared with a flash, disappearing into the distance. Kill! Huang Shudao, the Fire Qilin and Hualin took action and wanted to tangle with him again. Meanwhile, Ji Zifen spat out a large mouthful of blood and chased after them, but he couldn't stop the three of them at once. Ah! The Heavenly Prince's gaze became even more intimidating. He laughed coldly and swept his eyes over everyone. He knew that victory was in sight. Break! Yi Fan shouted and channeled the movement character with all his might, displaying it to the extreme. Boundless Tao patterns extended out from beneath his feet and interweaved with the Heavenly Prince's location. Swish! The two of them turned into two beams of light and vanished from the battlefield. Yi Fan staked his entire cultivation to display this secret art to the limit. Not only did he almost turn into light, but he also brought the Heavenly Prince along with him. Not good. Many ancient race members cried out. Yi Fan and the Heavenly Prince appeared in the sky dozens of miles away at the same time, and engaged in an intense battle. Yi Fan's essence, energy, and spirit rose to the extreme as he fought until his blood was boiling. The Heavenly Prince roared and waved the undying heaven blade. Snow-white light rushed into the 9 heavens, but he was forced to retreat again and again. He was actually being suppressed. Yi Fan attacked with all his might. One spear slashed open the Heavenly Prince's scalp. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Prince's saint weapon protecting him, his head would have been split open. Yi Fan held back his anger, and his speed grew faster and faster. After activating the line's secret art, his body almost turned into a beam of light, and the Heavenly Prince's joints creaked continuously. He coughed up blood and was knocked to the ground several times. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Prince was simply too pitiful today. He was beaten up by 3 sons, each stronger than the last. Kill. A distance of dozens of miles was nothing at all. The army of the 8 generals rushed over like a flood. Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others were even faster, and arrived in the blink of an eye. To True Virtue City. Yi Fan secretly transmitted a message to the Heavenly Prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor because he had a premonition that a saint was about to arrive. At this moment, Yi Fan's control of the movement character had reached the acme of perfection. The Tao patterns beneath his feet interweaved with a brilliant light. At this moment, this secret technique had advanced to a miraculous state. Yi Fan took out a formation platform and used the movement character to emit an inconceivable light. The Heavenly Prince entered the realm gate with the movement character and disappeared from the battlefield. What? This is bad. Everyone from the ancient race panicked. No matter how many of the 8 generals and half-saints there were, they couldn't reverse the situation. How could they fight? The enemy carried the Heavenly Prince away. Only heaven knew where they were going. At the same time, the Heavenly Prince GZ and the Black Emperor all opened the realm gate and disappeared from this world. Boom. Almost at the same time, an ancient saint's might burst out and shattered the heaven and earth. However, it couldn't change anything. Yi Fan already knew during the great battle that with such a great event happening, it would most likely attract some great figures. At the crucial moment, they might take action to stop them, making all their efforts go to waste. But now, even saints might not be able to find them immediately by crossing the void. If it was another battlefield, they could effectively kill the Heavenly Prince. During this process, the two of them were engaged in an intense battle. They fought to the death in the dark void and almost broke through the spatial passageway. Yi Fan activated his avatar, stabilizing everything, covering him within. A great battle of life and death. The Heavenly Prince's reputation as the #1 bloodline in the world wasn't undeserved. He shot out all kinds of light to block the attacks of the phenomenon, and almost escaped into the boundless void several times. In the end, light flashed and they reappeared in the real world. They were now in a mountain range outside of True Paragon City. Heavenly Prince, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Yi Fan put away his dark golden spear and used the 6-path reincarnation fist. Golden blood energy filled the sky and drowned everything in front of him. It really is you. The Heavenly Prince was shocked and furious. He fought with all his might, but he was already afraid from the bottom of his heart. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Amidst the surging golden battle chi, the Heavenly Prince's arms were almost broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. You can stay here for me. The Heavenly Prince appeared and took a step out of the realm gate. He just happened to see the Heavenly Prince being sent flying and smashed down with his iron rod. Bang! The Heavenly Prince cried out miserably. He was almost cut in half at the waist, and his entire body was spasming. Another space gate opened, and GZ walked out. Without saying anything, he struck out with the great monument smashing hand, breaking many of the Heaven Prince's ribs. Then he was forced back by the shockwave. The Heavenly Prince screamed miserably. His whole body was covered in divine blood. Ever since he came into being, he had been the ruler of the Eastern Wasteland, and looked down on the world. Who dared to fight against him? But today he was in such a miserable state. He was trampled on by 3 great experts, and was almost about to explode. Boom! Yi Fan didn't hide it at all. Golden blood energy surged as he swung his right leg, and kicked the Heavenly Prince hundreds of meters away. Many of his bones were broken. In the next quarter of an hour, the Black Emperor, Yi Tong, and the others rushed out of the realm gate. After seeing this scene, they all let out loud cries and rubbed their palms. Yi Fan, the Heavenly Prince, and GZ surrounded the Heavenly Prince and beat him up. Every time, divine blood would splatter and miserable cries would be heard. Chapter 1065. Beating up the Heavenly Prince. If this was in the past, no one would believe this, but today, it really happened. Yi Fan, GZ, and Sacred Prince surrounded him in a 3-pronged formation, continuously dealing heavy blows. Pung! The black iron rod in the Sacred Prince's hand rushed out like a black dragon, sending the Heavenly Prince flying. His back almost broke, and he let out a pained groan as he flew out. Dong! Yi Fan brandished his golden fist, and heavily struck the Heavenly Prince's body, sending him flying again. He spat out large mouthfuls of 5-colored divine blood. GZ was also very direct. With a raise of his hand, a void divine steel appeared and suppressed downwards, almost beating the Heavenly Prince into a pile of mush. Blood splashed everywhere. With the 3 imperial princes attacking, even the son of a god couldn't endure it. He was beaten up miserably, and many of his bones were fractured. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a terrible state. Well beaten. This dog prince even killed the commoners, cleansing an entire city of mortals in blood. How cold is his blood? Even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for his crimes. Li Heishui said. Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others all surrounded him. All of them were incomparably excited, and their eyes shone with green light. They didn't expect to be able to capture the heavenly prince alive. They were all eager to personally beat him up. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold, and his entire body was spasming. He was almost crippled by Yi Fan and the sacred prince. Many of his bones were broken, and he couldn't retaliate at all. It's fine that you chased after us back then, but now, you're even more unbridled. You killed many human sect leaders and even commoners. You really don't have any humanity. Dongfang Yi had the barbarian race's battle physique. His palm was like a millstone, and when he swung it, the air currents would explode. The heavenly prince coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. On the side, Li Tian also punched out, striking the heavenly prince's chin. A string of divine blood splashed out, and he flew several meters away. Dog Prince, do you think you're a god who can look down on the world and kill whoever you want? You're not qualified. Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others surrounded him, punching and kicking him as they beat him up. The Black Emperor was unhappy, and said, "What dog prince, it's just an egg yolk. Don't give him that title. Whoever speaks nonsense, this emperor will be angry with him." A group of people attacked. It was a pity that the heavenly prince had dominated the world for so many years, but in the end he had become a punching bag, surrounded and beaten by a group of people. Dog Prince, this is what you get for being arrogant. You even dare to massacre a city. Longma came over and kicked out with his leg, almost shattering the prince's skull. I already said, don't say that name for him. The Black Emperor slapped out with his claw. Of course, he wasn't hitting the crowd, but the heavenly prince. At that time, he was sent tumbling a dozen times. Even you have such a day? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped on him. Despicable humans. The heavenly prince's eyes were filled with coldness. You're still so stubborn. I'll skin you alive. Longma raised his bull-sized hoof and directly pressed it on his face. The handsome and flawless heavenly prince, who could be said to be the most beautiful man in the world, had a bloody nose and swollen face, swollen like a pig's head. If I die, none of you will be able to live. The heavenly prince was very calm, his eyes flashing with a ruthless light. You think we don't dare to kill you? Yi Fan laughed loudly and kicked out, sending him flying like a ball. On the other side, the sacred prince had been waiting for a long time. He raised the black iron rod high up and swung it horizontally, striking the heavenly prince's body. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. In that instant, more than 100 bones in his body were broken, and he was dripping with blood. He was smashed to the ground by the rod, unable to move at all. What kind of ability is this to fight me as a group? Do you really think that you're an imperial prince and can fight me alone? I can kill all of you. The heavenly prince's words were cold and his face was cold. He didn't want to admit defeat at all. You don't have the right to say such words, the sacred prince said. First, you were almost killed by the sacred prince. Then, you were almost killed by GZ. Finally, you were almost beaten to death by Yi Fan. What right do you have to say such words? Li Tian said. You brought the 8 generals here and asked Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin to attack my master and the sacred prince. You still have the nerve to say such words? From start to finish, you were the one who didn't dare. Yi Tong said. You didn't even have the 8 generals and the ancient princes behind you, and now you want to talk about fighting alone? How laughable. Even the good-natured Yan Ishi couldn't help but sneer. In order to avoid trouble, we should kill him as soon as possible. Who knows, there might be an ancestral king chasing after us, the Black Emperor said. That's right. Yi Fan nodded and directly punched out with his golden fist. The heavenly prince was sent flying for hundreds of meters, drenched in blood. However, he didn't turn into meat paste. Even though his bones were broken inch by inch, his body didn't fall apart. Moreover, his joints were cracking as he quickly continued upwards. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and sighed inwardly. as expected of the descendant of a deity revered by all races. Possessing the world's #1 bloodline physique wasn't an undeserved reputation. In the present world, there were too few people who could resist Yi Fan's fists with their physical bodies. The Heavenly Prince endured it, and was able to recover immediately. It was excessively terrifying. The power of this dog prince's bloodline is truly too powerful. Look, his entire body is shining and the sonorous voice of the great Tao is ringing. Even such heavy injuries are about to recover. Dongfang Yi sighed. Hong! The sacred prince took action. The black iron rod smashed down, once again breaking all of the heavenly prince's bones and rupturing his internal organs. However, his body still didn't scatter. Divine light shone in all directions as he quickly recovered once again. Everyone was astonished. Even though the heavenly prince was cold-blooded and cruel, and wasn't a good person, they couldn't help but admit that his bloodline's potential was boundless and rarely seen in this world. Unfortunately, he became a bean sprout in a greenhouse. Otherwise, his accomplishments wouldn't be comparable to his current state, Yi Fan said. Chang. He grabbed the undying heavenly blade over and brandished the snow-white long blade, hacking downwards. With a pu sound, bloody light flickered. Half of the heavenly prince's body was cut open. He released a miserable cry, his expression incomparably sinister. 5-colored divine blood flowed onto the ground. Pung. Something shocking happened. The two halves of his body quickly healed in almost an instant, becoming one again. 5-colored immortal light pervaded the air, and the sonorous voice of the great Tao sounded continuously. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. No matter how much they hated him, they had to admit that this fella's physique was rarely seen throughout the ages. It wasn't something normal people could compare to at all. This physique really is speechless. Even the Black Emperor sighed like this. Let out a bit of blood to compete with him, and see if you can suppress him in all aspects. Longma said to Yi Fan. The gossipy flames within him burned fiercely. You really are senseless. Yi Fan ignored him. He held the undying heavenly blade in his hand, and prepared to hack the heavenly prince apart. Sacred prince, you should let out a bit of blood to compete with him. Longma urged the monkey. There is no need. He doesn't have an invincible heart. Even if he has an immortal body, he will still lose. The sacred prince said. GZ said. Physique isn't everything. Before great Emperor Vicious achieved the Tao, he was nothing more than a mortal. However, in the end, he swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Pooh. Yi Fan's blade sliced open the heavenly prince's skull, making him release a roar of unwillingness. His primordial spirit wanted to rush out, but in the end, it was beaten back by the sacred prince's rod. This bastard has ancient divine scriptures on him. The undying heavenly emperor left behind too many good things for him. Dig them all out today, the Black Emperor said. Chi. The heavenly prince's skull returned to his skull. The two halves of his frontal bone healed once again. His entire body shone, recovering his flesh. He resisted with everything he had, wanting to kill everyone. Yi Fan and GZ took action together, scattering his cultivation. He couldn't retaliate, falling limply there again. Be careful, there are quite a few good things in his body. Don't break them, dig them out one by one. Longma said. Unfortunately, Duanda wasn't here. Otherwise, this grave robber master would definitely be interested in this human body's treasury. Pa. The Black Emperor's claw slapped out, producing a shield from the heavenly prince's sea of reincarnation. It released holy might, silvery white and shining, ancient and mysterious. This holy artifact is formidable. During the great battle, not even Yi Fan's black arrow was able to penetrate it. The Black Emperor could also be considered an expert. He produced another jade bottle in a short amount of time. He pulled out the stopper, and a sweet fragrance spread in all directions, making one want to ascend. This is the undying divine elixir. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, the sacred prince said. He drank a large mouthful, and then he handed it to GZ. The two of them both suffered great injuries, and now that the divine elixir entered their bodies overflowed with light, quickly recovering. An immortal treasure. The Black Emperor cried out in shock once more. He took out a jade pendant that radiated immortal light in all directions. This was a protective talisman refined by the supreme ancient sovereign. Possessing it was equivalent to having an additional life. It could be said to be a rare divine treasure. The heavenly prince's eyes were spewing fire. These people treated him like a treasure trove, continuously extracting divine treasures from his body. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't break free. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Jizi acted together, forcing his primordial spirit. Compared to these external treasures, the value of the ancient divine scripture left behind by the undying heavenly emperor was much higher. It was worth 10,000 ancient divine books. Even if I die, I won't let you guys obtain this scripture. The heavenly prince was ruthless. He would rather ignite his sea of consciousness than allow them to examine it. Yi Fan and the other two continued to exert pressure. The heavenly prince's immortal foundation was about to transform into a ball of light. His expression was incomparably malevolent. He wasn't willing to submit. Pay attention, don't let him self-destruct. Longma spoke extremely viciously. The majestic undying heavenly emperor, a deity revered by all races. There must be a true ancient divine weapon left in this world. But from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be in control of it. Where is it exactly? The Black Emperor spoke as he plundered. There was no need for him to say anything. Everyone knew that the heavenly prince didn't have an emperor weapon. If not, he would have taken it out long ago. The undying heavenly emperor's weapon is definitely incomparably terrifying. Is it buried in the dust of history? Or is it controlled by someone else? Yi Fan pressed. The heavenly prince gritted his teeth, wanting to burn his sea of consciousness. Boom. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying fluctuation appeared at the end of the horizon. An ancient holy might swept through the entire mountain range, causing everyone to tremble. Oh no. The expressions of everyone present changed. If I die, none of you can think about living. If you want to coexist, you have to release me. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold. His face was filled with callousness as the fear in his heart dissipated by more than half. Pooh. However, as soon as he relaxed, Yi Fan brandished the heavenly blade and hacked down. Divine blood splashed outwards. This time, not only did his body split in half, even his primordial spirit was cut open. Ah! He cried out miserably, feeling incomparably terrified. The archaic ancestral kings had arrived, and they would be able to save him soon. It would only take a moment. You all can't kill me, he said with a trembling voice, full of unwillingness and despair. Wang. The sacred prince brandished the large black iron rod, pressing down until the mountains trembled and the void trembled. With a pung sound, it smashed into his primordial spirit, causing his voice to come to a screeching halt. His divine sense became empty. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a hiss, spitting out a strand of Dao light divine flame. The heavenly prince's corpse and bloodstains were instantly turned into ashes, completely burned away. Nothing was left behind. You've pierced through the heavens, the Black Emperor said. Chapter 1066. The insufferably arrogant heavenly prince, who was known as the world's #1 bloodline physique, was now dead in both body and soul. Everyone could only sigh. What bloodline? What physique? Without a corresponding heart, in the end, one is still a weed. This was not the time to be in a daze. The vast and mighty saintly aura spread throughout the entire mountain range. The situation was extremely dangerous. Rumble. Another saintly aura surged from the city of True Paragon and transformed into a black sun. It illuminated the sky and blocked the path of the ancient race's saint. The Black Turtle Saint has made his move, Yi Fan said. The reason why he crossed over to this place to kill the heavenly prince was because he was afraid of an accident. With the Black Turtle Saint overseeing this place, he could block the ancient race's ancestor king at the crucial moment. Clang. The sacred prince received the undying heaven saber, and then used a secret technique to gather all the chi activity on his body. It was as if he was the only one who had faked it. There's no need to do this. The ancestor king of the 8 generals will not be reasonable. Yi Fan shook his head. If they are unreasonable, someone will talk to them slowly, the sacred prince said in a deep voice. All of you leave. Yi Fan turned around and said to Li Tian, Yitong, and the others. He told them to hide in the heavenly village and not come out. Master, come with us. Yitong's face was full of anxiety. He pulled the corner of his clothes. If he stayed, he would die for sure. Even if Yi Fan had world-defying talent, he could not fight against a saint. Where there's life, there's hope. Endure for 500 years and come back after becoming a saint. I'll kill these old turtles and wipe them all out. Longma said with an evil expression. The sky has already been pierced. Someone has to face it, right? Yi Fan sighed softly. No, leave quickly. We can't fight until we become saints. Let's enter the Purple Mountain and see who dares to enter. The Black Emperor said, staring at the distant holy light. Yi Fan shook his head. Since he had killed the Heavenly Prince, there would definitely be a huge wave. The 8 generals and the ancestor kings of the north would not be reasonable. The next step would most likely be a battle between the saints. I was the one who pierced through the sky, so let me face it. He had already made up his mind. Master. Yitong clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were red and filled with tears. She felt that Yi Fan was courting death. It's fine. I've already prepared a great gift for them. If they really dare to force me. Yi Fan's gaze was deep as he looked towards the end of the eternal horizon. For the sake of safety, let's leave this place first. The true unparalleled existence is about to arrive. The sacred prince said. All right. Yi Fan nodded. Under Yi Fan's irrefutable request, Yitong, Li Tian, and the others all left, hiding in Heaven Village. There was a killing saint overseeing this place, and it was incomparably secretive, so their safety could be guaranteed. The Black Emperor stayed behind. He was proficient in great Dao formation patterns, and if something unexpected happened, he could help him escape. Back then, he obtained the chessboard formation patterns from Undying Mountain. Even the life-restricted region couldn't stop him. Yi Fan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and the Black Emperor crossed into the North region. They entered the Divine City's heavenly jade stone square, and saw the Saint Wei Yi. They sat around the stove and brewed Dao comprehension tea. A sweet fragrance pervaded the air, and Dao splendor scattered out. It made one feel as if they were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. Yi Fan and the others left into the distance. However, the southern and central regions were in an uproar. The sky had been pierced through, and the outside world was in chaos. The Heavenly Prince had died. This news shook the world, making the entire eastern wastelands shake and tremble. The entire world was shocked, and they didn't dare to believe it. The 8 generals wept in grief. Their mourning clothes were covered in endless grief. The son of a deity had died. It was as if the sky had collapsed. How could it be like this? The only bloodline of a deity has died and we didn't protect him. We are sinners for all of history. The 8 great armies wept in grief. The clouds were gloomy, and hundreds of thousands of mountains collapsed. Within the 10,000 clans, many people sucked in a cold breath of air. They felt that this was inconceivable. It was truly earth-shattering. It happened too suddenly. The undying Heavenly Emperor, someone who ruled over the past and present, supreme within the 9 heavens 10 earths, unmatched from past until present. The only bloodline he left behind died just like that? Many people were stupefied. Blood Phoenix Mountain, Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and the other great ancient imperial clans were all stupefied. The Heavenly Prince led so many people south, yet he was killed. It was truly shocking. That day, the northern region trembled. On the main peaks outside the ancient palace, for ancient saints roared out. Their auras devoured the sun and moon. Their ancestral bodies tore through the heavens, heading south towards True Xian City. There must be an explanation. If the main culprit doesn't come out, there will be a bloodbath under the heavens. Their ruthless words shook the mountains and ravines, resounding through the great earth. Soon after, all cultivators heard of this, and it spread throughout the eastern wastelands. The Heavenly Prince was defeated and killed outside True Xian City. The entire world was shaken, and the consequences were even more terrifying than what they had imagined. The reactions of all sides were greatly different. A storm was brewing. The entire Great Wastelands became oppressive and incomparably gloomy. This was a difficult atmosphere, the calm before the storm. He actually died. The undying heavenly emperor has been unmatched since ancient times. He inherited his constitution and bloodline, so how could he be killed by someone? Many ancient races didn't believe this. The son of a deity is nothing more than this. In the end, wasn't he still killed by someone, tarnishing the illustrious reputation of his father's generation? What a powerful human. He first fought a great battle against Huang Shudao and Hualin, and then he killed the heavenly prince. Even the ancient emperor's son has an enemy. Now all races coexisted in this world. There were some that were friendly towards the human race, some that were neutral, and some that were hostile. Their reactions towards this matter were naturally completely different. This is a matchless hero, actually able to resist the ancient emperor's own son, and in the end, he even killed the heavenly prince. It truly is stunning. However, he provoked such a great disaster, basically piercing through the heavens. How will this end? There were some who vaguely guessed that the human race's divine body might have returned, but no one said it out loud. The entire world was shocked, the entire world shaken. There wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't paying close attention to this matter. The effects of this matter were too great. The heavenly prince's identity was too special. Several archaic ancestral kings headed south, their anger surging through the 9 heavens, threatening to massacre the entire world and flatten the southern region. The heavenly prince was killed by me. While the undercurrents were surging and the winds and clouds were surging, the sacred prince stood out in the northern region, announcing to the world that he was going to shoulder everything himself. However, everyone knew that the heavenly prince's defeat was greatly related to that human expert. He was the one who brought him away and killed him outside True Xian City. Sacred prince, you have to die. The 8 divine generals roared angrily, their voices almost making the central region explode. The waters of the 4 seas drowned out the blue skies. Since you stood out and admitted it, then you should apologize with your death. An ancestral king roared. He directly headed north to kill the sacred prince. There is no need for you to come. I will go to True Xian City myself. On this day, a golden battle saint ape covered in sparkling fur roared angrily towards the sky, and then instantly disappeared. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor left the God City. They didn't want to be blocked here by that ancient saint, so they headed south. Black Emperor, the formation platform is fine, right? Don't be intercepted by a saint halfway. Even the undying mountain couldn't stop the chessboard formation platform, and they still came out. They want to cut off my path of life. Humph, humph, humph. The large black dog sneered arrogantly. Slow down a bit. When the bell of Mount Meru sounds, we will continue on our way, the sacred prince said. At this moment, the eastern wasteland was in an uproar, and the sky was about to be turned upside down. The ancestral king of the 8 divine generals announced that he wanted to kill the sacred prince. He wanted to completely tear apart the sky. If the heavenly prince died, it could be said that he had pierced through the sky, but if the sacred prince died, it might be even more serious. This was a poor prince who didn't have any protectors. Normally, no one cared about him, but if a saint-level figure really killed him, there would probably be people who would go berserk and burn the entire eastern wasteland with their blood, overturning heaven and earth. Let alone the humans, even the ancient race felt their hair stand on end. An ancient saint headed to the north region to kill the sacred prince. If he succeeded, it would mean that a gargantuan wave was about to rise. Dang, on this day, the long sound of the bell resounded throughout Mount Meru. Vast and mighty for who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire great thunderclap temple emitted brilliant light, and the light of Buddha illuminated everything. All living beings in all directions kowtowed, and all illnesses were cured. The bell has finally sounded. The sacred prince received the news, and his mind was in a daze. The great gift you prepared is useless. Quickly put it away, or else it will make people's hair stand on end. The Black Emperor said to Yi Fan, and let out a long sigh. In the depths of the mountain range outside True Paragon City, there were figures everywhere. There were cultivators everywhere, and all races had come. Such a major event had happened today, and it could be said that the sky had been pierced through. There wasn't a single race that didn't pay attention, and all those who came were great experts. The situation was extremely grim. A violent storm was about to arrive, And this was the short period of peace before the collapse of the heavens. As for what would happen next, no one knew. What? The sacred prince came, and so did that mysterious human expert. They really dared to appear? Hua. The central region was in an uproar. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and the clamor reached the heavens. They never thought that Yi Fan and the others would truly dare to come here. The great wastelands where true Paragon City was located was a boiling cauldron of voices. All clans were shocked, and they vaguely felt that this matter was extremely complicated. It definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. I fear that it involves the grudges between the great giants of the archaic era. A few ancient race mountain lords were extremely sensitive. The sacred prince, GZ, and the others arrived together, appearing outside true Paragon City. Their expressions were calm without the slightest fluctuation. You really dared to appear? A terrifying voice sounded, streaking through the heavens. The entire heavens exploded, and chaotic energy became hazy. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Everyone trembled. No matter how far they hid, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow in worship. This was the true divine might that transcended the scope of human. Why wouldn't I dare? A true man should have a clear conscience when walking in this world. Where in this world can't I go? The sacred prince raised his head. His body seemed to be cast from divine gold, and he was still fearless. He stood there with a large iron rod in hand. You killed the only son of a deity and are a sinner that will last through the ages. Even if you die 10,000 times, it still wouldn't be enough to atone for your crimes. It was just a single voice, yet it made the void collapse and the heavens explode. The world became silent, and all living things trembled. The sacred prince laughed towards the sky and said, "Nothing more than a useless heavenly prince. His skills were inferior, and he was killed here. What is the point of talking so much?" A dignified voice shouted, "Impudent. He is the son of a deity, respected by all clans. You are his people, so you need to kowtow. Hurry and kneel down to beg for forgiveness." Bullshit, son of a deity, nothing more than this. He wasn't even my opponent in a one-on-one battle. Didn't I kill him in the end? The sacred prince didn't yield at all and loudly berated the ancient king. In the distance, no one even dared to breathe loudly. The great ancient races were all like this as they nervously watched everything. A thing that doesn't know the difference between life and death, daring to blaspheme a deity. If I don't kill you today, the heavens won't tolerate it. A large hand reached down from the depths of the heavens. With a honglong sound, all living things were destroyed. Primal chaos surged as if it was going to destroy the world. It directly slapped towards the sacred prince, wanting to turn him into mincemeat. He really dared to take action? Everyone's scalps went numb, and even the various archaic royal races were horrified. There were ancient race leaders who sharply came to the conclusion that today's matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Chapter 1067. Within the boundless heaven region, a large green hand reached down from the 9 heavens, slapping towards the sacred prince. Chaotic energy curled up and immortal light shot out in all directions. It's over, the eastern wastelands will face a great calamity. If the sacred prince dies, the world will be overturned. Not to mention the humans, even the archaic race's mountain lords were alarmed. It was as if they could see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A great calamity was about to descend. The saints surpassed the human category and far surpassed the power of mortals. They could not be challenged. As soon as the large green hand appeared, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. Large amounts of mountain ranges in the great wastelands were turned into powder. If the tragedy really plays out, the ancient races will definitely fall into chaos. What should we do? Even a mountain lord from the archaic race frowned. Clang! A clear sound rang out. A streak of dazzling green light swept through the large hand, directly piercing through it. Drops of blood scattered out, destroying the void. The ancient race saint released a muffled groan. The large green hand spasmed and quickly retreated, once again returning to the heavens. Fortunately, the tragedy didn't happen. The fact that the sacred prince didn't die made many ancient races sigh in relief. Even the races that were hostile towards the human race felt this way. They were worried that the terrifying existence of the western desert would go crazy. Who dares stop me? An angry roar sounded from the heavens. I saved your life, yet you didn't thank me. You don't know what's good for you? At the end of the horizon, a powerful archaic ancestor king appeared. There was no need to doubt his identity, because just standing there made others feel unbearable. He wore greenish golden battle clothes and a jade gold helmet. His entire body was sparkling, and the void around him distorted. Great Tao traces formed tens of thousands of mountains, creating a majestic atmosphere. Even just standing there made people shiver in fear. His blood energy could definitely sweep through heaven and earth. It was boundless and had the power to devour mountains and rivers. You're trying to force your way out. Which race are you from? A cold voice sounded from the heavens. I'm just a rogue cultivator. I can't compare to you 8 divine generals. I just don't like this kind of thing. The golden-armored ancestor said. He killed the son of a god. If he isn't killed, the heavens won't tolerate it. Do you want to protect him? A cold voice rumbled from the heavens. Maybe I'm just being nosy. The golden-armored ancestral king sighed as he sensed something. The sacred prince said, What do you mean killed him? I killed him in a fair battle. Who can you blame for being useless? Don't you just want revenge? Why are you saying so much? Impudent. You're disrespectful to the gods. You've killed a divine child. Kneel down and apologize. A short shout sounded out in the sky, causing the mountains to rumble and collapse. Rubble pierced through the clouds, and smoke and dust covered the sun, causing all the spectators to be terrified. Buzz. A great wave of pressure descended, crushing down on the sacred prince, Yi Fan, and the others, wanting them to kneel in front of everyone and lose face in front of the myriad races. This was the power of a saint, boundlessly heavy, as if a stellar domain was crushing down. I never thought that I would actually be embroiled in such a dispute. However, with me here, I will not allow you to insult the sacred prince. The ancestral king who wore a jade gold battle robe shouted. Boom. With a flick of his fingers, 5 green scars swept across the sky like azure dragons, sweeping away all the holy power and blocking the pressure of the ancestral king in the sky. Many thanks for Senior's assistance. The sacred prince solemnly bowed to express his gratitude. There's no need to be like this. Back then, the sacred emperor ruled over the supreme ancient immortal realms and swept through the 9 heavens. All of us revered him. Now that his son is in trouble, how can we ignore him? Moreover, even if I didn't take action, there would still be others who would. Clearly, although the emperor of fighting had already passed away, he still had a group of loyal followers. It was just that they normally wouldn't show themselves. Do you know that by becoming enemies with us, you have already stepped onto a path of no return? This time, no matter who comes, it's useless. The sky trembled. A total of 5 terrifying figures descended, all of them surrounded by divine halos. As soon as they appeared, all living things collapsed. There was no longer any signs of life in the great wilderness. Every single one of them was submerged in holy light. Their figures were hazy, and all of them were as powerful as divinities. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain their true bodies, causing the void to distort unceasingly. These were the archaic ancestral kings. They had already become saints for many years and normally wouldn't show themselves. But once they appeared, just the aura they emitted would cause people to convulse and kneel on the ground. Without reaching this realm, one would never know how terrifying they were. They looked down on all living things as if they were facing ants. The ancestral king who was clad in golden battle clothes was only one person after all. He couldn't contend against them. His body swayed, and he almost coughed out blood as he retreated. Suddenly, another wave of boundless divine might appeared, instantly blocking the 5 great ancestral kings. Following that, an auspicious cloud descended, and several old Taoists walked over. I was wondering who it was. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge have arrived. Are you all really going to interfere in this matter? The ancestral kings of the 8 divine generals coldly faced each other. Naturally, an old Taoist calmly replied. He wore a pure gold crown on his head, and an ancient Taoist robe on his body. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge actually took action. Why do I feel like something isn't right? Is there something going on here? A few ancient races were bewildered. The divine Silkworm Ridge was an extremely great power among the ancient races. All races revered them. How many people dared to provoke them? They were a great imperial race of the archaic era, and a true ancient emperor had appeared before. From a certain perspective, the 8 divine generals' statuses were also extremely high. Their ancestors were a group of divine generals who had followed the undying heavenly emperor. Their accomplishments were world-shaking, sweeping through everything before them. However, the undying heavenly emperor had passed away too long ago. Ancient imperial weapons still couldn't be seen. Meanwhile, the divine Silkworm Ridge was like the midday sun, with emperor-grade battle clothes left behind. Your divine Silkworm Ridge shouldn't be so overbearing. This monkey killed the son of a deity, so he should pay with his life. What right do you all have to stop us? A saint-level ancient king from the 8 divine generals' side spoke coldly. The great era has appeared, and 100 barges are vying for the current. 10,000 races are competing, and corpses are everywhere on the path. The death of an ancient emperor's son is unavoidable. The heavenly prince's skill was inferior, and he was killed on the spot. No one else can be blamed for this. An old Taoist from the divine Silkworm Ridge said. He is the only son of a deity, so how can he die for no reason? Don't think that your divine Silkworm Ridge is the ruler of the world, that no one can match you. An ancient king from the 8 divine generals sneered continuously. So what if he is the undying heavenly emperor's son? He was killed in a fair battle, so do you want him to pay with his life? What kind of logic is this? An old Taoist spoke. No matter what, the heavenly prince is going to die today. No one can save him. An ancient king roared loudly. Holy light surged, engulfing the mountains and rivers. How majestic! A cold laughter that sounded like a silver bell rang out. 9-colored auspicious clouds drifted over in the sky as a peerless beauty appeared and descended. She looked to be no older than 18 or 19. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite, and her aura was ethereal. Her long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and she seemed otherworldly. Princess Divine Silkworm had arrived. On her shoulder, there was a palm-sized divine silkworm. Now, it had transformed into a snow-white little tiger. Its large eyes were filled with spirit, and it looked charmingly naive. Princess Divine Silkworm. Everyone retreated in shock, all of them horrified. The spectators in the distance felt their hair stand on end. The mountain lords of the various ancient races all felt their hearts pounding. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. This heaven-chosen princess was peerless in her generation, and had always been domineering. She had once fought her way through the entire supreme ancient immortal realms, and it was hard for her to find many opponents. She was truly a wondrous woman. Princess Divine Silkworm, do you want to use your power to suppress us? One of the 8 divine generals said coldly. Ugly faces scram. Princess Divine Silkworm was incomparably sharp and merciless as she rebuked the few ancient kings. With this shout, the sky collapsed and the earth shook violently. Although she was a woman, her aura was so strong that it made people tremble. The ancient kings on the other side couldn't help but retreat. Princess Divine Silkworm, do you want to cause chaos among the 10,000 races? The son of a god can't die in vain. You can't suppress this matter. Another ancient king shouted. He's just a good-for-nothing heavenly prince. If he dies, then so be it. Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. You will pay the price for being unreasonable. An ancient king said coldly. Pa. Princess Divine Silkworm was simple and direct. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a clear finger mark appeared on this ancient king's face. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as his body flew out. Everyone was shocked. Princess Divine Silkworm had even slapped an ancient king. This made everyone dumbfounded. She was indeed as powerful as the rumors said, fearless of the world. I tried to reason with you, but you talked to me about the bloodline and power of a god. I used to slap you, but you said that I was unreasonable. What do you want me to do? Princess Divine Silkworm said with a magnetic voice. She used her slender jade-like fingers to caress the little white tiger on her shoulder. Be it the human race or the various ancient royal races, they were all shocked and didn't dare to say anything. They were all watching quietly. Today's matter was definitely not as simple as the grudge between the ancient princes. Do you really think that no one in the world can subdue you? This ancient king was shocked and furious as he touched the finger mark on his face. Princess Divine Silkworm sneered and said, "Do you think that the sacred prince is a pitiful slug? He is the son of Emperor Fighting, and his status is not inferior to the son of the ancient heavenly emperor. Insulting him is equivalent to insulting the old sacred emperor. All of you deserve to die. You will regret it. The son of a god can't die in vain. He must pay with blood and pay with his life." An ancient king said loudly, "Everyone, do you think that the undying heavenly emperor, who is respected by all races, can we just let it go like this?" An ancient king's voice cut through the sky and asked the experts of the various races. The son of a god can't die in vain. Behind him was the army of the 8 divine generals. They were naturally indignant and roared together, their voices shaking the world. I also want to ask the same question. Can the person who insults the sacred emperor live? Princess Divine Silkworm said. How can the emperor of fighting compare to the undying heavenly emperor? Among the 8 divine generals, someone muttered with endless hatred, I just finished speaking, and you already insulted the old sacred emperor. Do you really think that I'm just a decoration? Princess Divine Silkworm stretched out her jade-like hand and swept it forward. In an instant, blood splattered. In front of them, there was a series of screams. The army of the 8 divine generals exploded in rows. White bone fragments and various colors of blood splattered together, forming a death lament. You. Stop. The ancestral kings were shocked. In the distant sky, everyone was stunned. Princess Divine Silkworm was too fierce. With a light wave of her hand, she had wiped out the entire army of the 8 divine generals. From now on, she could only be called the 7 divine generals. Everyone didn't dare to breathe loudly. This proud goddess looked ethereal and beautiful, but when she killed people, she didn't even blink. She was so powerful that it made people tremble. Princess Divine Silkworm was calm and unruffled. She used her jade-like fingers to comb her beautiful hair and said, I'm just imitating you guys. Who's afraid of who when it comes to being domineering and domineering? Weren't the 8 divine generals domineering and domineering? She killed a group right in front of you. Princess Divine Silkworm used her actions to explain and respond. Princess Divine Silkworm, you're too arrogant. You have to know that the people who can suppress you in this world are still alive. A cold voice came from the heavens. A man with hair as white as snow descended. He looked to be in his 30s, but his eyes were deep and experienced. It was obvious that he was a terrifying ancient king. He's the Silver Moon Heavenly King, one of the most promising geniuses to become the great sage in the primordial era. He's similar to the 9 Phoenix King, the Qilin Heavenly King, and Princess Divine Silkworm. They've all been personally praised by the Emperor of Fighting. The various ancient tribes were in an uproar. Then they were horrified. Things were indeed getting out of hand. It was far more complicated than they had imagined. Princess Divine Silkworm suddenly looked up and laughed. Although her magnetic voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, everyone could hear the anger in it. Why are you pretending to be an ancient emperor? Great Sage, is your master here? Let him try to kill me again in this life. Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. Then, she waved at the sacred prince and took the black metal rod in his hand. She nailed it to the ground and said, This is his weapon. Everyone's bodies turned cold as they thought of a past event. During the last years of the primordial era, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, Princess Divine Silkworm had been nailed to death by a black divine spear. The Sacred War King fought angrily in the eastern wilderness and left for the western desert. In recent years, the Celestial Prince had led the 8 divine generals to hunt down the Sacred Prince. It seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was mixed with the feud between the primordial giants. Chapter 1068. The thick iron rod was inserted into a piece of bluestone. It didn't seem like it was made of black gold. It was firm and terrifying, carrying a dark red color as if it had been soaked in blood. This was an archaic, vicious weapon. Even though so many years had passed, it still made people's hearts tremble, and a chill ran down their spines. Back then, no one knew who killed the divine silkworm princess. That was a case without a clue. In the last years of the Archaic Era, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, the world was in chaos. Some extraordinary figures took action, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled. Back then, it was the Silver Moon Heavenly King's master who attacked the divine silkworm princess. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill in their hearts. The Silver Moon Heavenly King shocked the Archaic Era and was known as one of the existences most likely to become the Great Sage. He had walked very far on this path and might take that step in the near future. How profound was his master's cultivation? What realm had he reached? Just thinking about it made people's scalps go numb and chills run down their spines. The Silver Moon Heavenly King's master is the Great Sage Kuan-zhou. Someone said in a low voice with a trembling voice. It's actually him. The unparalleled Great Sage Kuan-zhou swept through the Archaic Era and reigned supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Apart from the Holy Emperor, who could suppress him? The Great Sage Kuan-zhou was a living god in the last years of the Archaic Era, and one of the most powerful existences. He was one of the giants and could overlook the entire ancient planet. His battle prowess was terrifying beyond measure. No one would have thought that it was this person who attacked the divine silkworm princess in the past. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to make any rash comments because it could easily lead to the extermination of a clan. Back then, after he finished refining a piece of divine metal, he threw it out from 100,000 miles away and nailed me to the front of the desolate holy temple. He looked down on the world. How awe-inspiring. Princess Divine Silkworm looked at the sky and calmly recounted the process of her death, throwing a divine spear from 100,000 miles away and nailing the powerful divine silkworm princess to death. Everyone's bodies went cold on the spot. What kind of concept was this? He was ridiculously powerful and somewhat unreal. She actually died like this. Too terrifying. Everyone spoke softly, all of them feeling fear from the bottom of their hearts. Great Sage Kuan-zhou's terror couldn't be measured with normal reasoning. He was incredibly powerful. The divine silkworm princess was a proud goddess of the primordial era. She was one of the few people who had the most hope of becoming the great sage. Yet she had been nailed to death with a raise of her hand. This secret was shocking. With the death of the Emperor of Fighting, the world was in chaos. This was something that everyone knew, but not everyone was clear about the grudges between the giants. Even if they had a vague understanding of it, it was difficult to know everything. In the past, the Emperor of Fighting ruled the world, and all races bowed to him. However, he is dead. Times have changed. Some rules will naturally have to change, Heavenly King Silvermoon said calmly. Unfortunately, Kuan-zhou hasn't proven his Tao and become an emperor. It's still too early for him to establish his own rules and order. He doesn't have the might and bearing of a ruler looking down on the world, so he can only eliminate those who oppose him. The divine silkworm princess's eyes erupted with unmatched elegance. She took a step forward with an imposing aura. Now everyone understood why the celestial prince dared to do this. After so many years of targeting the son of the Emperor of Fighting, he had nothing to fear. He actually had the great sage Kuan-zhou supporting him from behind. This matter was very terrifying. It involved the primordial era's grudge between supreme existences. The celestial prince did this most likely because the great sage Kuan-zhou was inciting him to test him. He wanted to see what realm the Western Desert's victorious Buddha had reached, and what kind of reaction he would have. From a certain perspective, this wasn't a contest between the ancient princes at all. From the beginning to the end, it was the confrontation between the unrivaled great sage Kuan-zhou. This was a preview of a storm that would engulf the entire ancient star. After so many years, only the heavens knew what realm the great sage Kuan-zhou had reached, and whether he had taken another step forward. Just thinking about it made people tremble in fear. It's a pity for the celestial prince. No matter how useless he was, he still had the world's #1 bloodline physique. Even if he couldn't prove his Tao, his achievements were limitless. He died just like that, the divine silkworm princess mocked. Princess Divine Silkworm, since you know that the great sage Kuan-zhou is still alive, you should be aware that you can't do whatever you want in this world. one of the 8 divine generals said. Slap. The divine silkworm princess didn't even blink. With a wave of her hand, a resounding slap landed on his face, shattering his jaw on the spot, and sending his body flying thousands of feet away. There was a deathly silence in the mountains and valleys. No one dared to say anything. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. This proud princess was too domineering. Whether it was in the past or now, she had never changed. This was an ancestral king of a generation. She hit him just like that, and it was an earth-shattering slap. Who would believe it if word got out? It was like a fantasy story. The ancestral king was furious, but he also felt a sense of powerlessness. He really wasn't a match for her. You, a mere descendant of the 8 divine generals, dare to point fingers at me time and time again. It would be fine if you were really a divine general, but unfortunately, you no longer have the spirit and battle prowess of your ancestors. The divine silkworm princess said mercilessly. Princess Divine Silkworm, you're too much. Be careful that you won't be able to rise again. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said as he took a step forward. The divine silkworm princess didn't pay attention to him. She directly swept her gaze across the 8 divine generals and said, Do you think that you can be so mighty just because you have the great sage Kuan-Zhou's support? Do you believe that I won't wipe out all 8 of your races by myself? Whether it was the human race or the various great kings of the primordial era, all of them were terrified. The way the divine silkworm princess did things was really straightforward. She suppressed them until they couldn't say anything and had no choice but to lower their heads. Silvermoon Heavenly King, you can't just watch the heavenly prince die in vain, right? One of the 8 divine generals said, feeling dissatisfied. The fall of the heavenly prince makes one sigh. He is the only bloodline of the gods, and his physique is unparalleled in the world. This is an immeasurable loss for all races, so he naturally can't die in vain. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said as he walked forward, staring intently at Yi Fan and the sacred prince. His gaze was like 2 sharp blades. Clang! The divine silkworm princess waved her hand and disintegrated his powerful aura without holding back. She blocked the way and said with a cold smile, You really are like your master. How mighty, putting on the demeanor of a peerless expert in front of juniors who haven't become saints. One day, when the sacred prince reaches this height, how much courage will you have to face him? Princess Divine Silkworm, I don't want to say any more nonsense. I just want to say one thing. The heavenly prince can't die in vain. You won't be able to suppress this storm. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said coldly. The divine silkworm princess's aura was intimidating, and she completely looked down on them. Her face was full of disdain as she said, You want to deal with the sacred prince? At the very least, kill the human cultivator beside him first, because I know that the heavenly prince should have died in his hands. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Fan and said, Kill this person first, and then we can sit down and talk. As for how to deal with the sacred prince, we can discuss it. That's right, kill that human cultivator first to sacrifice to the heavenly prince's heroic soul. We definitely can't let him go. Many of the 8 divine generals roared angrily. Ha ha. The divine silkworm princess laughed loudly, but it sounded a little cold no matter how one listened to it. She was like an empress who ruled over the world as she said, How laughable. I haven't even said anything, and you guys are already raising conditions. It can be said that, those who stand in front of me and look at me coldly, you should all think about it. You can't even protect yourselves. She wants to wipe out so many great enemies? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this genius woman to be so domineering. Was she going to kill everyone? You. How arrogant. Do you really think that you're the reincarnation of the divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? The ancient kings on the other side were indignant. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's expression was very cold as he stared at her and said, You might not even be able to protect the sacred prince. When the Emperor of Fighting looked down on the world, and looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where were you? Why didn't you dare to jump out? His only son used his own abilities to kill a good-for-nothing sacred prince, and all of you jumped out impatiently. How capable! The divine silkworm princess swept her gaze across everyone. No matter what, you can't change anything. Don't think that there's only one victorious fighting Buddha in this world. And there are other unparalleled experts among the myriad races. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said coldly. That's right, blood for blood. Those who kill will die. A radical among the 8 divine generals shouted. That's right. You guys have been used to running amok for so many years, chasing after the sacred prince. Today you guys should all die. Blood for blood. The divine silkworm princess said mercilessly as she slapped forward with one hand. The little white tiger on her shoulder that had transformed from a divine silkworm hurriedly covered its big black eyes. A bloody light exploded, and a large number of the 8 divine generals died. The Silvermoon Heavenly King hurriedly stopped her, and the few ancestral kings also used secret techniques to stop her attack. No one expected the battle to happen so suddenly. Although the divine silkworm princess looked ethereal and intelligent, her actions were decisive and cold. She charged over alone, and enveloped an ancestral king in a ball of holy light. She let out a light shout and unleashed a sure-kill attack. Ah! A mournful cry resounded through the sky. This primordial ancestral king struggled violently, but he couldn't escape. He was shattered alive, and his holy blood fell into the mountains. The mountains collapsed and the earth caved in, as if the end of the world had arrived. Chi! The Silvermoon Heavenly King turned into a ray of silver light, and headed straight for Yifan, and the sacred prince. He wanted to kill them all. Bang! However, the divine silkworm princess's speed was too fast. She appeared in front of him in almost an instant. She slapped out with her jade-like hand and pushed him back. She shouted, "The son of the sacred emperor." Yet someone still dared to kill him when he was in the right. Is he not comparable to a useless dead prince? I'll see who dares to touch the sacred prince and his friends. I'll kill all their clans. Divine Silkworm Princess, you've killed a saint-level ancient king. You must understand what you've done. Bear the consequences. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's eyes shot out an incomparably cold light. So what if I've killed him? What can you do to me? Not only that, but I'll also remove the 8 divine generals from their names forever, and make them history. Divine Silkworm Princess said domineeringly. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. This princess of the divine Silkworm Ridge was really terrifying. She wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals' clans in one go? It was enough to shock the entire ancient planet. A few ancestral kings among the 8 divine generals were shocked and furious. You've humiliated the emperor of fighting for so many years. I'll settle this debt together. None of you will survive. Even Kuan-jo won't be able to protect you. I've wanted to settle old scores with him for a long time. Divine Silkworm Princess shouted. Her light purple hair fluttered in the wind, and 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from her large, intelligent eyes. She took a step forward and attacked again. Impudent. The Silvermoon Heavenly King stopped her. I think you're the one who's impudent. Isn't it just a great sage Kuan-jo? After probing for so many years, get him out here. Divine Silkworm Princess reprimanded. Before my master makes a move, I'll take care of the sacred prince and that human cultivator first. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. The Silvermoon Heavenly King shouted and grabbed at Yifan and the sacred prince. Bang! Suddenly, a large golden hand slapped down from the sky, and the Silvermoon Heavenly King was sent flying. All the joints in his body crackled, and all the bones in his body broke. Although my elder brother passed away long ago, the sacred battling ape bloodline hasn't fallen to the point where anyone can bully us. Get Kuan-jo to come and see me. An old monkey with flickering golden fur and a domineering aura appeared on the scene. Chapter 1069. The Silvermoon Heavenly King was famous throughout the primeval age. He was an ancient saint who was respected by all races. His cultivation was profound, and he might be able to walk the path of the great sage with just a moment of enlightenment. But now, his bones were broken, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was almost turned into a meat patty. His silvery white hair was stained with blood. He had almost been killed by the palm. He stood up with difficulty. Holy light surrounded his body, and his joints cracked. It was very difficult to connect them. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to say anything. That was because the person standing in front of him was none other than the famous Sacred War King. His power shook the primeval age, and his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no problem for him to uproot dozens or even hundreds of races. Challenging him at this time would mean that he was tired of living and could easily take his life. The Silvermoon Heavenly King knew very well that no matter how outstanding he was, no matter how famous he was, they weren't on the same level at all. Apart from the few hegemons of the supreme ancient immortal realms, anyone else in front of this Heavenly King would have to bow down even if they were a dragon or a tiger. The Sacred War King is still the same. His style hasn't changed. He's still so domineering. How many years has it been? It's like a dream. The Sacred War King was an invincible peak, but he's still the same. I still remember his unparalleled style when he fought everywhere. All clans were alarmed, all of them shaken. Whether it was the royal races or the ancient royal races, all the race leaders were extremely shocked. After the primeval age, this was the first time they saw the Sacred War King in this world. Time makes one grow old. The Sacred War King was young and full of vigor. He looked down on the world, and his blood for battle swept through everything. But now he also has a trace of vicissitudes. His eyes and brows have a very heavy mark of time. Time is like water. It retreats in the blink of an eye. Although he has become the victorious Buddha, his style hasn't changed. Many people were very excited. In that era, the Sacred War King was definitely a legend. He was an invincible warrior in the hearts of many young ancient race members. They all looked up to his unreachable figure. So many years had passed, and the children of the past had all grown up. Many of the strong cultivators who had broken out of the seal in the source of God were even older now. Seeing the Sacred War King again, everyone was filled with endless emotions. This invincible figure, even though his cultivation was high and he kept extending his life, still looked a little old. Greetings, Sage King. The ancestral king in the golden green battle robe was extremely excited. He strode over and paid his respects. His body was even trembling from excitement. Back then, when you dominated the world, I was still a child. Even though he had become a saint and was respected by all races, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the great hero in his heart. Greetings, Sage King. In the distant mountains, 7 or 8 figures suddenly flew out. They were all the ancestral kings of a clan, and all of them had expressions of reverence on their faces. They were incredibly excited. They were the same as the ancestral king who was wearing the jade gold battle armor. They had worshipped this battle saint since they were young, and they were already outstanding enough. Now that they had become the leaders of their respective orthodoxies, their emotions had not changed. Back in the day, the Sacred War King was not afraid of anything. His personality was known to everyone. He had once swept through the world with his own strength and fought furiously in all directions, causing the world to tremble. All of you get up, Old Monkey said. The golden hair on his body was translucent and dazzling. He exuded a majestic aura even without being angry. He was like the reincarnation of a battle god. Just by standing there, everyone was trembling. In the distance, the faces of the 8 generals were all pale. None of them dared to say a word. Even the sage ancient kings didn't dare to breathe loudly. This was a kind of unparalleled might. How powerful was the Silvermoon Heavenly King? How arrogant was he just now? But now he could only stand at the side with his injured body and didn't dare to say a word. Sage King. Some of the ancient race members actually had tears rolling down their faces. It had been 1,000,000 years since they had parted ways. After escaping from the source of God and coming to this great world, this was the first time the Sacred War King had appeared before them. Uncle. Old Monkey also choked with sobs. He hadn't seen this uncle for the past few years. He knew that this relative of his didn't have much lifespan left. There was only one path in front of him, and that was to break through. Otherwise, he wouldn't be far from passing away. This was because the victorious fighting Buddha had awakened a step earlier than the other ancient race members. He had already escaped from the source of God 2,000 years ago. His current age was truly shocking. Yifan also had respect for this victorious fighting Buddha. Together with the sacred prince and GZ, they bowed to him. Only the Black Emperor didn't move and only nodded. The Sacred War King was a living legend. Back then, many people said that if he hadn't been born in the same era as his elder brother, he might have also proven his Tao. The influence of being born in the same era as the Black Emperor was extremely severe. Even though he was sealed in the source of God and hid in this era, there were still some traces of Tao on him. After all, they had been together for too long, and it was extremely difficult for him to prove his Tao. The Emperor of Fighting ruled over the ancient era. He was respected by the heavens and earth, and was revered by all races. And his younger brother was also so outstanding. He relied on himself to conquer the world and sweep through everything. He was naturally admired, and became a hero in the hearts of many ancient race members. All of you rise. The old monkey's eyes were sharp, and his voice was like the ringing of a golden bell. It was sonorous and powerful. He looked into the void and said, "So many years have passed. Some things should come to an end." Princess Divine Silkworm had a peaceful expression and tears in her eyes. Looking at the somewhat aged back, she no longer had a hint of dominance. There was actually a rare hint of gentleness and gentleness. The palm-sized white tiger on her shoulder that had transformed from the Divine Silkworm landed on the Sacred War King with a whoosh. It wasn't afraid at all, and pulled on his hair to show its existence. The old monkey slowly turned around, looked at Princess Divine Silkworm, and said, "No matter who comes today, I will seek justice." This was an oath and also a declaration. The Sacred War King was going to make a move, and end all the grudges of the ancient era. This made the blood of some of his followers surge. Their bodies trembled, and they were extremely excited. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't say anything and only nodded. She knew that the Sacred War King had been suppressing his anger, and wanted to fight for her. In the distance, all the races were trembling. Everyone knew that a huge storm was about to begin. No one would forget the chaos that had occurred after the Sacred Emperor had passed away. Princess Divine Silkworm had been pinned to death. The Sacred War King had howled in grief and fought in the eastern wilderness, but in the end he was unable to reverse the situation. When Princess Divine Silkworm died, he cried 3 times and left the western desert. "In this life, as long as I'm still alive, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your body." After saying this, the old monkey turned around. 2 beams of piercing light shot out from its eyes, and it was extremely imposing. Many ancient races were overwhelmed with emotions. They all looked at this figure that wasn't very majestic, and wanted to roar out loud. The Emperor of Fighting had passed away, but his influence was still huge. Many ancient races were willing to follow him. Perhaps the Sacred Prince didn't have that kind of power yet, but once the old monkey stood out, it would immediately shake the eastern wilderness. This kind of influence was incomparable. It was the result of its illustrious battle achievements in the past. It was completely a result of sweeping the world with an iron rod. The Sacred War Ape bloodline is sparse in numbers, but they have always stood tall. Any one of them can cause clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. It wasn't a fluke that they were able to rule the archaic era with just a few people. In the distance, an aged voice rang out, causing the heavens to rumble. The 4 seas surged, the sky rumbled, and the 100,000 mountains all resonated together. "Kuan-jo, come out!" Princess Divine Silkworm shouted. 2 beams of blazing light shot out from her eyes as she looked towards the horizon. The Divine Silkworm race has 9 transformations, and legend has it that they have 9 hidden lives. It seems like it's true. That spear back then was enough to take your life, but who would have thought that after the archaic era passed away, you would reappear in this world? An old man appeared. He wore an emperor crown on his head, and his gray hair was scattered. Even his eyes were gray, and his gaze was terrifying. It made all the great ancient kings tremble and want to kneel down. He wore a moon-white battle robe with divine gold fragments embedded in it, protecting the vital parts of his body. There was even a piece of black gold that protected the immortal platform between his brows. It was a true great emperor divine material, and it turned into a black sun that blocked there. His body was tall, and his eyes had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although he had endless blood energy, it was difficult to hide his old age. His lifespan definitely wasn't long, and he had walked very far on this lonely path. His descendants couldn't even look up to him. Kuan-jo. The golden-haired Buddha narrowed his eyes, and when his golden eyes opened and closed, there was a dazzling brilliance. The surroundings were quiet, and everyone was almost suffocating. The two great sages of the archaic era had reunited just like that. What happened next would definitely be earth-shattering. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated. The confrontation between the two existences that stood at the peak of the current world made him see wisps of the path of immortality. The golden blood in his body surged violently, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Sacred War King, after parting in the archaic era, you are still as graceful as before. Meeting again in this life, it truly makes one sigh with regret. Kuan-jo stood there, his gray hair fluttering in the wind. His gray eyes were as deep as two-star regions, and within them, there were scenes of the creation of the world and the birth of all living things. Master! Heavenly King Silvermoon bowed respectfully. Kuan-jo waved his hand, and a beam of immortal light flew out and entered his body. The bones that were difficult to reconnect, as well as the broken flesh, quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, his blood energy was replenished, and he recovered to his original state. Greetings, great sage Kuan-jo. Behind him, the 8 divine generals bowed together, and even the ancestral kings bowed down. They were all very serious, and their confidence was immediately boosted. Rise. Kuan-jo's words were very light, but they made it impossible for anyone to resist. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, and it was even difficult for them to raise their heads to look at his true body. This wasn't intentional. A peerless expert naturally stood here, and he had this kind of aura that reigned supreme in the world. All living beings had to bow down to him. Congratulations, you've taken another crucial half-step on this path. The talent of the sacred war ape lineage is indeed heaven-defying. Great sage Kuan-jo sighed. You're not bad either. The old monkey nodded. I still haven't forgotten the battle that year. Although you were heavily injured and fled to the western desert, you risked your life to kill that uncle of mine. Not long after the great chaos ended, he passed away in meditation, Kuan-jo said, his gray hair scattering in the wind. I thought that you would arrive together with him. I didn't think that he would die. What a pity, the victorious fighting Buddha said. Everyone felt their blood run cold when they heard this. Kuan-jo's lineage was definitely incomparably terrifying in the archaic era. A single lineage had 2 great sages, causing the entire ancient planet to tremble. Other than the sacred emperor's lineage, no one could compare. It was rumored that Kuan-jo's uncle was the most terrifying. He was once the strongest opponent of the Emperor of Fighting's life, and his name shocked the ages, surpassing all the ancient sages of the past. That uncle of his lived a second life. In the eyes of many, he surpassed the ancient emperors of the archaic era who hadn't proven their Tao. But in the end, it was still the sacred emperor who defied the heavens and succeeded in proving his Tao. After that battle, the cultivation of great sage Kuan-jo's uncle seemed to be. People wouldn't forget that he was a figure from the same era as the Emperor of Fighting. His divine bravery was unparalleled, and he had competed with the sacred emperor for many years on the path of proving his Tao. The reason why my father only lived a single life was related to that person, the sacred prince said with a hint of sadness. Yi Fan was shocked. He had heard of these things before. The Emperor of Fighting encountered a problem in his cultivation, and he almost died before proving his Tao. There were actually many hidden secrets. Chapter 1070. The Kuran-ian great sage had a clan uncle named Di Quebec. He was extremely talented and could show disdain for the past and present. He was even a level stronger than the ancient emperors of the same age, and his name shook the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. DK's talent was shocking and he became famous at a young age. He once challenged the experts of the 12 races in a single night, shocking the entire world. Unfortunately, a sacred battle ape appeared in that era. He also had immortal bones and divine muscles, and he was famous for his battle prowess. They became the 2 most resplendent sacred stars. It was enough for there to only be one such genius. It was naturally a tragedy for the 2 of them to live in the same era. As a result, many peak battles occurred, and these battles were recorded in the history of the primordial deities. In the primordial era, the myriad of races gathered together. The competition in such a great era was the cruelest. Wanting to prove one's Tao and become an emperor was truly harder than ascending to the heavens. One had to defeat the geniuses of the myriad races. The two of them swept through the primordial era, but in the end, it was inevitable that they could only fight to the death. From the Tao-severing realm, to the Saint King, and then to the Great Sage, it was unknown how many times they fought. Every battle could be said to be world-shaking. It could be said that in the eyes of the ancient races, they were lifelong rivals. The most legendary battle was the battle when the two of them became Saint Kings. Both of them were heavily injured and both of them were on the verge of death. DK struggled past the line of life and death. After that battle, his vitality suddenly increased and he lived a second life, doubling his lifespan. This was undoubtedly a sensational event that shocked the entire primordial era. The myriad races were in an uproar, and almost all of them thought that DK would win and become the next emperor of the primordial era. There were very few people who could live a second life without proving their Tao. However, it wasn't that there were no examples. DK and the white-robed divine King Jiang Taishi were among them. Back then, the various races thought that DK would definitely be able to laugh until the end because the sacred battle ape was heavily injured and consumed a large amount of his life force. However, in the final battle between the two of them in the Great Sage realm, everyone's predictions were wrong. The monkey's father was peerless and dazzled the primordial era. Although he narrowly escaped death, he won in the end and suppressed DK, becoming invincible under the heavens. Later on, DK was depressed his entire life, and his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest. He stopped at the barrier of the Great Sage, and no matter how time flowed by, he didn't take another step forward. The halo on the body of a world-shaking heavenly figure quickly dimmed, and it could no longer shine with fiery light. It came to a sad end. Although the monkey's father had suffered a setback, he continued to advance bravely on the path of vindication. He was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. It wasn't that the monkey's father didn't pay a price. In his lifetime of life and death battles with DK, his injuries had accumulated over time, and it had actually become a type of hidden injury of the great Tao. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but when he tried to break through to the extreme Tao Emperor realm, and carried out the final step of proving his Tao, a great disaster occurred. The hidden injuries of the great Tao flared up, and he almost died. The consequences of this were extremely serious. The first time he corroborated the Tao, he was almost sentenced to death. No one believed that he could succeed, because corroborating the Tao again would be many times more difficult. However, the monkey's father wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. When he was comprehending the Tao and corroborating the Tao, he encountered a mishap and was on the verge of death. He used the undying medicine, the peach of immortality, to survive. After he came out, he was full of vigor, breaking through to the extreme Tao Emperor realm again, succeeding in one go. It could be said that back then, everyone's eyeballs popped out. It was many times more difficult than the first time he corroborated the Tao, yet he made it through in one go, completely unharmed. His combat prowess reached a heaven-defying level. DK lived a second life. His talent was rarely seen since ancient times, and his immortal root was world-shaking, difficult to find in the world. However, he was defeated. Emperor of Fighting narrowly escaped death, experiencing all sorts of trials and tribulations, but in the end he won. He had never been defeated in his entire life, and his combat prowess was the greatest. He was honored as the sacred emperor. This was a tremendous honor, comparable to the ancient heavenly emperors. My father might have the shortest lifespan among the ancient emperors, but his cultivation is at the very front. The monkey said softly. Emperor of Fighting only lived for a little over 10,000 years. Compared to the other ancient emperors, he could be said to have died a heroic death. The first reason was because he used up the undying medicine, the peach of immortality. The second reason was because he was too powerful. He transformed into a war immortal in the mortal world, comprehending the Tao and cultivating too domineeringly, exhausting too much of his life essence. Emperor of Fighting defied the heavens, but in the end he failed at the last step, unable to transform into a war immortal. The effects of his death were great, changing the entire world ahead of time. The northern region's vitality disappeared, The land scarlet without end. Not a single blade of grass growing. Of course, even if the Emperor of Fighting didn't transform into a war immortal, the great Tao laws would still inevitably change, just that it was brought forward by many years. The great river flows east, the waves washing away all heroes. The ancient emperors contended for supremacy, but they all turned into dust. Kuan-Zhou said with a sigh. DK died. I still find it a bit hard to believe. The victorious fighting Buddha frowned. This was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred battle emperor. This was his lifelong rival. His brilliance illuminated the archaic era, overlooking the masses. He reversed 2 lives, creating a miracle. He was just a bit away from becoming a supreme being. It could be said that if he didn't live in the same era as the monkey's father, he would definitely have proven his Tao, and his battle prowess would be higher than his peers in ancient times. Even the Emperor of Fighting passed away, not to mention my uncle. It's normal for him to pass away, Kuan-Zhou said. He lived a second life, and his lifespan is longer than yours. The Sacred Battle King said. Everyone was also puzzled. DK's talent was too high, and he had reversed 2 lives. His life essence was boundless, and he could live for a very long time. He was indeed buried in dust a long time ago. Kuan-Zhou sighed. Back then, you were the one who asked him to make a move, right? Otherwise, he would have long stood aloof from worldly affairs. How could he have brought disaster to the world? The Sacred Battle King's golden eyes were as sharp as a blade. That's right. I was the one who asked him to make a move. Kuan-Zhou didn't deny it. Everyone was shocked, and then relieved. Thinking back to that period of time, some of the fog was blown away. The Emperor of Fighting rose in an unstoppable manner, and DK, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, met a tragic end. His lifelong opponent never crossed paths again. The monkey's father proved his Tao and became a sacred emperor. He didn't care about the grudges of the past at all. Even though he was invincible in the world, he didn't suppress the Emperor of Fighting's race. Your brother has the spirit to conquer mountains and rivers, so he naturally wouldn't find trouble with my uncle. He also doesn't have any desire for revenge. Kuan-Zhou said calmly, explaining the reason why DK made a move. I only told him that if he doesn't break the rules and walk out of his own unchanging world, he won't be able to prove his Tao even if he has the greatest talent in history. That's why he made a move. The victorious fighting Buddha asked calmly. That's right. To break the shackles of one's life is to do things that one doesn't want to do or can't do normally. His talent isn't inferior to the sacred emperor at all, so he understands this more than I do. Kuan-Zhou said. I knew it. With his temperament, how could he do something that goes against his heart? You really spent quite a bit of effort in order to persuade him, the old monkey said. His evaluation of DK was extremely high. After all, DK was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor of Fighting. In his entire life, he had only lost to his older brother. These were all ancient secrets. If they weren't told, the people of the world would never know about it. Even those at the extreme Tao Emperor realm had all kinds of helplessness. After learning about it, everyone could only sigh softly. DK made a move. Even though he was defeated by the Emperor of Fighting and his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest, he was still a terrifying great sage. Back then, the younger brother of someone as powerful as the Sacred Emperor was also heavily injured and on the verge of death after a battle. He cried out in grief and fled to the western desert. My uncle fought to a draw with you. When he returned, he was even more depressed and died not long after. Everyone was horrified. The victorious fighting Saint King actually managed to kill DK in a battle back then. This was definitely a terrifying event that shook the entire ancient era. It was something that could be recorded in the history of deities. 2 brothers from one clan, both able to compete with D Quebec. This is truly heaven-defying. All the ancient races were astonished. Who was DK? He should have proven his Tao and become an emperor. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be an extraordinary ancient emperor. Everything was because he was born at the wrong time. Who would have thought that the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wouldn't be weaker than his older brother? If it wasn't for this era, they might have been one clan with 2 emperors. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ancient races, after learning about these secrets, Their emotions surged. They found it hard to control their blood and couldn't calm down. There were only a few people in the victorious fighting Saint Ape bloodline, yet they became a great imperial clan in the ancient era. This wasn't some kind of luck at all. There was a great reason for this. Their bloodline could generally become a saint king with incomparable battle prowess. When the emperor of fighting was 5 or 6,000 years old, his father was still alive. It was precisely because of this that he had a younger brother. Back then, the Grand Sacred Emperor was a legendary figure who left behind many legends. Under such circumstances, the fire of gossip in Yi Fan's heart burned brightly. He couldn't help but ask the monkey, but the monkey stuttered and didn't want to say much. DK isn't here anymore. You dare to fight me alone? The Sacred Battle King said. His spirit, essence, and spirit rose rapidly, and his golden hair shone brightly. All the powerful beings of the various races retreated. Many people directly activated the teleportation platform. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If the Great Sage attacked, the central region might sink and disappear completely. Kuan Zhou's gray hair hung loosely behind him as his gray eyes blazed with a blazing light. He calmly spoke. My clan uncle was defeated by your elder brother, but I will get revenge. Today, I will suppress you and wipe away all the humiliation. My clan is born to be superior to your battle clan. The Sacred Battle King's body shone brightly, and his aura instantly became stronger. He said, the battle race is not afraid of challenges. Monkey, your life shall end today, Kuan Zhou said coldly. During the last years of the primordial era, you and others slaughtered everyone and established rules and regulations. Today you will end everything. The Sacred Battle King pointed to the sky and said, the battle outside the realm. All right, I will send you on your way. Kuan Zhou flashed and disappeared. His vast aura instantly disappeared. The Sacred Battle King also released a blazing light and disappeared from True Sage City, in the battlefield of the saints outside the outer sky. After so many years, someone finally entered the ancient battlefield outside the realm. New sacred blood was about to be shed. What should we do? We can't go and watch the battle. We can't get close at all. If we touch it, we will definitely die. Many people were regretful. Quick, activate the Array Formation's Dharma Eye and watch this battle. An ancient race powerful being said. Powerful beings with high attainments in Tao patterns could set up a Dharma Eye and transmit the situation of the battle outside the realm back to them. They could clearly see the battle situation. A few ancient kings quickly set it up, and a huge array formation appeared in the blink of an eye. It was about to reflect the battlefield outside the realm. It was silent outside the realm. Broken weapons and huge pieces of bones floated in outer space, exuding an ancient aura. This place had never changed. It was cold and desolate. Apart from the traces of the sacred battle, there was nothing else. At this moment, a small metal battleship let out a trembling sound. It turned into an eternal ray of celestial light, and rushed into the depths of the universe. This battle has nothing to do with me. I am only here for the path of immortalization. A divine will rippled into the distance. If Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi were here, they would definitely discover that it was the mysterious miniature metal battleship that they had seen before. Back then, the imprint on Yi Fan's body was also done by the mysterious person inside the ship. The Western Desert ancient Buddha had foreseen it when he transformed into the Tao and helped him destroy it. Kuan Zhou and the Sacred Battle King arrived at this battlefield. They looked at each other coldly. This was going to be a peerless battle. The two of them looked into the depths of the universe and didn't say anything. Monkey, there is another Tao brother who is coming today. He also wants to learn a thing or two from you, Kuan Zhou said. Celestial chi emanated from his body and celestial light shook the universe. An extreme imperial weapons aura actually appeared. Shameless. In the central region, outside True Sage City, the sacred prince clenched his fists and was extremely worried. Chapter 1071. Kuan Zhou was tall and wore a moon-white battle robe. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and a black gold pendant hung between his brows. It was a divine material exclusive to the great emperor, and it protected his frontal bone and immortal platform. Strands of immortal light seeped out from his body. This was the awakening of an extreme ancient imperial weapon. He stood in outer space like an ancient god. The sun and moon rotated in his gray eyes, splitting the heavens and earth. He was terrifying beyond compare. When he said this, anyone would feel a chill from head to toe. How could the person he called a Tao brother be an ordinary person? At the very least, he had to be a great sage that was worshipped by the entire world. It wasn't surprising that there were a few ancestral kings. After all, there were tens of thousands of races living together. This was a great era. However, true great sage were very rare. There were only a few of them on an ancient planet. It could be said that those who could reach this step all had the chance to prove their Tao. They had Tao bones that were rarely seen since ancient times, and they were all peerless figures with heavenly talents. To be able to become a great sage, there wouldn't be too much of a difference in strength between them. They were all giants that had stepped onto the path of immortality. If they didn't have the strength to reach this step, how could they become a great sage? Kuan-zhou's words made everyone's hair stand on end. Two great sages had come together. The sacred war king was most likely in danger. The alien battlefield was silent. When the victorious fighting Buddha opened and closed his eyes, his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Central region, outside the true sage city, Princess Divine Silkworm stood up and was about to rush into outer space. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and a baleful aura appeared in her phoenix eyes. She was not angry, but she was imposing like an empress. Her heart was filled with worry. Two beams of cold light shot out from her eyes. She couldn't control herself. The old monkey might be in trouble if two great sages attacked together. Princess, please wait. An old Taoist from the Divine Silkworm Ridge stopped her. Although he was angry and worried, he couldn't change anything. The great sage was an existence that even a saint-level ancient king had to look up to. He surpassed everyone's imagination, and could destroy half of an ancient planet with a raise of his hand. If one didn't stand among them, they would die in vain if they went. Why is he even more shameless than Duanda? He's not fighting alone but ganging up. Even the Black Emperor couldn't help but curse. He's really of the same bloodline. The Heavenly Prince must have been incited by him, Yifan said. Outside of true Paragon City, the Tao patterns on several formation platforms revolved densely. The Heavenly Dharma Eye appeared, reflecting everything that was happening in the foreign battlefield. It was truly visible. No one could calm down. This battle actually involved a third great saint, making it more and more terrifying. It most likely involved an archaic imperial clan. Of the Sovereign King, King said. Of Sovereign King, Zhou. Emperor Sovereign King. Emperor Zhou King and was Sovereign King. Could it be the weapon of the ancient Heavenly Emperor? Ma 1. King, Sovereign, his sword, and King and Kama of Kama, and his and two of and. That's the Sovereign King. His weapon can destroy eternity. It's a supreme celestial weapon. Anyone who thought of this possibility wouldn't be able to sit still. Today's matter was getting out of hand, and they would most likely fight to the point where the star field would collapse. Haha! One of the ancestral kings laughed out loud. As soon as the victorious fighting Buddha appeared, a group of followers appeared. Kuan-zhou, the great sage, had great achievements and was famous throughout the ages. Naturally, he was followed by an ancient king. This person laughed without restraint. He was certain that the sacred king was going to fall and had no scruples. So what if he's the sacred king's younger brother? I don't believe he can defy the heavens and be even more powerful than his elder brother. The ending is already decided, he said coldly. DK was a divine genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient sacred kings. As for his nephew Kuan-zhou, he similarly showed disdain for the archaic era. He was a great sage who had never been defeated before, possessing DK's style. If such an unrivaled great sage and another person of the same level attacked together, even the sacred king would most likely fall. Scram. Princess Divine Silkworm took a step forward and was about to attack. And at this time, the Silver Moon Heavenly King also took a step out, blocking his path, opposing him with equal harshness. Suddenly, the world quietened down. Everyone was lying on the ground, trembling. They felt like they had reached the end of their lives. A heavenly might came from beyond the sky, pressuring everyone to the point of suffocation. Even a clan leader couldn't block it. Their bodies stiffened, and they wanted to fall down. The battle of the great sage had begun. Everyone was shocked to find that the outer realm battlefield was already collapsing. The sacred king punched out and destroyed outer space, returning everything to its original state. Chaotic energy surged. Who could block the attack of the great sage? Kuan-jo disappeared and appeared in another world. He stood in the lonely universe and looked at him coldly. Monkey, you are powerless to defy the heavens. Wisps of immortal light shot out from his body. It was as if he had merged with the Tao and was reviving an ancient imperial weapon. He was about to kill. What sparring? What battle of enlightenment? Everything was empty talk. This was a battle of life and death. There was only one goal, and that was to kill the enemy. Kuan-jo's expression was cold. His hair fluttered in the wind. With the help of the ancient imperial weapon, his aura rose to an extreme level. It was as if he had turned into an ancient sovereign. Clang. The victorious fighting Buddha naturally wouldn't be lenient. A black iron staff appeared in his hand. It was dazzling with immortal light and auspicious colors, and the might of an extreme Tao sovereign wreaked havoc in the sky. This was the weapon of a sacred sovereign. It was a celestial treasure that suppressed the primordial era. Who knew how many ancient kings it had killed? The mottled marks on it were filled with domineering might. Buzz. The sacred king turned into a beam of light. He held the glowing divine iron in his hand, and turned into a god of war who looked down on the world. He swung the staff and shook his arms. The sun and moon shook together, and the star field trembled. The entire outer realm battlefield collapsed as he attacked toward the great sage Kuan-jo. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the central region, outside the true Paragon City, the experts of the various races were trembling. There was an innate fear in their hearts. Even though they were so far away, goosebumps still appeared on their bodies. Even the saint-level ancient kings held their breaths. It was extremely quiet. No one spoke, and they were all paying close attention. In the outer realm battlefield, a divine soul let out a long roar that shook the mountains and rivers. The sacred king was unstoppable, and even the great sage Kuan-jo had no choice but to dodge. He didn't want to clash with the divine iron, and was forced to retreat. However, the old monkey's speed was too fast. It pressed down on him, and charged into the pitch-black universe. The black immortal iron in its hand crushed the sky and caused time to flow. It was a vast ocean that belonged to the great Tao. The sacred king carried the might of 10,000 caddies, and tyrannically dominated the world. He whistled through the air as if he could pluck the stars and moon. A black divine iron blocked the front and continued to press down on Kuan-jo, destroying everything in its way. The corpses and meteorites in the outer realm all exploded and turned into dust. The heavenly magic eye reflected everything clearly. Everyone saw everything clearly, and chills even seeped out from the cracks of their bones. Just how great of a divine ability was this to be able to move unhindered in the heavens? Perhaps a single finger was enough to wipe out everyone here. Everyone understood. The sacred king's fierce attacks didn't give Kuan-jo any chance to catch his breath. He wanted to get rid of him before the other person arrived. How domineering and confident was this? He dared to attack like this, thinking that he was the only one in the world. Did he really think that he could kill the great sage so quickly? Boom. Finally, the victorious fighting Buddha's battle blood boiled. He pressed down on the great sage Kuan-jo and moved forward. With a swing of his cudgel, a small planet in front of him exploded. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. A star turned into a ball of light. It was extremely dazzling, like fireworks. The great sage could pluck stars, capture the sun, and destroy the moon with a roar. This was not a lie. They could really do it. Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes. The victorious fighting Buddha held the black divine iron. His celestial aura surged, and he smashed a star with a single strike. Everyone was shocked from head to toe. Who dares to challenge him? Who dares to challenge him? No one could say anything. What could they use to fight against such power? If this battle had happened in the central region, all living beings would have been killed. However, when the dazzling light disappeared, everyone was shocked to find that Kuan-jo was unharmed. He didn't die. Strands of celestial light flowed around his body, and he stood in the outer realm. The Silver Moon Heavenly King, the 8 divine generals, and some of the great sage's followers all heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts were in their throats. If Kuan-Zhou had been killed just now, they would be in big trouble. Monkey, I've said it before. Your doomsday is here. Today you can't defy the heavens. The great sage Kuan-Zhou attacked. The extreme Dao imperial weapon in his body shot out 2 beams of light through his arms. The sonorous voice of the great Dao split the outer realm battlefield. Dang! The celestial sound was deafening. The ancient imperial weapons clashed. The great sage confronted each other. This was the most world-shaking battle in the last 10,000 years of the post-antiquity era. The great sage Kuan-Zhou was also valiant. His gray hair scattered about, his gaze terrifying. Strands of celestial light shone down, his body and the ancient imperial weapon becoming one. A divine battle unfolded. Everyone has said that the great sage Kuan-Zhou's style is exceptional, comparable to his clan uncle. Now that I see it, it seems like this is the case. He has never tasted defeat in his entire life. Stunning through the ages, this might very well be the second DK. Everyone was shocked. The great sage Kuan-Zhou had few opponents in the world. During these years, all clans respected him. He simply had the unmatched style of his clan uncle. Meanwhile, this battle was comparable to the battle between DK and the Emperor of Fighting in the past. They were both at the great sage realm, a confrontation at the peak. I am not DK, and you are not the Emperor of Fighting. The conclusion of this battle will be completely different from the war of fighting for supremacy. Kuan-Zhou shouted. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't say a word. The black immortal metal in his hand surged with auspicious multicolored light, crushing the sky dome. He became more and more valiant as he swept through the great enemy before him. Hong! Suddenly, a similarly terrifying sphere of light appeared on the other side, crushing towards the old monkey. Many giant meteors were blasted away, turning into ashes on the spot. The third great sage took action. He no longer watched from the sidelines, and attacked the victorious fighting Buddha. Clang! Dang! The victorious fighting Buddha brandished the black divine metal, colliding head-on with Kuan-Zhou and the great sage at the same time. Then he flew out over 100 li, standing in the void with his rod in front of him. Not good. The second person also has an extreme imperial weapon, and he really is at the great sage realm. A huge problem has appeared. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Uncle. The sacred prince's eyes were about to split open. He knew that this was a great disaster. How could his uncle resist? How could this be? Yi Fan frowned. He swept his gaze over the primitive lake, the Blood Phoenix Mountain, the Fire Qilin Cave, and the other great ancient imperial families. Apart from them, who else could provide a monarch-level weapon? Perhaps it was the only remaining great sage of a certain imperial family. In the alien battlefield, the victorious fighting Buddha was silent. His divine bones clanged, but he didn't say a word. He looked at the two great sage in different directions, holding the immortal metal rod and standing alone. Monkey, I know that you still have the demon-subduing pestle of Mount Meru, and you can also borrow the ancient imperial clothes of the divine Silkworm Ridge. But what can you do? Do you dare to use two monarch-level weapons for a long period of time? Death is your only outcome. Kuan-Zhou said coldly. Chapter 1072. The foreign battlefield was desolate and withered. Rotten metal warships, the remains of terrifying saints, the lustrous white skeletons of the god race, and other things were scattered everywhere. Shattered holy weapons, mysterious undying corpses. Many of these were precious materials, but time had worn them all down. The victorious fighting Buddha was silent. He was facing two great enemies alone. This was an unimaginable pressure. The great sage's divine abilities were unrivaled. He could pluck the stars and seize the sun, throw heaven and earth into chaos. A single one of them could destroy the world. Xiao. Kuan-Zhou's body merged with the extreme Dao imperial weapon. He turned into a streak of immortal radiance, and took the initiative to attack the old sacred ape. Now that helpers had arrived, he had even less misgivings and attacked fiercely. The victorious fighting Buddha used the black divine metal to resist. Multicolored light and endless Dao marks tore through the dark and ice-cold sky. Thunder rumbled. This was a supreme confrontation between the great sages. They fought with the help of the extreme Dao imperial weapon, raising this battle to the limit. It was as if the ancient sacred emperors had revived. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Evil winds howled. Even though they were in outer space, hurricanes were stirred up in the vacuum. All types of gods and devils appeared at the same time. Headless saints, headless god race, holy spirits with immortal wings. This was a terrifying scene. They were all displayed by the ancient imperial weapons. They were the supreme experts they had killed in the past. The black metal rod shone with endless auspicious light as it clashed with Kuan-Zhou again and again. The two collided violently, causing the winds and clouds to tremble. The great battle was intense. The great sage was fighting with his life on the line. However, this was destined to not be a fair contest. How could the other great sage watch without doing anything? He immediately rushed over to help. It was as if a comet had arrived, causing the darkness heaven domain to become resplendent. Dang. This was the collision of the extreme Dao imperial weapons Dao marks. It immediately exploded, and the foreign battlefield was split into pieces. 3 figures flew to the side, and that place became a black hole. In the central region, outside the true Paragon city, everyone couldn't help but tremble. They could clearly feel the aura of ancient emperors. They could only look up to a battle of this level. So it was you. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, the War King steadied himself and looked at the other end of the battlefield. The identity of the third great sage had been exposed because of the weapon in his hand. This was a figure whose entire body was surrounded by golden light. In his hand was a golden truncheon. The might of the extreme Dao surged, crushing the heavens until it collapsed. Great Dao rumbled, millions of strands of immortal multicolored light surged, incomparably mysterious. It's the Gold Clan's ultimate path ancient imperial weapon. Even the royal clan is involved. That's right, it's the famous golden swordbreaker that is rumored to be able to kill gods and immortals. It's an ancient imperial weapon that rarely appears in the world. In the central region, outside the true sage city, all the ancient races were trembling. They had never expected that the low-profile, yet incomparably powerful ancient royal family would make a move. This was really chaos. Was a war going to break out between the ancient royal families? The Aurum race was an incomparably mysterious ancient race. Their might shook the supreme ancient immortal realms, and they were incomparably illustrious. To be able to be known as the Aurum race, their bloodline and strength were naturally world-shaking. This was a kind of recognition of status. No one would have thought that an influential royal family of the supreme ancient immortal realms would make a move and help Kuan-Zhou eliminate the battle-sacred king. This was a very bad sign. Even though the battle-sacred ape bloodline had very few people, they were an ancient royal family in name and in reality. This was equivalent to a war between the royal families. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, this kind of thing rarely happened. They all tried their best to avoid it because the impact was too great, and the consequences were unpredictable. If the hundreds of races they controlled were involved, once the flames of war started, all the races might fall into chaos. The people of the Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Fire Chelan Cave all frowned. This matter had escalated further and exceeded their expectations. It might cause a heaven-shattering war between the ancient races. The Aurum race's Northern Plains golden family is. Yifan was puzzled. He had once killed Jin Qishao, and it was said that he was a descendant of the ancient races. It's a royal bloodline of the Aurum race that intermarried with humans, causing their bloodline to become thinner, said the Black Emperor. The sacred prince looked at the sky angrily. Through the heavenly Dharma eye on the formation platform, he could see everything in the outer realm. Damn it, the Aurum race has actually made a move. The divine silkworm princess was shocked and furious. She was worried and felt powerless. The powerful Aurum race had made a move, and the consequences were terrifying. Ah. One of the followers of the great sage Kuan-Zhou laughed unscrupulously. Once the Aurum race's last remaining great sage appeared, the outcome was almost certain. Who didn't know how terrifying the golden truncheon was? It could kill gods and immortals. In the hands of a great sage, it could destroy ancient stars one after another. Do you think that with the appearance of the sacred War King, you can sweep through everything? There are several great sages in this world, and he isn't the only one. On the other side, an ancient king sneered. The 8 divine generals all heaved a sigh of relief. Now the outcome was almost certain. The 2 great sage each held an extreme path ancient imperial weapon. Even the gods in the Sea of Stars could be killed. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and those who followed the sacred War 8 bloodline were all worried. How could they fight? The sacred War King had a body of flesh and blood. After all, he had yet to prove his Tao. If there was no miracle in this battle, his life would be in danger. I'll help him. The divine silkworm princess was about to soar into the sky. Princess, you can't. An old Taoist of the divine silkworm ridge hurriedly stopped her. The divine silkworm princess also knew that if it wasn't for the great sage, she wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Her eyes were filled with tears. She just didn't want to see the sacred War King stain the sky with blood. She wanted to die with him. Someone said that she wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals and remove us from our names forever. I said, this is wishful thinking. She will be destroyed herself, said a saint-level ancient king among the 8 divine generals. Bang! The divine silkworm princess attacked with peerless beauty. Her white hand shot out multicolored light that swept through the ancient race experts in front of her. Boom! The silver moon heavenly king resisted and blocked her attack. He dispelled the disaster of the 8 divine generals and blocked her path. The battle outside the sky would also determine life and death on the ground. The 2 forces were at each other's throats, and a great battle was about to break out. Even Yi Fan and the sacred prince were prepared to fight. The situation was extremely grim. Suddenly, a heart-palpitating aura surged from the sky. The battle of the great sage realm began. A life-and-death battle pulsed down from the endless sky. The great sage fought and fought at the peak. The 3 figures turned into 3 eternal beams of immortal light. They galloped around and fought to the point where they almost transformed into the Tao. The ancient king of the gold race was very terrifying. He was one of the few remaining great sage of the 10,000 races. He was called the Golden King. His figure was thin, but he courageously moved the 10,000 races and was incomparably powerful. He used all kinds of wondrous techniques that were released through the ancient imperial weapon. His power was countless times stronger. The sky rumbled, the great Tao resonated, and heaven and earth resonated. It was as if a new world was being opened up. His long golden hair was scattered, and even his pupils were golden. With a roar, a small planet exploded and turned into a dazzling light. The people on the ground all sucked in a cold breath. Even the saint-level ancient kings who followed the victorious fighting Buddha turned pale. How could they fight against such a figure? He could sweep through the world by himself. The Golden King's thin body was filled with destructive power. Every time the golden truncheon in his hand swept out, the battlefield would collapse and turn into a black hole. The truncheon looked like an ancient sword if one didn't look closely. It was long but bladeless. It had 4 edges and looked more like a short stick with a hilt. It was a heavy weapon. This golden truncheon could even beat immortals. It shook the ancient times, and every time it appeared, something big would happen. It was accompanied by the fall of a peerless figure. Now, another omen had appeared. The old monkey shook his arms and had the power to destroy the sun and moon. The black divine metal in his hands clashed with the golden truncheon. Although they didn't really collide and only fought through Tao marks, a deafening sound rang out. The divine techniques turned into misty rain. The sacred War King fought Kuan-Zhou and the Golden King alone. Even the stars were trembling. The battle had reached its climax. Yi Fan and the others' hearts sank. At this point, even if the great sage had a gap, it wasn't obvious anymore because he had an ancient imperial weapon. Kuan-Zhou was like the resurrection of DK, and the Golden King was unstoppable. He used 2 ancient imperial weapons to suppress the sacred War King. If this went on, he would definitely succeed. Monkey, can't you borrow the divine silkworm race's battle armor? Why don't you use it to defend? Kuan-Zhou said coldly. On the ground, everyone was helpless. They knew the victorious fighting Buddha's concerns. Even if he was the great sage, he would be exhausted if this went on. At that time, he would be in even more danger. The Golden King roared, and a large number of meteorites turned to dust. His courage was unstoppable. His golden eyes shot out strange light, and the golden truncheon in his hand became even more dazzling. Clang! The sacred War King fought the 2 great sage alone. He swung the black truncheon and clashed with them. Beams of world-destroying light shot out, and the outer realm collapsed. Boom! The truncheon swept out, and they killed their way into the dark star domain. Another dim star was destroyed, and dazzling flames bloomed, making that place as bright as day. On the ground, everyone's scalps went numb. The great sage's battle was too terrifying. Now anyone who went to help would only die in vain. This was a world-shocking battle between the great sage. The three great sage tangled together. They were so fast that people couldn't react. In the end, it was difficult to see their divine techniques clearly. They could only see divine multicolored light rising and the sky collapsing. This part of the starry sky was in ruins. The ancient battlefield in outer space was torn apart from time to time. The sun and moon were shaking, and stars would fall. No matter what it was, it could be destroyed. The three great sages' eyes were red. The battle was so intense that even the starry sky collapsed. Black holes appeared from time to time, and they fought in and out. They were often drowned in primal chaos and risked their lives. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm princess, and the others' hearts sank. The ancestral king standing on the side also turned pale. The consequences were unimaginable. It was as if they had already seen a tragedy. The two great sage attacked. Their bodies were emitting boundless light, and they merged with the extreme imperial weapons. No matter how powerful the sacred war king was, it was difficult for him to fight them alone. It's not fair. Using two imperial weapons to kill one person. Shameless. The sacred prince gritted his teeth. His golden hair stood on end, and he hated himself for not being able to help. Can't the sacred war king borrow three ancient imperial weapons? You can use them all at once. Ha ha. An ancient king on the other side laughed impudently. Everyone, the outcome has been decided. Didn't they say they wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals? Why don't we attack and wipe them all out in one battle? Another person suggested. Whether it was the army of the 8 divine generals, or the Silver Moon Heavenly King, they all agreed that the Sacred War King would definitely die. There was no longer any hope of survival. Heh. Piercing sneers and emotionless gazes. This group of people's morale was high. They wanted to kill Princess Divine Silkworm, Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and the others. Is there no hope? If that's the case, I'll fight to the death with you, Princess Divine Silkworm said. Although she was sad, she was not weak. Her gaze instantly became sharp. She stared at everyone in front of her and said, "The Sacred War King has lived a righteous life. He is not someone you can humiliate. So what if he can prove his Tao in the future? Under the attacks of the two great sage DK, he will die without a doubt. The winner takes all. As long as he dies, he will be nothing but dung." An ancestral king sneered. "Two great sage de Quebec. How dare you say that? Even if you win, it's not glorious." The sacred prince rebuked angrily. It was to lure him down Mount Meru to kill the sacred war king. "No matter what you do, it's not too much," a sacred ancient king said coldly. What should they do? If the sacred war king died, there would be a great disaster. A rain of blood would sweep across the land. The hearts of those who stood on the sacred war ape's side were shrouded in a layer of haze. Boom. Everyone trembled. A shocking change occurred in outer space. The ancient emperor's aura spread across the star field. A demon-subduing pestle appeared, and a set of divine silkworm armor flickered, shining with eternal celestial light. How could this be? Great Sage Kuan-zhou turned pale. It's the Emperor of Fighting. How is he still alive? Even the Golden King was terrified. The black divine metal, the demon-subduing pestle, and the divine silkworm armor. These 3 ancient imperial weapons were controlled by 3 figures. They confronted the 2 great sage DK in front of them. This was a shocking change. No one had expected it. Everything was too sudden. At this moment, 2 imposing figures suddenly appeared, each with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. One of them shone with a holy and auspicious Buddhist light. It was a golden sacred ape. Although it had a compassionate look, it also had a threatening aura, exactly the same as the Sacred War King. This is the endless power of faith from Mount Meru. Kuan-zhou felt as if he had eaten a dead child. His expression was as ugly as it could be. He was extremely wary of the mysterious power on Mount Meru, so he lured the sacred war king down the mountain. However, he did not expect the victorious fighting Buddha to transform that sea of psyche power into a Tao body. The sacred war king formed from the power of faith from Mount Meru held a demon-subduing pestle. His compassion was accompanied by majesty. He roared like a lion, and his divine might was unparalleled. On the other side, the figure that appeared was the emperor of fighting in the past. His eyes were frightening, and he looked down on the world. He stood there, holding the black divine metal. Even the great Tao trembled. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only he reigned supreme. This is the influence brought about by breaking through the shackles and severing the great Tao of the sacred emperor. And it condensed a dead me? The Golden King's expression was very bad. This sacred war king looked like the invincible sacred emperor of the past. He held a black divine metal staff and looked down at them. Terrifying beyond compare. As for the sacred war king's true body, he had already put on the divine silkworm armor. 9-colored celestial light shot into the sky, and his battle intent was high. He said, "Since you like to fight in groups, then I will accompany you to the end. But this time, it will be 3 of me against 2 of you." Haha. In the central region, the divine silkworm princess laughed like a peerless empress. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and her ethereal charm was restrained. On the other side, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Many people's faces were ashen. Chapter 1073. The great sage Kuan-zhou and the Golden King's expressions changed. They didn't expect the sacred battle king to be so heaven-defying. The situation had turned around and was extremely disadvantageous to them. How were they supposed to fight? With 2 more Taoist bodies and 3 more ancient imperial weapons activated, they would be able to beat them to a pulp. Kill. The 3 sacred battle apes attacked at the same time. The sky exploded, and the 3 ancient imperial weapons were awakened. 3 figures flew over and swept across the 2 of them. Victorious fighting Buddha. The golden sacred battle ape with the demon subduing pestle chanted his own name. He looked dignified and attacked fiercely. Buddha's light shone and buried Kuan-zhou underneath. Kuan-zhou's expression was ugly, but he had no choice but to fight. He had no other choice. If he retreated, he would die. If he advanced bravely, he might be able to carve out a future. Billions of strands of celestial light flowed out of his body to block the victorious fighting Buddha. He activated all of his magic power and didn't hold anything back. Boom. The demon-subduing pestle emitted boundless Buddha's light. Its power was unparalleled. And when it smashed down, this place was filled with the aura of absolute beginning. The sky exploded and turned into chaos. This was an imperial weapon, the #1 divine weapon of Buddhism. It was personally refined by Amitabha the Great, and its power could be seen from its name. It was the supreme immortal weapon of Buddhism. Ah! Kuan-zhou roared and used all his strength to resist. He had no choice but to attack with all his strength. If he couldn't kill a sacred battle ape in advance, he and the Golden King would definitely be defeated. This sacred battle ape was completely formed from the psyche power of Mount Meru. It had an indestructible golden body, and it held the demon-subduing pestle in its hand. Its eyes were glaring at the Vajra, and its roar caused even the Kuan-yin great sage to stagger. The demon-subduing pestle was a supreme Buddhist treasure that could strengthen all Buddhist techniques. At this moment, it was manifested to slay demons and subdue demons. Kuan-zhou, hand over your life. The victorious fighting Buddha roared. The demon-subduing pestle turned into a dazzling Buddha's light that sprinkled down, causing Kuan-zhou's body to shake. Using the boundless psyche power of Mount Meru to forge a Tao body and the demon-subduing pestle of Amitabha to complement each other, he was simply invincible. However, Kuan-zhou was similarly stunning. After all, he was evaluated to be comparable to DK, possessing sufficiently powerful methods and talent. His combat experience was extremely abundant, allowing him to kill evenly matched opponents. On the other side, the Golden King was not so lucky. He was fighting against another Taoist body of monkey. He gasped while fighting. He was born in the archaic era, and had witnessed the unparalleled might of Emperor of fighting. Now that he once again felt the wisps of vital energy, his heart palpitated and his hair stood on end. This golden holy ape was ridiculously powerful. incredibly domineering. It brandished a black divine metal, suppressing him, almost forcing him to flee. This was the Saint Emperor's great Tao. He was the sole sovereign of the world, his combat strength world-defying. A single iron rod swept through the world, slaughtering to the point of berserk, as if a war immortal had descended into the mortal world. Golden King was not only afraid of the former emperor of fighting, but also the real body of the monkey in front of him. Being born in the same era as the ancient Saint Emperor, everyone's Tao would be suppressed, making it difficult to break through. If one couldn't approach the imperial Tao, it would be useless even if they avoided it until this era. And now, the monkey had actually reached this step, completely removing the influence of the Saint Emperor and forging a Taoist body. This was a type of great boldness, severing one's own past and breaking away from the suppression of the Emperor of Fighting's Tao marks. This was a huge breakthrough. From now on, he could walk on his own path of immortality. If he was blessed with good fortune, he might be able to ascend to the extreme one day and become an emperor. Roar! The golden holy ape roared proudly. The black divine metal in its hand hacked down, forcing the Golden King to retreat again and again. His arm was numb, and the golden rapier in his hand almost fell out. He held onto the ancient imperial weapon tightly. If he lost it, he would inevitably turn into ashes immediately. This was a torturous process. He was suppressed by the golden holy ape's aura, and his true combat strength was also a notch lower. He continuously retreated. The most terrifying thing was that the golden rapier was an emperor-level weapon, and it required a huge amount of magical power. Even the great sage would be sucked dry after a long time. Clang! The black iron rod chopped down, and the traces of the great Tao fell down. It smashed onto the golden rapier, and there was a loud boom. The star field shook, and the meteors shattered. The Golden King was injured, and he spat out blood. Eat another one of my rod. The golden holy ape held the big iron rod with both hands and smashed down. The Golden King was forced to block it, and the rapier overflowed with thousands of rays of light. Clang! The black divine metal and the golden rapier clashed through the Tao marks. The sound of metal vibrating was deafening, and a ball of blazing light burst forth. The dark universe seemed to explode. Ptt! The Golden King spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew out for hundreds of miles. The ancient imperial weapon in his hand almost fell out, and his magical power was almost exhausted. This is bad. The great sage Kuan-Zhou frowned. The Golden King definitely couldn't block it, and on the other side, the Saint King of Fighting's true body hadn't made a move yet. Boom! With the black divine metal in his hand, the monkey with the aura of a Saint Emperor chased after the Golden King. At this time, the monkey's true body also moved. His body was covered in the 9-colored imperial robe of the divine silkworm race, and his whole body was dazzling. He went straight for Kuan-Zhou. It's time for you to die, the Saint King of Fighting's true body shouted. The great sage Kuan-Zhou's face turned green. He was indeed very talented, and he wasn't much weaker than DK back then. But facing the attacks of 2 monkeys at the same time, even a god would cry if he came. Boom! The Saint King punched. He was wearing the 9-colored battle robe, and celestial light shone brightly. He waved the great Tao of heaven and earth, and his fist intent was unparalleled. Bang! Kuan-Zhou braced himself and fought between the 2 monkeys, but not long after, he spat out blood from exhaustion, and was sent flying by the demon's subduing pestle. Wah! He coughed out blood, and his vitality was injured. He retreated in the dark universe, and it was difficult for him to block the peerless attacks of the 2 monkeys. In the central region, outside the true sage city, the 8 divine generals, the Silver Moon Heavenly King, and the others were silent. The ancient kings who followed the great sage Kuan-Zhou were also pale. The change was too sudden, and the reversal was too fast. Those who had just said that they wanted to massacre the sacred prince, Yi Fan, and the divine silkworm princess all shut their mouths, and they wanted to escape immediately. A saint-level ancient king was almost trembling. He had just said that it would be difficult for the Saint King to make a comeback, and if he died in the outer realm he would be no different from dung. Weren't you guys clamoring and urging the ancient races to attack together? Do you want to kill us all? Come and attack. The Black Emperor said in a very despicable manner. The divine silkworm princess pressed forward, and the people on the other side retreated together. Who could go against the heavens now? Which ancient king dared to attack? Even the silver moon heavenly king's expression was gloomy. He knew that a disaster was about to befall him today. The light in his eyes flickered non-stop, and he was hesitant. In the outer realm, this battle was about to come to an end. The monkey alone and 3 bodies defeated the 2 great sage, and they were all heavily injured. One person with 3 bodies and 3 emperor-level weapons could be said to have heaven-defying battle prowess. No matter who came, they would die with a grievance. They had an absolute advantage. This was a battle between the great sage, and because he controlled the ancient imperial weapon, it was many times more terrifying. The 3 monkeys attacked together, and the battle caused the heavens to boil. Boom! A golden sacred ape holding a black iron rod almost hacked the Golden King to death. It shook him until a rain of blood flew everywhere, and he fled in a panic, using the golden hoe to protect himself. On the other side, the demon-subduing Pestil's power was boundless. The power of demon-subduing surged, causing some small planets to shake and about to fall. Bang! The monkey's true body was incomparably domineering. With the help of the divine silkworm race's ancient imperial battle clothes, he used a pair of fists to suppress Kuan-zhou, causing his body to almost explode. His entire body was covered in blood. In this battle, Kuan-zhou's body and spirit were both split apart. His injuries were extremely serious, and they were great Dao scars that were difficult to heal. They were blasted out by the ancient imperial weapon. If not for the fact that he also had an extreme Dao imperial weapon within him, he would have long turned into dust. This battle was completely one-sided, and now, there was no longer any suspense. On the great earth, everyone's spirits were stirred. How many years had it been since they last saw a battle like this? The great sage used an imperial weapon to fight, causing the heavens to collapse. Dang! Towards the end, the 3 golden sacred apes surrounded Kuan-zhou and the Golden King. These 2 great sage might turn into ashes at any time, no longer existing. Dang! The black iron rod smashed down, and the golden mace wailed. Hong! The demon-subduing pestle smashed down, Dao light like a sea. The great sage Kuan-zhou released a muffled groan, coughing out blood with each step. At this moment, the overall situation was already set. The holy war was about to end. Holy King, please show mercy. An aged voice sounded, coming from the eastern wasteland to outer space, fast to the extreme. This was an elder with an ordinary appearance. Rather than calling him an ancient race expert, it was better to call him a human, an old man from the countryside. Even his clothes were like this. Great Sage Hun Tua. In the central region, outside the true sage city, everyone was horrified. They recognized this elder. Great Sage Hun Tuo's might shook the archaic era. Back then, he was the only great sage to challenge the Emperor of Fighting. Even though he was suppressed by the sacred emperor with a single hand, it wasn't shameful. Who dared to challenge the archaic emperor? Forget about the result, just this kind of courage was admirable. Back then, the archaic era was greatly shaken. His background was great, and he had only lost to the sacred emperor in his entire life. Great Sage Hun Tuo's appearance at this time was full of variables, causing many people's hearts to jump. Do you also want to take action? The victorious fighting Buddha asked. Holy King, don't misunderstand. This old one has no such intentions. I just want to be a peacemaker, said the great sage Hun Tuo. You want me to stop now? Impossible. The victorious fighting Buddha flatly refused. This old one is just saying. As for what Holy King wants to do, it all depends on your heart. However, if you make them pay a sufficient price, will you be able to appease the Holy King's anger? If you kill them all just like that, the myriad races might be in chaos. After all, this involves 2 great royal families. Great Sage Hun Tuo frowned. The sacred battle king's eyebrows furrowed. One of the royal families was naturally the gold race. The other royal family was not to be underestimated either. They had lent the ancient imperial weapon to great sage Kuan-zhou. In the past, DK and my father were bosom buddies. He saved my father's life twice. This time, he is taking action to return the favor, not because he is dissatisfied with the sacred battle ape race, the Golden King said as he fought. At this time, Another figure appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield. It was very blurry and difficult to see clearly. His voice was ancient. My race lent the ancient imperial weapon to Kuan-zhou, to return the favor to D. Quebec. Please forgive us, Holy King. My race is willing to pay a price, the new figure said. Another great sage. Almost all the great sages of the ancient races had arrived. They stood in the extraterritorial battlefield, pleading with the sacred battle king. DK had been a proud and outstanding figure in the past. He was comparable to the emperor of fighting, and had made a name for himself. Some of the royal families were indebted to him. Please show mercy, Holy King, in case the myriad races fall into chaos. At the same time, a few old figures appeared. Everyone on the ground was shocked. Although these people were not the great sage, they were the old leaders of the royal families. Their statuses were frighteningly high. These people came out together to mediate, afraid that the sacred battle king would attack the gold race in anger. Since ancient times, the royal families rarely went to war, but once they did, the entire world would be overturned. The old monkey was strong enough, but there were two royal families involved in this battle. They had provided the ancient imperial weapons. If they really went to war, the consequences would be unimaginable. The battle stopped. So many people had arrived. There were people from the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, and Blood Phoenix Mountain. Some had even brought ancient imperial weapons, so they had to stop fighting. The sacred battle king's expression was cold. He held the three ancient imperial weapons and looked at everyone. Then he looked at the Golden King and said, "What price are you willing to pay to save your life?" The Golden King was in a difficult position. The monkey's killing intent surged toward him. He was going to kill him. At our cultivation level, the most important thing we need is our lives. If I am able to stay, I will naturally have to pay the price with my life. I am willing to give you a bottle of divine marrow accumulated by my ancestors. The Golden King's words shocked everyone. The sacred battle king did not say anything. He stared at Kuan-zhou with a terrifying gaze and raised the three imperial weapons. Holy King, please show mercy. Someone persuaded. Monkey. Kuan-zhou also shouted. Boom. The sacred battle king's eyes turned vertical. He charged forward, and his imperial aura sent everyone flying. Ah! With a scream, the great sage Kuan-zhou's head was hit by the black divine metal. Even the ancient imperial weapons in his body could not protect him. Chapter 1074. The three golden holy apes attacked at the same time. Their cultivation was circulated to the peak, activating the three emperor weapons to descend together. Who in the present world could resist this? Even the reincarnation of a god would die. The great sage Kuan-zhou's skull shattered. Blood and brain matter splashed high into the air. The mixture of red and white looked like a peach blossom. A mournful cry pierced through the dark sky and reached the earth, causing all living beings to tremble. The great sage had fallen. Even the ancient Tharch weapon in his body couldn't defy the heavens. With three Tharch weapons, the result was already decided. He was one of the most powerful people in the world. Even a piece of snow-white bone was a treasure that could be made into a peerless Tharch weapon. But there was nothing left. Under the attack of the Tharch weapons, his body first shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Then he started to burn and turned into a pile of ashes. The elders from the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, and Blood Phoenix Mountain were all shocked. They opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. The sacred battle king was too decisive and direct. He killed Kuan-zhou first and forcefully created a fait accompli. Who would want to absolve a dead man of his crimes? Ding-ling-dong. A pleasant ring was heard. A ball of purple light rushed out of the destroyed void. It was the Tharch weapon in Kuan-zhou's body. It's the 10,000 dragon bell. Everyone in the central region was shocked. As expected, there was another powerful far ancient Tharch family involved. It's the nest of 10,000 dragons' ancient Tharch weapon. It was a strange weapon. It was made from a string of purple bells strung together. It looked like a purple dragon. Each bell was like a piece of dragon bone. Celestial light flowed around it, and it could suppress the world. Ding-ling-dong. The sound of the bell was like the sound of nature. Even though it was extremely far away, the sound reached the ground and made people's divine souls want to leave their bodies. The Sacred War King almost smashed down with his black metal rod. The other Dao body also almost attacked with the demon's subduing pestle. Whoosh! The purple gold 10,000 dragon bell shook and disappeared in an instant. It broke through the sky and disappeared into the blurry figure in the distance. It was the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the end, the Sacred Battle King didn't make a move to snatch it. Ancient imperial weapons all contained God's will within them. They were at the level of ancient thearchs, and they couldn't be tamed. The three ancient sovereign weapons could suppress him for a while, but they could not suppress him forever. If he forcefully kept them by his side, he would definitely get himself killed. Tianyu quietened down and no one spoke. The death of the great sage Kurenjo was already a fact. The Sacred Battle King's expression was indifferent. He had nothing to fear now. With the three sovereign weapons in his hands, it would not be a problem for him to destroy a powerful royal family. They didn't come earlier or later, but they just had to come at this very moment. Naturally, he understood what these people were thinking. Some of them were crooked and wanted to take sides, while others did not show themselves earlier because they wanted to see his and Kurenjo's true cultivation. Of course, there were also people who really thought about the big picture, and did not want the people to die. The Sacred King should have vented some of his anger. The Fire Qilin Cavern's old patriarch said, "If we show ourselves too early, we definitely won't be of much use. We might as well let you all fight to the death to vent some of the resentment in your hearts." Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan chief spoke. The Sacred Battle King did not say anything. He stared at the Golden King, and pointed the three sovereign weapons forward. His killing intent did not diminish. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone's expression changed. The three golden holy apes were not merciful Buddhas now. They stood there with the three ancient sovereign weapons, and everyone was afraid of them. "Sacred King, let him live," Great Sage Hunchuo said. The Golden King's face was snow-white. Kurenjo's death in front of him made his heart throb. He was covered in white sweat, and he held the golden sword breaker tightly. "Golden King, didn't you say that you want to exchange your life for his? Why don't you take out the divine marrow?" Primitive Lake's old clan chief said. The Golden King braced himself and activated his supreme mystic art to open the internal small world of the extreme Dao Imperial Swordbreaker. This was the space to suppress the tribe's immortal treasures. A jade bottle appeared in his palm. It was about 1/2 foot long, and when the cork was opened, brilliant light flowed out. The fragrance made the great sage and old clan chief tremble. They felt comfortable all over, as if they were about to ascend to heaven. "Peerless divine marrow," they all exclaimed. "This bottle of divine marrow is the most precious thing in our tribe. It can prolong the life of the great sage for 1,000 years, the Golden King said bitterly. Taking out this bottle was worse than killing him. This was a divine item that he was preparing to use to break through to the next level. It was an immortal treasure accumulated by his ancestors, and now he had to give it away. Originally, he only wanted to take out half of it and give away 500 years of his lifespan. He did not expect the monkey to want to kill him, so he had to give the whole bottle away. In this world, things that could prolong one's life could only be found by luck. This was especially true for people at the level of the great sage. Even treasured medicines that had been refined hundreds of times would be ineffective. This bottle of divine marrow could prolong the life of the great sage for 1,000 years. One could imagine its value. Even the old clan chiefs and the great sage were a bit jealous. At their level, they were already old. Who didn't need lifespan? These people did not have many years left to live. Their lives were the biggest stumbling block on their path. Whoosh! The Sacred War King waved his hand and instantly took the bottle of divine marrow. He suppressed it into the black divine metal rod to prevent it from losing its vitality. After giving away this bottle of immortal treasure, the Golden King felt like all his energy had been sucked out. This was equivalent to taking away half of his life. He was dispirited, and his heart was bleeding. He knew that he could only stop here for the rest of his life. On the other hand, the Sacred War Ape could live for 1,000 more years because of this, and the path of cultivation was even wider. With endless bitterness, the Golden King put away the extreme Dao Emperor mace. It was as if he had suddenly aged 1,000 years. The Sacred War King did not look at him anymore. His true body and his 2 Dao clones carried the 3 ancient imperial weapons and closed in on the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He still did not say a word. Forget it. Although this is to repay DK's kindness, we still put the sacred war king in danger. Our tribe naturally has to pay the price, the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons said. He stood among the marks, and his figure was blurry. A light flashed in his palm, and an ancient king medicine appeared. It was half a meter tall, and it looked like it was carved from black jade. The fragrance of medicine filled the air. It's more than 100,000 years old. A few people exclaimed. King medicines were rare and hard to find. This was one that had been sealed in the primordial era. Normally, only an ancient medicine that had lived for 80 to 90,000 years could be given the word king. It would be difficult for it to live for more than 100,000 years. This kind of king medicine can extend one's life by 300 to 400 years. Hearing that, the sacred war king's celestial light shone, and he was captured. He was also sealed into the black divine metal rod. At the side, a few old tribe leaders looked on with fervent eyes. They were about to pass away, and this divine herb was a life-saving herb to them. The sacred war king's battle shocked the world. Not only did he kill the great sage of Kuan-zhou, but he could also live for another 1,000 to 400 years. Everyone was envious. The sacred war king did not attack again. This involved 2 ancient royal families, and the people who came to mediate were not easy to deal with. He was also a little wary. There were many powerful people among the 10,000 races. Although there were only a few great sages, these powerful people had always been in hiding. No one dared to say they were invincible until they became emperors. Who knew one day, an unknown quasi-emperor might jump out? This is a great world, and the 10,000 races live together. We are just waiting for the path of immortal ascension to open. We hope to enter the celestial region, and the races can stop fighting, said the great sage. That's true. Countless years ago, our ancestors came to this ancient planet from other planets. What did they want? Wasn't it all for immortal ascension? What a pity. An old tribe leader sighed. They were not natives, and the 10,000 races came from different planets. Back then, our ancestors made a mistake in their calculations and missed the path of immortal ascension. They put their hopes on us, hoping that the whole race can ascend to immortal ascension and not fight at this time. The great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons nodded. If people don't offend me, I won't fight. The sacred war king's words were simple but powerful. The others nodded. It was best to let the sacred war apes go. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. They believed that no one would want to offend this monkey. He had 1 true body, 2 Dao bodies and 3 Tharch weapons. Anyone would vomit blood if they went against him. Moreover, the power of faith in Mount Meru was like an ocean. Who could attack it? This monkey had become the master of that place. He was already invincible. How about we disperse this time? Asked the great sage. The sacred war king nodded and said, No problem. Wait for a while. I will go kill the 8 tribe gods to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. We must stop fighting completely. With a whoosh, the 3 golden sacred apes disappeared from the alien battlefield. Great sage Hun Tua was speechless. The others were also stunned. Then they shouted together, Have mercy. Outside the true sage city in the central region, a group of ancient race cultivators was shocked. They saw everything in the outer region through the heavenly Dharma eye. The 8 tribe gods' faces were pale. They felt that doomsday was coming. The ancestral kings felt their scalps go numb. Even Kuan-zhou was dead. What were they going to do? Great sage Hun Tua and the others had come to mediate. They were still holding on to hope that they could survive. But now, it seemed that the sacred war king had already made up his mind. He would not listen to anyone. Just like how he had killed Kuan-zhou first, he had rushed down now to create a fait accompli. He would kill them first. Run. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. There was no way to fight back. Were they going to wait for the great sage to come down with a Tharch weapon and kill them one by one? However, they discovered to their horror that there was a peerless array outside the true sage city. Princess Divine Silkworm was prepared and had trapped this place with a divine array. Ah, no. The 8 tribe gods were horrified and all shouted. This was equivalent to cutting off their path of survival. Boom. The sacred war king arrived extremely quickly. He descended in an instant and swept his demons, subduing Pestle forward. Buddha's light shone, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bone fragments flew everywhere. The descendants of the 8 tribe gods screamed and died in large numbers. Even the ancient kings could not escape. Under the Amitabha Buddha's weapon, they could only scream and turn into blood and dust. The experts of the 10,000 races all kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say anything. Even though the sacred war king had become a Buddha, he was still as domineering and wild as before. The spirit of sweeping through the primordial era was still there. Ah! The descendants of the 8 tribe gods screamed, but they could not change anything. No one could block a single attack from the sacred war ape. Princess Divine Silkworm also attacked and said, "I said that from today onwards, there will be no more 8 tribe gods in this world. I have to do what I said." Blood dyed the sky. The experts of the various races all shut up. No one dared to say anything, let alone interfere. The 8 tribe gods had been eliminated in this battle. Unless your ancestor is revived and a true tribe god returns. Otherwise, you can only become pawns in the hands of others. You will help the evildoer and ruin the reputation of the tribe gods of the past, Princess Divine Silkworm said. The Silver Moon Heavenly King ran away. The few ancient kings who had sneered at the victorious fighting Buddha also escaped. They left the moment Kuan-jo was no match for them. The Sacred War King directly tore through space and chased after them. He captured all of them in half an hour. Before the old monkey went to fight in outer space, he had left a mark on them. It was useless to escape to the ends of the world unless they were far away from this ancient planet. Great sage of the battle lineage, please be merciful. An old voice called out. The old monkey's hand fell, and the Silver Moon Heavenly King turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed, and his name was removed from the world. My elder brother praised your cultivation talent, but it does not mean that I agree with you. Chapter 1075. After saying this, the golden sacred ape killed the Silver Moon Heavenly King with a flip of its hand. Blood splattered everywhere as the ancient race's pride of a generation fell. The people of the myriad races felt a chill from head to toe. A stunning character like the Silver Moon Heavenly King, who might very well become the great sage in the near future, was killed just like that. At the same time, the golden sacred ape waved its finger forward. The other ancient kings also cried out, and turned into a rain of blood. All of them died without a single survivor. Show mercy. The aged voices of the Fire Chelan Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain reverberated, but they could only see the bloody scene in the end. The victorious fighting Buddha was very decisive. He killed all the followers of the great sage Kuan-jo. Not a single one survived, and only a mist of blood lingered around. Outside the true Paragon City, people felt a great pressure, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was a bloody ending that rang an alarm bell for many people. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't show any mercy, and swept through all his enemies with a swift and fierce attack. The veins on the foreheads of the ancient kings were throbbing, but it was too late to say anything now. It had already happened, so how could they blame the victorious fighting Buddha? It would only offend him. In the struggle for supremacy in the Imperial Tao, heroes from all walks of life attacked my nephew, but I won't hold it against them. But if a sage ancient king disregards his status to bully the weak, then I can only do the same, the victorious fighting Buddha said. After hearing this, people understood that the victorious fighting Buddha was only doing this to protect his nephew. This was a form of intimidation and a warning bell for the ancient kings. For so many years, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't care about his nephew's life or death, because it wasn't time yet. Now that the ancient kings had intervened, he had to leave Mount Meru. The victorious fighting Buddha was so powerful that he even killed the great sage Kuan-jo. Who would dare to provoke him? No one would dare to bully the sacred prince from now on. The battle sacred ape lineage only had 2 members left, but it was still a lineage that couldn't be provoked, and was ranked as the strongest among the imperial families. A powerful imperial family with only 2 members, sigh. Many people sighed inwardly. This bloodline was truly too powerful. Even though their numbers were sparse, they still stood tall. I also don't want a sage-rank ancient king to pick a fight with my nephew's friend. The victorious fighting Buddha added as he glanced at Yi Fan and GZ. These words were equivalent to giving them a protective talisman. The victorious fighting Buddha's words were like a decree that could not be defied. After Gang Gu killed great sage Kuan-zhou, he believed that no one would dare to cause trouble for him and cause trouble for Yi Fan and the others. Today's battle was enough to shock the world. Please bring this fellow Taoist to Divine Silkworm Mountain for a chat. The patriarch of the Divine Silkworm race invited the victorious fighting Buddha, the great sage Hunchuo, the Golden King, and the great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. All right, that's exactly what I was thinking, said Hunchuo. The patriarchs of Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake and Blood Phoenix Mountain also nodded in agreement. Today was equivalent to breaking the heavens. The 8 groups of gods were completely annihilated, and Kuan-zhou had fallen. This was a major event that would shake the entire world. The major characters standing at the peak needed to sit down and have a chat. The victorious fighting Buddha put away his monarch weapon and returned his dharma to his body. He then left with the other powerhouses. Uncle, the sacred prince called out. Walk your own path and break through your father's imperial path heavenly mark. Uncle is old, and I don't have much time left. I will do my best to sweep away some obstacles for you. The old monkey transmitted his voice secretly. His voice contained a trace of old age and exhaustion. His back was no longer as straight as before. Uncle. The sacred prince choked with sobs. He knew that the victorious fighting Buddha's iron-blooded slaughter was all for him. Uncle, quickly consume the divine marrow. Those things, we'll talk about them later. The old monkey and the other powerhouses disappeared. Outside True Paragon City, it was completely silent. After a while, it suddenly boiled over. The powerhouses had disappeared, and the people no longer felt so oppressed. The experts of the various races all heaved a sigh of relief. Such a major event had happened today. For many people, it was like an illusory scene. The entire world was bound to be in an uproar. Kuan-zhou's great sage has died. He survived the archaic era, but he couldn't stop the battle's sacred king's revenge. An archaic grudge has come to an end. The powerful victorious fighting Buddha is just as bold as he was in the archaic era. He lived in seclusion on Mount Meru for many years, and as soon as he returned, he killed a great enemy and swept through the 8 groups of gods. The Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and the other imperial races all dispersed. The other great clans also left one after another. With such a major event happening today, the leaders of the various races all needed to go back and think about it. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others also left. There was no need to stay in this troublesome place for too long. They entered the realm gate and disappeared from this world. The curtains fell on a great battle just like that. However, the world didn't calm down just like that. The news spread everywhere, and many cultivators were discussing it. The heavenly prince's death was nothing more than a fuse for the archaic great sage's old grudge. It was just a prelude. The series of great chaos that began from then on was something no one had expected to be so intense. The entire world couldn't calm down. Even though it didn't affect the human race, many cultivators still found it hard to calm down. The battle of the great sage from outside this region shocked the entire world. The victorious fighting Buddha is too valiant. He is worthy of being the younger brother of the ancient sacred emperor. What is a peerless expert? It was best displayed in this battle. He swept through all his enemies and looked down on the world. The effects of this battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the most remote regions were discussing it, and it even spread to the seas. This world is about to become chaotic. The path to immortality is about to open, and who knows what kind of monsters will jump out. The saints from outside this region are probably about to arrive as well. It wasn't just the human race that was worried. Even the ancient races were secretly discussing this. In this great era, anything could happen. Today a great sage could die, and tomorrow, a great imperial race could be wiped out. The path to immortality was about to open, and an unimaginable great era was about to arrive. The world wouldn't be at peace during this time, and it would be full of the unknown. Southern region Moon Tower. The music was melodious, and the singing was pleasing to the ear. This was a magnificent palace hall that seemed especially ethereal under the hazy moonlight. Similar to Miaoyu Nunnery, the Moon Tower was a great place of entertainment in the eastern wastelands. It was also an ancient inheritance. After the battle, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Jizi returned to the southern region. They all relaxed and went up to the Moon Tower to drink. They didn't care about the wind and moon, and they didn't ask for anything. Their tense nerves relaxed, and they drank together. This battle had many implications. It started because of them, and it ended with the victorious fighting Buddha. Talk about the immortal domain, talk about the path of heaven. Since ancient times, the great emperors have all become nothing. The Black Emperor beat a large drum. He was completely drunk, and he sang while crying and laughing. A big dog that didn't have a proper appearance was crying and singing. It was shocking, and then there was a period of silence. Since ancient times, what did cultivators do? Their ultimate goal was to become immortals, but who had achieved it? No one knew. 80,000 years ago, did Great Emperor Wuxia forcefully open the gate to the immortal domain? Yi Fan asked. I don't know. The Black Emperor was incomparably sad. He was drunk, and his eyes were filled with ancient desolation. The few of them were drunk. I was in the divine source at that time, and I really don't know what happened. That day was so sudden. The Black Emperor roared in a low voice. Great Emperor Wuxia was so powerful and invincible, but he also grew old one day. From the time he was born to the time he defeated all his enemies and swept through the forbidden areas of life, tens of thousands of years passed. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't stop the passage of time. The Black Emperor became more and more sad. His true feelings were revealed, and tears rolled down his face, telling the things that were buried in his heart. In this world, there is nothing that can seal the Great Emperor. I watched him slowly grow old in the divine source. The Black Emperor was unwilling, and he poured wine into his mouth. That is Great Emperor Wuxia. He has never been defeated in his entire life, sweeping through the 9 heavens 10 earths, invincible and lonely since ancient times, but in the end he still couldn't stop the impact of the river of time. I watched as he entered his twilight years. There was divine source in this world, but it couldn't slow down the aging of the Great Emperor's body. The Emperor's blood was too powerful, and it couldn't be sealed at all. He is Great Emperor Wuxia, the most stunning and powerful person since ancient times. There will actually come a day when he will grow old. The Black Emperor cried out in pain, babbling on, unable to accept all of this. Do you all know that before he even became an emperor, he already received an extreme emperor weapon with his bare hands and killed a holy spirit? He was heroic and imposing, unmatched under the heavens, but he is also old. The Black Emperor cried out. It followed Great Emperor Wuxia, and was sealed in the divine source, personally witnessing everything. It watched as the world's #1 expert reached his twilight years, making it feel great sorrow and pain. In the eyes of the people of this world, Great Emperor Wuxia was powerful to the extreme. There was nothing he couldn't do. However, there will also come a day when he will grow old, his blood and chi dried up, sitting alone in Purple Mountain, walking towards the end of his life. For an unmatched person, this is such a lamentable thing. The Black Emperor cried, revealing his true feelings. It was only an ordinary beast. When Great Emperor Wuxia saw that it was about to starve to death, he adopted it, bringing it with him, allowing it to grow to an inconceivable level. Great Emperor Wuxia, to it, was like a relative, its feelings deep, difficult to explain. It was drunk, muttering about many things of the past that no one knew about. 80,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu came, entering Purple Mountain. Great Emperor Wuxia granted him the title of Divine Source, telling him to wait until this era, hoping that he could be reborn and enter the celestial realm. It was also 80,000 years ago that Great Emperor Wuxia did not have much time left. He lived for tens of thousands of years, and finally reached the end of his time. He made me fall into a deep sleep, made Gu Tianshu also fall into a coma, and went to defy the heavens himself. I don't know if he succeeded, the Black Emperor said to itself. Afterwards, on that Grand Dao platform, there was only a pile of ashes left. Both it and Gu Tianshu felt a bad premonition. Though there was hope in their hearts, they felt that the result might be very cruel. Yi Fan and GZ could determine from its words that the large black dog's heart was more pessimistic, just that it usually did not say it, and did not let them believe it. Yi Fan sighed ruefully in his heart. Though he had never seen Great Emperor Wuxia, he had heard a lot from various legends, giving him the impression that he had surpassed gods, that he was omnipotent, and that he could do anything. However, even such a mighty great emperor would grow old one day, so how could he believe that anyone could truly live forever? Great Emperor, you are too headstrong, never willing to lower your head. Perhaps there is a way to continue living, but your pride is unyielding, saying that it is beneath you to struggle at death's door, and that you want to enter the celestial realm in your strongest state. I will never be able to see you again. The Black Emperor wept. Yi Fan, GZ, and the sacred imperial prince were all stunned, and they all stared at him. The celestial gazing road, a bleak dream, white hair scattered, the blue sea and blue sky withered, 30 emperors of all times, countless sages turned to dust. The Black Emperor wept loudly. This was an unprecedented golden age, and the celestial ascension road was about to open. What would the road ahead be like? No one knew what exactly would happen. Chapter 1076. Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince were both shocked. Hearing the Black Emperor's words, it seemed like there were other great emperors still alive. Was this true? Black Emperor, is what you said true? Are there still people alive in the ancient emperors? Yi Fan asked anxiously. They're all dead, not a single one survived. The Black Emperor shook his huge head and poured wine into his mouth. Then what did you mean just now? The Sacred Prince glanced at it. There are no emperors in this world. What I mean is, the true emperors are all dead. It roared and then fell to the ground with a bang. It hugged the wine jar and fainted. Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince looked at each other. They really didn't know what to do. They turned to look at GZ and asked him, because this was a true imperial prince. GZ didn't like to talk and kept drinking, as if he didn't fit in with the entire world. With his ordinary appearance and ordinary temperament, it was difficult to connect him with the children of the void. I was sealed a long time ago. How would I know where my father went? GZ looked out the window. The stars and moon filled the sky, and he seemed to want to see through the sky. He buried himself in the boundless void. Even my elder brother wasn't able to send him off. Now, if he isn't a cold corpse floating in the dark universe, he has already turned into ashes. GZ said calmly. The moon palace floated in the air. The moonlight scattered down, creating a hazy scene. This place was very quiet and ethereal. Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and GZ also drank a lot of wine. Soon, they relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, everything was silent. I want to enter the immortal domain and find Great Emperor Wuxia. In the dead of night, the Black Emperor grinded his teeth and muttered. The innate holy body must come to this world. The Great Emperor said that his successor can only have this kind of physique. I want him to appear. I want to revive the Great Emperor. The Black Emperor clenched his teeth. This kind of sleep talk shocked the people of the Moon Palace. Early in the morning, a ray of light shone through the window into the main hall. The few of them opened their eyes. Black Emperor, last night you said. Yi Fan wanted to continue asking. What did I say? I didn't say anything. The large black dog turned hostile and refused to admit his mistake. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Do you still want to swallow the words you said last night? Yi Fan stared at it. Brat, you owe me money. When are you going to pay me back for the natural Saint Physique's Tao embryo? The large black dog asked as he glared at Ling Han. Yi Fan gave it a slap. This bastard had completely returned from the dead. Whatever sadness and melancholy had all been thrown beyond the highest heavens. Debts have to be repaid. It's only right and proper. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he jumped up and said, Oh no, we missed a great opportunity. Let's go see if we can make it in time. What is it? Even GZ revealed a strange expression. The Heavenly Prince is dead, and the 8 divine generals are all dead. Go and raid the main peak where the ancestral kings are in seclusion. The Black Emperor set up the formation platform and quickly opened the domain gate. The few of them came to a sudden realization. There really was a saint treasure trove to be found. Immediately, they all stepped into the domain gate and quickly disappeared from this place. In the north region, the crimson ground was boundless. They arrived at the temporary palace of the deathless heavenly emperor. This time, their target was the few surrounding main peaks. F***CK, we're too late. This place has been dug up by someone, and there's nothing left. The Black Emperor was furious. The few main peaks had all been visited by powerful cultivators. It was as if they had dug 3 feet into the ground, and not even a blade of grass was left. They had swept everything clean. Why is it like they're robbing a tomb? There are so many holes. Yi Fan was also speechless. This was originally a tomb robbing method, and they used the heaven-devouring demonic lid to open a path. It's that damn Duanda. The large black dog was furious. Yi Fan was also dazed. Fatty Duan was really everywhere. If there was a treasure, it would definitely appear. His reaction was too fast. In the end, they saw a cemetery in the depths of the mountain range that belonged to the ancestors of the 8 divine generals. In the end, they discovered that it had also been visited by someone. This bastard, everywhere he went was really clean. Don't even hope that a single hair would be left. He robbed both the living and the dead. In the end, the large black dog went to the heavenly village, and the monkey also went into seclusion. The path of celestial ascension was about to open, and everyone had to start making preparations. Yi Fan and Jizi headed south, and returned to the southern region. He wanted to see an old friend. Ji Clan. Humph. At this moment, there was a powerful aura in the southern region that targeted the Ji Clan. Although it wasn't to exterminate the clan, the threat was obvious. However, it was at this instant that this mysterious ancient ancestor king's face turned snow-white. He turned and left, not daring to stay in the southern region for even a moment longer. Yi Fan and Jizi just happened to arrive here. When they saw this scene, Jizi was very calm, as if he had already expected this. A clan that has produced a great emperor is indeed unfathomable. Yi Fan's heart moved. They parted here, and Yi Fan directly rushed to the Supreme Mystery Humble Peak. This place was overgrown with weeds, and there was no spiritual scenery. It was not much different from before. A few ancient buildings that were on the verge of collapse were covered under ancient vines. Crows perched on dead trees, and wild rabbits roamed the small paths. Yi Fan didn't sense elderly Ruoyu's aura, and only saw Zhang Wenchang. More than 10 years had passed, and his temples were grizzled, and he seemed to have experienced many things. Yi Fan, it really is you. He stood up in the dilapidated building, feeling excited. He quickly walked out and greeted him. You've successfully returned to Earth, and now you've appeared again. Zhang Wenchang's body was trembling as if he was convulsing. He grabbed onto Yi Fan's arm, his face full of hope and longing. It's me. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. My parents, my wife, and my son, how are they? Zhang Wenchang's voice was trembling, and there was even a hint of fear. He had cultivated for many years, but now he couldn't control himself, fearing that he would hear some grievous news. When he left, his wife was pregnant, and their child was about to be born. When they needed him the most, he disappeared from Mount Tai. They're fine. Your parents are old, and people will die of old age. You have a child named Zhang Yi. He looks like you, said Yi Fan. What about her? Zhang Wenchang's lips were trembling. Yi Fan naturally knew that he was asking about his wife. At that time, the two of them were very close, but they never thought they would be separated from each other. She's a good woman. She's always taken care of your parents and raised your child. She has a good man, who treats her very well, said Yi Fan. Zhang Wenchang choked with sobs as he walked step by step towards the dilapidated courtyard wall. He sat down powerlessly on a broken rock and held his head. I want to return to her side so much, but this star domain forcibly separated us. Tears streaked down his face, which was no longer young. What else could Yi Fan say? He sat with him, took out a pack of cigarettes from the other side of the starry sky, and gently tore it open. In the past, Zhang Wenjiang's smoking addiction couldn't be considered small. Cough. Zhang Wenchang trembled as he held the cigarette between his fingers. He took a deep breath, coughed loudly, and once again choked on his tears. At this moment, he wasn't a cultivator, but a very ordinary middle-aged man who was even about to enter his twilight years. Time the starry sky. I hate it. He couldn't help but shout at the sky. Then he burst into tears. His gray temples, wrinkled eyes and turbid tears. His fingers that held the cigarette trembled, and he found it difficult to bring it to his mouth. What Tao severing? What immortal path? I don't want any of that. I just want to return to their side and accompany them as they grow old. I want to be an ordinary mortal. I don't want to stay in this world. Zhang Wenchang coughed as he looked up at the sky. Yi Fan took out some photos, as well as some specially recorded clips, and piled them in front of the dilapidated hall for him to look at slowly. This is my child. Zhang Wenchang flipped through the photos, rubbing them repeatedly. This is when he was young just like me. He cried and laughed at the same time. When he finished looking at everything, Zhang Wenchang looked at his wife's photo. His eyes were filled with nostalgia, sadness, happiness, struggle, and all kinds of other emotions. I've let her down. I hope she can be happy. After saying this, he stood up and staggered into the desolate, dilapidated hall. Yi Fan didn't say anything, nor did he try to persuade him. He strolled around the humble peak, looking at the old scenery of this place. Ji Ziyue had gone through the 9 jade stairs in the past, but where was she now? The 9 old crows were still there. Who knew that they were gods, transformed from the 9 arrows? A day later, Zhang Wenchang appeared. He looked a lot more haggard, as if he had aged 20 years overnight. Let it go. I know. As long as they are well, there's nothing for me to be dissatisfied with, Zhang Wenchang said, holding back his tears. He only had one goal in this life, and that was to cultivate. Perhaps one day he could go back and take a look. Li Ruoyu wasn't at the humble peak. He had gone to travel the world 6 years ago and hadn't returned since. This made Yi Fan feel a little regretful. Zhang Wenchang's cultivation wasn't high. He had only just entered the dragon form secret realm after cultivating for dozens of years, but his foundation was very solid. Yi Fan wanted to help him, but he shook his head and said, Master Li said that it's fine to be slow. He told me to calm down and not be impatient. He then said something else. 10 years ago, I saw Lin Jia. She's still alive. Lu Yunji and Li Zhangqing didn't catch her. What? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. She found a great fortune in the immortal palace outside the barren forbidden grounds. She said that it might be a corner of the ancient heaven, and that there might be a path to the outer realm. She learned that Yi Fan had found a way to leave this world, and went to try his luck. She felt that there might be a path to the starry sky there. And Lin Jia guessed that Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen might not have come out at all. They're either still in the immortal palace, or they accidentally went to another galaxy. Part of the ancient heaven's ruins. Yi Fan frowned. He left Taishian Humble Peak, and went to the barren forbidden grounds again. He stood outside but found nothing. I can only find the immortal palace after coming out of the forbidden grounds? But who can guarantee that I'll be able to go in? Could those people walk out of the immortal palace one day? Or had they already gone to another galaxy? He pondered silently. The starry sky, how many secrets are you hiding? How many ancient planets with life are there? Where are the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Yi Fan looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Now he had no time to think about these things. The path of immortalization was about to appear. Who knew what the world would become? Everyone had to prepare. He left the barren forbidden grounds and passed by the Ji clan again. He asked softly, Where are you? Yi Fan decided to go to the Qixia residence after taking care of some matters. If there was a need, he would go save his old friends. He took out the chessboard and opened the gate of space. The next moment he appeared in the western desert. He instantly felt a mysterious psychic power. Chapter 1077. The western desert was an ancient Buddhist land. The land was boundless and boundless, without boundaries. There were too many legends. Buddhists were everywhere, and their faith was pious. It was a land close to divinity. Amitabha the Great was an ancient person of great wisdom. He had transformed a barren land into a paradise. According to legend, in the distant past, the western region was covered in golden sand. There were few signs of human habitation and sparse vegetation. Amitabha the Great descended and measured every inch of the land. Wherever he passed, Bodhi trees would grow and lotus flowers would bloom. The desert was transformed into a pure land. Now large areas of the western desert were suitable for human habitation. They were no longer as desolate and barren as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. According to legend, when every inch of the western desert was filled with divinity and Buddhist light, Amitabha the Great would reincarnate and become an immortal. He would reappear in the world. In the western desert, the entire region only worshipped one doctrine. This was an unprecedented miracle. Since ancient times, arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas had walked the mortal world. They lived together with all living beings, manifesting miracles and rescuing those in distress. It was for this reason that the Buddhist religion flourished. Yifan stood on top of a stone mountain, looking out over the vast land. Many of the ancient temples were enveloped in pure willpower and emitted Buddhist light. If this continues, every inch of the land will be filled with divinity and Buddhist light. The waters of the western desert run too deep. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes, he murmured to himself. This was a region that was difficult for outsiders to invade. Whether it was the demon race or the ancient race, they could not withstand the impact of the willpower. This was the second time Yifan had come to the western desert. What he saw along the way made him nod in approval. Mount Meru seemed to have some sort of gravitational force that tugged at his nascent divinity. Amitabha the Great must have set up some sort of heaven-shaking plan on Mount Meru. The willpower is like a sea, constantly pouring out. If this continues, even if there are no immortals, they should be able to create an immortal peak. When he closed his eyes, he would have a strange feeling. Mount Meru seemed to be towering in the eternal void, emitting an immortal radiance, misty and misty. Yifan did not tarry. He headed west towards the Au Plateau and ascended to this high-altitude pure land. It was as if he could reach out and touch the blue sky and white clouds. Along the way, he saw many pilgrims. They kowtowed with every step they took, sincerely worshipping Lake Ashoka. An ancient temple sat at the end of the horizon, next to the sacred lake of Ayu. The building was simple and unadorned. It was the Ahan ancient temple. However, Yifan found nothing. He did not see a Miaui here. There was only an old monk preaching to the pilgrims. "Master, where did Miaui go?" Yifan asked. "She has been gone for 11 years. The old monk replied. "And Miaui severed her ties with the mortal world 14 years ago. For the sake of cultivating to perfection, she comprehended her past life, present life, and future life. After cultivating here for a few years, she headed west, ultimately going to ascend Mount Meru." Yifan was startled. He turned around and left. According to the old monk's instructions, he had to visit all the holy temples. Where was she now? Yifan passed by one ancient temple after another. Finally, he found traces of her. She really was going to ascend Mount Meru. She had been cultivating in the mortal world all these years. If it was 100 li, she was already more than halfway. She had cultivated in many ancient temples. She had just left Yunfeng Temple 2 months ago. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have entered the extremely famous Buddhist temple, Lantua Temple. In the western desert, the Great Thunderclap Temple on Mount Meru was undoubtedly the most famous. It was the center of the entire Western Earth and the foundation of Buddhism. It was irreplaceable. However, apart from this, the ancient temples of Xiankong Temple, Lantua Temple, and Xinsha Temple were no small matter. They were also the holy lands of Buddhism and played an important role. In some special periods in history, when ancient Buddhas oversaw them, they could be mentioned in the same breath as the Great Thunderclap Temple as the center of religion. Buddhism had the 6-syllable mantra, "The secret of the universe's beginning." They were scattered in these ancient temples and could never be combined. Lantua Temple was a famous temple of the present age with a long inheritance. At first it was just an ancient Tao rite of Buddhism, but later on it slowly became a holy temple. It was rumored that Amitabha the Great Emperor had once preached here for 49 days. Sweet dew was born from the earth and divine lotuses grew in the void. All types of irregular scenes appeared, shaking the world. Yifan gazed into the distance. This was a grand and majestic ancient temple. Under the sunset glow, it was dyed in golden radiance, appearing divine and dignified. "This is Lantua Temple," the sacred Pure Land where Amitabha the great emperor preached and comprehended the Tao. The atmosphere is truly extraordinary. Bodhi trees were everywhere and orchids floated down from the void. A sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils, and the incense was flourishing. There were many Buddhists kowtowing here. Every year, large amounts of people would come on a pilgrimage. An ancient path led into the mountain gate. This path was densely packed with devout believers, kowtowing with each step. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and saw that the entire ancient temple was bathed in the purest willpower. Radiance erupted endlessly, breaking through the clouds, grand and boundless. This was a type of great power. It represented the unity of heaven and earth and the human heart. The entire ancient temple was situated in a pure land, harmonizing with the great Tao. All types of auspicious energy surged. This type of holy land was completely created by people. It had to be said that this was a type of beautiful scene, making even Yi Fan sigh in admiration. Cultivating in this type of place, one with the willpower of all living things, for Buddhist cultivators, it would naturally be twice the results with half the effort. This was an unmatched wondrous land. Even though it is an unmatched great Tao, it isn't my Tao. Yi Fan said to himself. Dang, under the setting sun, within the ancient temple that released golden radiance, a great bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner. The bell waves were tremendous, as if they came from endless time ago. Then, chanting sounded, purifying one's spirit, making one feel more and more tranquil. It was as if one's entire being was sublimated. All of the believers who came on a pilgrimage were infatuated. Their foreheads were sparkling white, releasing strand after strand of light, entering the ancient temple. A few people's old ailments were also eliminated. This was a type of complementing relationship. Yi Fan had a vague feeling that this Lantua temple was no small matter. Above the ancient temple, a sea-like pure power of faith surged, and then formed a great cauldron. It began to refine the new willpower, turning it into an undying radiance of divinity that supported the temple and expanded into the distance. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He increasingly felt that those legends weren't groundless. When the undying radiance of divinity covered every inch of the western desert, would there really be a shocking change? He descended at the mountain gate and asked for guidance. After learning that Miaoi was really here, he had someone pass on a message and wished to meet her. However, unexpectedly, not long after, a monk informed him that Miaoi had asked him to return and wouldn't come out to meet him. This why? Does she already know who I am? Yi Fan was startled. He didn't force his way in, but instead waited here for several days. In the end, he requested to meet her several times, but to no avail. He became suspicious and stared at the monk. What exactly is going on? This benefactor, please return. The expression of the disciple guarding the mountain gate changed. I must see her one last time. I apologize for offending her. Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he stepped inside. Benefactor, this is a forbidden area of Buddhism. You can't force your way in. Several monks blocked his way. And Miaoi has committed a great sin, and is currently being suppressed in the 9-story pagoda. You can't see her, a young monk couldn't help but say. So that's how it is. Then all the more I can't leave. Yi Fan forced his way in. The few people refused him. Their faces sank, and they weren't willing to let him go. Swoosh. With a flash of brilliance, Yi Fan disappeared from his original spot and entered the temple. In an instant, the golden bell rang loudly and incessantly. Who dares intrude into our pure land? A Buddha that looked like a male lion appeared. His hair was tied up with a golden band. He roared and blocked the road ahead. Yi Fan was extremely fast. With the activation of the travel symbol, he made a detour like a dream. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm and passed through 3 floors of the temple. Brazen evildoer, you dare to blaspheme the Buddhist holy land? Where do you think you are going? It was clear that this Kutuchua was an expert. Even though he wasn't that old, he already possessed extraordinary strength. A convenient interlocking shovel flew out from his hand. All sorts of golden rings flickered on its surface and emitted a rumbling sound. It hacked towards the middle of Yi Fan's back to stop him. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. Even though this Tao weapon was powerful and mysterious, It only hacked at the void and couldn't even touch his afterimage. Dang dang dang, the bell rang loudly. The entire Lantua temple was in an uproar as the alarm bell rang. This was something that had never happened in several thousand years. Who dared to intrude into the Buddhist holy land? With the support of endless power of faith, even a great completion king-level figure would have to stop. Otherwise they would only die with a grievance. Amitba Buddha, who dares disturb my pure land's peace and tranquility? Still not stopping. A loud shout sounded. It was incomparably dignified, shaking everyone until their souls were trembling. Yi Fan seemed to have entered an uninhabited realm. In that instant, he passed through the 13 floors of the courtyard. Everyone only saw a streak of light and shadow. They didn't even see what that person looked like. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Just how powerful was this person to be able to step on the Buddhist sect's forbidden Tao patterns, as if they were walking on flat ground? Could it be that a saint came? This sacred ancient land will not tolerate your atrocious behavior. Buddha nature illuminates the world. An old monk roared like a lion, shaking the entire ancient temple until it was swaying. At this moment, the power of faith surged like a vast sea, pouring down from the heavens. Every strand was brilliant and brilliant like a boundless waterfall. This was an extremely terrifying power of heaven and earth. The pure power of faith for Buddhist cultivators was divine, but for those who didn't believe in this doctrine, it was like poisonous miasma. For cultivators, this was true karmic fire. Even saints had to frown, and even deities had to back off. Now the power of faith that covered the sky descended. It was clear that the people of Lantua Temple were anxious. Someone continuously broke through the 13th floor. This was the divine ability and methods of a great demon from ancient times. Yi Fan had previously seen this type of attack in Vatican City. The power of faith was added to his body, refining his flesh. It made him suffer a bit, but it was difficult for it to kill him. Buddhist light was like water, submerging this place. Yi Fan felt a great pressure, but he didn't stop, continuing to walk forward with large steps. Miao Yi, I've come to see you. Yi Fan released a long roar. Even though the power of faith pervaded the air, it was all sliced apart, overflowing like a great river. It separated into two sides, unable to block his path. Turns out you came for her. She committed a great sin. No one is allowed to meet her. If she wants to leave this Buddhist pagoda, then she has to cripple her cultivation. An old monk appeared, extremely bold and powerful. Great master, please show mercy and let me in. Yi Fan stood in the 13th floor courtyard, saying seriously, "That won't do. Barging into my Lantua temple is already disrespectful. Please leave quickly, or else a great sin will descend upon you." The old monk shouted. Many Buddhist experts flew over, surrounding this place, trapping him at the center. I don't want to incur grudges with you all, but this time, I can only apologize. Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. His palm and fingers moved about, and a black mountain appeared, directly smashing outwards, opening up a path ahead, blasting everyone until they could only fly out in retreat. His entire body released radiance, walking forward with large steps like a demonic god. After learning that An Miao Yi was suppressed here, he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer, directly entering the restricted area. Who dares act impudently in my sect's restricted area? A lion roar sounded, making even the sky tremble. Pung. Yi Fan directly took action, slapping forward. An old monk whose entire body was covered in Buddhist light withered, turning into a streak of light and flying outwards. You. Many monks were shocked. Half-saint. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He didn't stop, operating the move character secret art, leaving behind a streak of remnant light, disappearing in an instant, directly entering the interior of the temple. A 9-layered ancient pagoda rested before him, the power of faith condensing, Buddhist light illuminating all directions. Chapter 1078. Yi Fan passed through layers of temples, and entered the interior of Lantua Temple. He arrived in front of a 9-layered pagoda. It was built from stone and each floor was only 1 zhang tall. It couldn't be considered grand. The 9-layered pagoda was engraved with Buddhist allusions. There were all kinds of ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They emitted waves of ripples and Buddhist light, as if they were standing in eternity. It didn't reach into the clouds and was only 9 zhang tall. However, it gave people a special feeling as if it had existed since time immemorial. The Buddhist ground trembled. Even though the old monk who rushed over was small and shriveled, he was full of spirit. His eyes flickered like a pair of golden lamps as he attacked again. Yi Fan turned around and 2 beams of blazing light shot out from his eyes. He flipped his hand and with a pung sound, his palm collided with the old monk's. Thump, 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 this old monk was forced back more than 10 steps. His arm was numb and blood flowed from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. His entire body was almost convulsing. He was naturally astonished. Just how powerful was his physical body to be able to force him back? Who are you? How dare you blaspheme the sacred land of Lantua Temple? A group of monks rushed over, and even more experts flew over. They sealed off this place and surrounded it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In the sky, the pure power of will was like an ocean. It emitted a holy radiance and enveloped the entire heaven and earth as if it would fall down at any time. Several hundred old monks released lion roars at the same time. This was the demon subduing divine art. If it was a normal great demon or demon king, they would have already collapsed on the ground, and their souls would have collapsed. Yi Fan had the human race's divine body. His divine shell was sturdy and difficult to injure. His flesh was like divine gold, and protected the primordial spirit in his body. It was difficult to shake him in the slightest. Under the rumbling Buddhist sounds, he was as still as a boulder and unmoving. His black hair scattered behind him as he faced the many divine monks alone. He calmly asked, "I want to know what mistake Miao-Yi has made and why she was suppressed here." The 9-layered pagoda was extraordinary. Even he didn't dare to act rashly. This was definitely a stone pagoda built by the saints of the past. It was extremely difficult to break through. "This is our Buddhist matter and has nothing to do with you," a young monk shouted with lion roars. "She is my friend. Her matters are my matters. No matter what happens, I have to get involved and take responsibility," Yi Fan said. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions. Moreover, he used a Tao roar that coincided with the great Tao of heaven and earth to suppress all the Buddhist sounds. "She's the successor of the devil. Now that she's been exposed, we naturally have to suppress her. No matter who you are, you have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of our Buddhist sect," said the skinny old monk who had reached the half-saint realm. "She is a pious person, so how did she become a demon?" Because of her respect for Amitabha, even though she has the lamp of the devil, she is only suppressed in the 9-layered pagoda. She can be released after 100 years, the old monk of the half-saint level said. One Sakyamuni, in these 2,000 years, made Western Desert feel as if they are facing a great enemy. It seems that he is truly unfathomable. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This matter arose because of him, so he naturally had to accept it. He swept his gaze over the monks and said, "If we trace back to the past, I am also a demon, because I was the one who gave her the lamp." "What, you are one of the 10 great disciples of Sakyamuni?" an old monk shouted. That year, Sakyamuni faced the monks of Western Desert alone. He climbed Mount Meru alone and then left calmly. No one could stop him. This made every Buddhist disciple very nervous. "That is not so. I am only an ordinary cultivator who obtained the lamp by chance. It is only a lamp. How can it determine a person's identity? You all have also said that in Miao-Yi respects Amitabha. I asked the great masters to release her," Yi Fan said. "Her respect for Amitabha is one thing, cultivating the devil is another. She did it herself. Suppressing her here is already a light punishment," the people of Lantua Temple said. "Everyone, you really cannot bend the rules. It seems like I don't need to say anything more. I can only offend the great holy monks." Yi Fan pressed forward with large strides and arrived in front of the 9-layered pagoda. "Amitabha." A Buddhist chant rang out. The divine monk of the half-saint level said with a dignified expression, "The pure land of Buddhism will not tolerate your atrocious behavior." Pung. Yi Fan did not say anything. He smashed his fist towards the stone pagoda. It contained the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This fist could be said to shock the heaven and earth. The entire stone pagoda swayed together. However, The stone door could not be opened. Strands of holy light seeped out and sealed this place incomparably firmly. The stone pagoda was a sacred weapon. Dang. The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, so loud that even the deaf could hear. It rang through the entire temple, as if it could make a devil realize his mistake and return. 108 Arhat Great Formation subduing the devil. A monk shouted. 108 old monks stepped out, all of them sitting in the void, chanting sutras from their mouths. Densely packed symbols appeared, pressuring towards Yi Fan. Even though these were scriptures being chanted, they were as if cast from bright gold, translucent and bright. Every character was as tall as a person, drowning out Yi Fan. Dang. Yi Fan brandished his fists, every strike landing on an ancient character, releasing waves of resounding sounds, shattering them one after another. 108 Arhats subduing the devil. This was something that had only happened once in 1,000 years. They borrowed the formation patterns engraved in the temple to activate the great power of heaven and earth, also displaying their own Tao skills to the greatest extent, their aura devouring the sun and moon. In this peaceful land of Buddhism, thunder rumbled, vital energy surged, multicolored light released in endless strands, lightning interweaving. Comparable to an ancient devil king, not even the 108 Arhat Great Formation can subdue you. Break! Yi Fan shouted softly, slashing out 9 times in succession. This was the embryonic form of the demon sovereign 9 slashes. He didn't grasp all of its essentials, only a general understanding, but with the battle saint technique, it still stirred up violent winds, splitting the sky and shattering the sun, powerful to the extreme. Bang! Bang! 108 old monks all retreated, many of them bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Buddhist chants rose and fell incessantly, lingering in the ears. So powerful. People were alarmed. In the middle of the field, Yi Fan stood alone, his expression calm, without any trace of embarrassment as he broke through the demon-subduing formation. "Uncle Master, please make your move." The half-saint transmitted his voice, shouting towards the back of the temple. Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that the half-saint's Uncle Master was an ancient Buddha? This wasn't good. An azure dragon's name rang out. An old monk with wrinkled skin walked out from the back of the mountain, treading on the void. Luckily, it's a half-saint. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary old monk. Although his skin was wrinkled, it seemed to be cast from gold, emitting golden light. This was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood, only half a step away from becoming a saint. He was a golden Arhat, and his Buddhist name was Wuxia. Benefactor. Buddhism has its own rules you can't barge in. Moreover, being suppressed in the pagoda might not be a bad thing for her. Golden Arhat Wuxia said. In this world, everything is relative. It's just like you said, this is an internal matter of the Buddhist sect. But to me, it's a matter of life and death for my friend. No matter what, I have to save her. Yi Fan refused to back down. Boom. Wuxia took a step forward, and the entire ancient temple shook. Although his body was withered, it was like a giant was approaching. He slowly stretched out his hand, pressing down. His whole body was golden, and the power of Arhat Buddhahood was fully displayed. Bang! Yi Fan met the attack, and his right fist collided with the old monk's palm and fingers. There was a roar in the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Bang! The old monk retreated a few feet, and his arm trembled. His dim eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of divine light, and he sized him up seriously. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people in the world who could block his physical attack. The old monk was extraordinary, and his body was much stronger and sturdier than it looked. The other monks were shocked. They were very surprised. Wuxia was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood and cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. His physical body was so strong that it was hard to find a few in the world. But now, his physical strength was surpassed by this young black-haired man. This was unbelievable. In this era, Lantua Temple didn't have any saints, but they had 2 half-saints, especially Wuxia, who cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. In the future he could become a Buddha, but today he was slightly weaker. How could they not be shocked? I think I know your identity. Other than someone with a physique like yours, No one who isn't a saint can force me back like this, Wuxia said. It's him. Recently, Eastern Wasteland has been in an uproar. Everyone is saying that that person has returned. And it seems like it's true. His martial nephew, who was also a half-saint, muttered to himself. The Battle of Eastern Wasteland, the death of the Heavenly Prince, the annihilation of the 8 divine generals, and the fall of the great sage of Kuan universe shocked the world. The mysterious human expert killing the Heavenly Prince and the victorious fighting Buddha descending Mount Meru were undoubtedly the focus of everyone's discussion. Now, many people were saying that the mysterious person might be the human race's saint physique. It was an uproar, and many people were seeking proof. There were even ancient kings who came out of their sects to search for him. And now, the divine monk of Lantua Temple immediately knew that it was definitely the human race's saint physique. Otherwise, how could he be a match for his Vajra unbreakable body? Some of the other old monks also guessed it, and their expressions all changed. This person even dared to kill the ancient race's heavenly prince. And now, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing that he was a fiend who lived up to his name. Could it be that he wanted to overturn Lantua Temple? Benefactor, no matter who you are, if you want to force your way in, I have no choice but to suppress you. Wuxia let out a lion roar. His appearance was dignified as he blocked in front of the 9-layered pagoda. Forgive me for offending you. Yi Fan took large strides forward. Dao markings interweaved under his feet. And after circulating the travel character art, the entire world seemed to have frozen. Wuxia shouted loudly. The sound of Buddha's voice came from the era when the universe was first created, shaking everyone until they trembled. Yi Fan, who was at the center, felt it even more deeply. It was actually the supreme 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism, character art. The 6-syllable mantra had been scattered all over the world for many years, and not a single ancient temple could collect all of them. At most, they only had 1 or 2 mantras. Now only a few ancient sacred temples were in control. Lantua Temple, Great Thunderclap Temple, Xiankong Temple, and Xinxia Temple were the foundations of Buddhism, and they naturally had the mantras. And this character art was passed down from Mount Meru in recent years. Lantua Temple now had 2 kinds of mantras, and their foundation and strength were both intimidating.